Yeah. They not like us. They not like us. Levels. How we doing out here, people? What's going on around? I'm in here early, trying to get things right. HFStudios, spicy topics. You know what y'all here for, but we got to talk game dev first. Mic check, mic check. How my levels are sounding? Let's see. Quick roll call, because HF should be in the building very soon. Let's see what we got up in here right quick. Zach Riley, what's going on? You know, doubt YouTube channel talking about spin cycles. Geeky Nerd talking about ABK. You paid for it. Lydia Master, what's going on? Oh, Longhouse. Excuse me. That's Viking in them. Salute. No doubt. Happy Mother's Day. Salute. No doubt. Craig Hooley's on deck. Gifting the memberships. Lieutenant Hulk, my man. Salute. Strange love. Behave yourself. We got company. Hector the Macho Man, what's going on? Oh, RK, what's going on? Robert Keller, what's going on, brother? You already know how to do your alley-oop. Just today's crazy. Grimlock's cousin. I like that. Grimlock's cousin. Me, Grimlock. Remember that? Yo, Dr. Strangelove. Okay. 2 months. Rest in peace, Ninja Theory. Microsoft is really sending Hellblade 2 to down. 0 marketing. And they seem like the most likely for the job. Damn. We'll reread this live just to give some clarity. No doubt. CBH for God. Salute. So yeah, got Attic with me right now. He warming up. Spoke to King earlier, you know what I'm saying, and then sent some love to Saul to tell you what's going on. But yeah, we shot some fun. We got HFStudios, the young and up and coming, and then we know what y'all here for, that main event. We got to talk about it. It's moving the streets. Everything's crazy right now with what's going on with Microsoft. But anyway, let me go check on HF, make sure they are good, and yeah, we should have a good show. Good to see y'all.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going.
Look, Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very... I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Over. Mic check. Let's see the levels while we are live. Mic check. Lord Manny. Let me get a mic check right quick.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, there we go. 1/2 HF. You already know. Chase Dizzle. What's going on? Let me get a mic check.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah. No doubt. Attic, what's up? Let me get a mic check.
Hello.
Yeah, we good. All right. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Presented by PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks apps and use code IronLords for a deposit match for up to $100. And this is episode number 352. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited for both of our special guests, and we've got time to let them cook. Xbox closing, Tango, Gamesworks, and
Love the name, by the way.
Yeah, the game is fire. You know, they got the best game in the business. I don't care what nobody says. Xbox closing, Tango, Gamesworks, and multiple studios. God of War Ragnarok to PC, and Hades 2 impressions to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce two lords, up and coming in game development, who I've had the great pleasure of meeting the management skills of one in person, while admiring the portfolio of UI and animation of the other. Introducing the independent game developer and owner of HFStudios, in addition to the project manager and QA lead of the up-and-coming LetHimCook franchise. The lords who control our favorite food fighting industry professional, with the greatest name for an action survivor roguelike in the game, LetHimCook. Live from New York City and New Jerusalem, Jersey, and kind enough to make their debut into the realm of the Lords, my man's Lord Manny Feliciano and Lord John Snyder of HFStudios. How we doing, sir?
Pretty good. Chilling.
Chilling? We good?
Yeah.
Can't complain. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday today.
Woo.
Well, a little bit of rain over here, but you know, it's kind of cozy vibe.
No doubt. Much love, gentlemen. Good to have you in the realm. I know a lot going on, games being made, but have you guys have a chance to play any other games besides the games you've been making?
Yeah, tons of stuff. It's kind of like the thing you got to do. It's just a fight of being productive while also staying up to date on like what you play,
Yes.
so you can have good instincts.
Facts. I hear you
Yeah,
on
just
that.
same part of flow. I mean, I just played Hades right before this, just trying to keep up with that and beat my way up to Hades 2, so you already know, like.
Okay. It's a little
up to it.
Hades, no doubt.
Yeah, I've been I can't get myself off of Dragon's 2.
Ooh, where we at? What vocation? What vocation we doing?
Well, I mean, I'm like on a hour some plus 100 at this point. So
Wow.
like I'm switching back and forth from sorcerer to warrior to like ranger. I'm almost, I don't want to go to wayfarer yet, because if I switch to him or that vocation, I'm never gonna go back, because you just get everything. You get everything at once. It's crazy.
It's sick. Did you get the Mystic Spearhead at all?
Mystic Spearhand is the crazy weeb class. It's insane. If I'm not good enough at the game yet. I mean, I'm gonna try, but like the skill ceiling on that vocation is crazy.
Bro.
It's insane looking. Have you seen like clips, like people just like zipping around? I'm like, I just thought they were hacking, but it's basically just efficient play.
Yeah, it's lit, man. I just got that not that long ago, and I've been rocking with it. Offense, defense, range, the whole bit. Super cool class, man.
What's your pawn's vocation?
Right, oh yeah, I had to change up. So my pawn name is Sir Podrick. So Podrick, he got to take care of Cog. So I got him first. He was an archer, but then I made him now into a sorcerer. And I got two crazy spells, some meteorite thing. I had to do like two quests to get these unique spells. It takes a while to get those off, but when he does,
it's crazy.
Bro, destroying bosses, destroying ogres. It's crazy.
Sorcerer is crazy. Like if you have a team and up front, like people to, kind of like wall off the enemies, and you get off those spells, you just create natural disasters. It's kind of just amazing.
Yeah. All type of Yep, you nailed it.
Yeah, I'm on it. It's incredible. But I also been playing like Skull and Tiny Rogues as well. Manny put me on to this Tiny Rogues.
I had to, man. He was playing all these like just well known. I had to put him off on the indie side. I'm like, try these like little, like these little other games I've been, hidden under the rock. Just
nice.
I just totally, I don't know. He just started playing one after the other, and it was over after that.
We play a bunch of stuff,
Gotcha,
all the kinds of stuff.
Nice.
The only things that I put Manny onto are like hidden puzzle games and story stuff. Like,
okay.
That's one of my other genres. But yeah, I was gonna say, I can't believe you said let him cook franchise. That's crazy already.
We speaking it into existence.
Instance.
Let's go.
It was a fantastic introduction, honestly. We should just have you do it. On our Steam page. Oh, dude.
Yo, listen, your boy's available. Holla.
Yeah.
We'll figure something out. People
talk about it.
It's funny. One of my friends is he wants me to introduce them at their wedding. He's like, "Oh, will you do it?" I'm like, I got you, bro. So no doubt. So let's get into it. Usually we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, but we seem to be down 2. Shout out. King will be joining in progress. Don't worry, we did not lay him off. We did not shutter him, the studio. He's fine. He will be coming through and obviously send some love to Sav. He's got a family issue going on, so he will hopefully be back in a week or 2. But yeah, we still got some other lords. We got the co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show, back to back. How we doing, sir?
What's going on? I can turn my mic, my camera on in a couple minutes. Stuff's going on in the room I'm in.
No doubt.
But yeah, it's been a crazy week, man. It's been a crazy week.
Woo, has it been?
I feel like it. Usually, this is the time where we start hearing leaks, and not leaks and rumors, and not studios getting shut down. Like this has been a horrible post up going into the show. The show is at this point where we're less than a month away from it. So
yeah, not the greatest news coming into a showcase.
Was the studio president, right? What's her name? I forget what her name is. She did a Bloomberg interview.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. What is the name?
You talking about Sarah Bond?
Yeah, Sarah Bond. God. It was just, I thought we could get some answers out of that, but it was just dodging questions, really. It was really like a lot of corporate stuff, which is like, they have to dance around the issue, right? But it's just like, you have to say something at this point. Like, what are the reasons? Like, you have to come clean because it's going to leak. It's going to leak.
I feel you. The human element was definitely missed on that one. So I agree with you on that point, and definitely a situation that either she can't say anything or, there's something that has to be said. But I hear what you're going on that. I wanted to get from Attic, what have you been playing, sir?
Been playing a lot of Edon Chronicle. I got to say, I don't understand how this game reviewed the way it did. Like, look, does it got its issues? Yeah. Is it a 10 out of 10? Probably not.
Coming for Lord, coming for Chris, Lord Chris.
Yeah,
see you it.
It's just like, I look at this game and what it reviewed, and I don't know what it's ended up on. Let me look real quick. And I'm just like, when playing through, it's a 79 right now.
79 meta right now?
And and there's a game that I can't remember. It's like Dio something. Maybe someone in the chat knows what I'm talking about. But this game's fun, and it reviewed higher. Then I'm like, what it is that game is made by Square Enix, and they're able to put more effort into like the little stuff, the animations. They probably have a bigger budget, so it presented better. Because one thing I will say is I think the thing that holds it back the most is Chronicle the performance isn't the greatest. Like sometimes it runs good, sometimes it doesn't. I do feel like the animation stuff's a little off sometimes, but it's interesting, man. I really enjoy it, and I do recommend people, Diophil Chronicles.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yes,
I beat it, and it's not a bad game. What's funny is BG says Bond says it's god awful, but I don't mind the game, and it's, man, I can't even find it on
what you looking for?
Metacritic. Did no one review the game? So it's just like, we always say it's weird how like the review man, my phone's going off.
Yeah, you got things going on, bro. You good over there?
Just finding a lot of stuff.
Okay, never mind. That game got a 71. It actually scored worse than Edon Chronicle. Okay, I take all that back. But it's a fun game, man. I really recommend you guys try it. You're gonna have to look past some of the gank,
Now you talk about Iden Chronicle.
Yeah, Iden Chronicles.
The people who
the Diophil game was fun, but it just wasn't. The gameplay never really transitioned to me to the most. But Iden Chronicle, man, like the story is just crazy. It's intense.
That's the spiritual success it is. Tweak it in. Yes.
You know, what's funny is like there's this one particular character I'm playing with, and like he was originally part of the bad guys' armies, and then he betrayed them. And like every time he comes across something new that the Empire's doing, he's like, I can't believe I messed with you guys. Like,
no, shout out to I Chronicle. Yeah, I gotta check that out. These days.
and the voice acting on the game is absolutely absurd. Like almost everyone's voice acted.
I mean, I like myself a good JRPG, so this is interesting.
Yeah.
It's like it's got that kind of 2.5D style.
Like,
It's been a while since I
Octopath
tried one of
something.
those things too. I think last time I played something serious like that was probably this iPhone game called Brave Frontier. It was a huge thing.
Oh, yeah,
way
Brave,
back in the
yeah.
day. Yeah, and that was like the last time I played a serious like JRPG. Like
JRPG.
that, so
that's what's up. So that's been
I should
it, Addict?
definitely get back into it.
It's been.
Yeah, I would love to play Marvel Rivals, but
yeah, we like to
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, so if anyone in the chat, you got codes, you know, let a dude know. Let a dude know. I almost said let a brother know, but I'm not black enough to say that. But let a dude know. Let a dude know.
Attic a fool. Shout out. Oh, shout out to the Black Kaiju in the chat. He said, Attic isn't hyping it up enough. That soundtrack is God tier. He said that the Iron soundtrack is fire. You got to put respect on his name. You agree?
Yeah, the soundtrack's really epic. I almost quit because I'm doing a Let's Play, and last night I was recording, and I got put in a situation where I couldn't go to any kind of inn. I couldn't buy anything, and they made me fight 4 bosses back to back. So I'm playing this, and I'm like, it's over. It's a wrap. Like, there's nothing I could do. I was literally saying on when I was recording, I'm probably getting soft locked here. I'm not getting past this part, but somehow I did.
No doubt. Salute to Iden Chronicles. We gonna get it going, and of course we got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi LordCognito, spreading that rumors in the run of ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Had a good discussion with Brad Ellis and talking about studio closures and everything there. Shout out to my man Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis. We have my man Teddy on, talking all things Destiny with the latest things with the Final Shape and Pantheon. As far as me, gaming, obviously, like John mentioned, I've been playing a lot of Dragon's Dogma 2, so I've been rocking out, getting that going. I'm Mystic Spearhand all day, got my Sorcerer going on, doing a lot of side quests, a lot of the time-sensitive quests, some quests that they really force you to kind of like, if you don't address this, the person that you could need to save might die or something might happen.
Yeah.
So I got that going on, and then what else? I'm in that region. What is it? That sand region? Was it Patal or something like
Batal,
that?
yeah.
Them golems and the shooting thing in the arms, and you gotta really be tactical. Yeah,
It's crazy. Yeah, those golems they crush you. 'Cause
Yes.
I don't know what they did, but they have this rage mode where they just start flailing.
yes.
It's crazy. But pro tip,
All right, what's up? What we doing?
if you see one, like when you hit one and you get one of the medals off,
Yeah.
they freeze.
Yes.
And then if you pull the leg, they do the funniest flip that I've ever seen. It's like this 2, 3, 4,000 ton rock monster does a backflip.
Really?
It's actually funny. You'll see it. It's weird, but it is pretty good. But anyways,
No doubt. Salute. Oh, shout out to my man Sinister in the chat. We play. Yeah, Pantheon was a good run last night. Salute to the Lords, the clan, getting it in. Pantheon pretty much. I'm a Destiny raider. I play the raids for some of my favorite content in Destiny. They made kind of like a gauntlet mode of all these raid bosses back to back, higher difficulty for the variant and stuff like that. Really challenging, kind of like for the hardcore guys. And yeah, we knocked it out. We got Oryx was the last one. We did that. Salute. And what else? That was pretty. Oh, here's a game I'm playing, but I can't talk about it. There's another game, but I'm excited about that game. I'll soon be able to tell y'all and talk about it.
And
soon.
it's not Hellblade 2.
It is. Yes, that's correct. Thank you for saying it. It's not Hellblade. Everybody's wondering if it was that. It is not that. Attic, can you do me a favor? You can help one of the super chats, and then we got to pay the bills, and then we get into what we got to get
Just
into.
pay the bills. Like, it's so loud in here right now.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, so we're going to pay the bills right quick. Give me a second. All right. All right, make sure that is good. All right. This ad's brought to you by AG1. What is AG1? AG1 is a comprehensive nutritional formula that provides daily support where the body needs it most. As someone who's prone to colds and whose brain function can be forgetful at times, I was excited to see that vitamin C, magnesium, and calcium made up a good portion of the nutrients found in AG1. My first introduction to AG1 came in the form of ad reads just like this one. I know that my daily health and nutrition was suffering as a result of my work schedule, and I needed a more comprehensive solution than a singular multivitamin. I was feeling tired, sluggish, and unfocused, and I needed to do something that could easily fit into my crazy schedule. I researched AG1 and looked up user testimonials and decided to give it a try. I've been using AG1 daily for more than 8 months now, and after the first week of use, I began to feel the difference. I had much more energy at the start of the day, and I felt more focused without feeling on edge. My gut health also improved immensely, and that just made me feel more confident that I can handle my daily activities without the worry of feeling bloated and uncomfortable. When I started drinking AG1 daily, I started to notice a real difference in my daily health, and that's because AG1 is a foundational nutritional supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. Since 2010, AG1 has led the future of foundational nutrition, continuously refining their formula to create a smarter, better way to elevate your baseline health. I love that every scoop of AG1 includes things like prebiotics, probiotics, and digestive enzymes for gut support, rhodiola, and B vitamins for energy support, folate, magnesium, ashwagandha for stress support, vitamin C, and zinc to support my immune health. I recommended AG1 to the Lords, and they love it. Also recommended AG1 to my immediately health as well circle because AG1 also has a team of doctors and scientists behind it and is tested for 950 contaminants and is NSF certified for sport, formulated based on the latest science and maintains the highest quality standards. My daily routine of AG1 consists of drinking 1 packet in 8 to 12 ounces of water first thing in the morning before I have anything to eat, and that's it. Whether traveling to conventions, podcasts, or corporate meetings, I cannot afford to be a step behind. I will not go back to feeling stressed, tired, or unfocused. That's why AG1 is a supplement I've come to trust to support my body daily and why I'm excited to welcome them as a partner. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs when you first subscribe. Go to drinkag1.com/ironlords. That's drinkag1.com/ironlords. Check it out. Also remember that AG1 is for adults 18 plus. If under 18, please consult with a doctor before using AG1. AG1, y'all. Link is in the description. Going to put that out there. Salute to them for partnering with us, getting our little health as well situation going on. Let me put the link. King is coming. I got you. No doubt. Put that in there right now. Give me a second.
I do want to see what King says about the situation.
Oh, he's going to have things to say.
I know that for sure.
He's going to have things to say, no doubt. So we got that going right there. Give me a second, y'all. And then let's get these super chats real quick before we move on. Let's pull these up. Give me a second. Super chats are popping. Shout out to Craig Hooligan with the gifted 1 sub. No doubt. Salute. Dr. Strangelove. What's going on, man? Member for 2 months. Rest in peace, Ninja Theory. Microsoft is really sending Hellblade 2 to die with 0 marketing. And they seem like the most likely for the chopping block. Oof, yeah, rough times right now. We're going to talk about it. Pat F, member for 9 months. Salute. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Salute. Blessed day, everyone. Robert Kellett with the $5 super chat, Lords. Again, what's up? Blessed day, Lords. What can Microsoft do to ensure studios have morale? At this point, the Double Fines and Ninja Theories have to be terrified. Ooh, Attic, what you think, man? What they got to do to get morale going?
I don't really think you can do anything because when you say that, you're more open to creativity and you want to give people these options and you kind of give the illusion they're unclosable, but then you start closing studios down. There's nothing you can do unless you if you get closed down, we giving you $1 million. Like, ain't nothing you can do.
Yeah, the buyout, the spin out. Hopefully you get to exist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's crazy. Last one. It's getting out of control already. Halo Reach Around with the $5 super chat. Anyone who finished Hi-Fi Rush, check their browser history for real game. For real. Game was trash. Wow. No one in Vault 69 finished it. Ask my baby Addict. Addict, your boy is back. Halo Reach Around. Comments.
Thank you for the truth. The donation. Halo Reach Around.
Thank you for your patronage, Halo Reach Around. No doubt. I think we are caught up. Get into these topics. Salute. Oh, Ariel Knight, what's going on, brother? That's our developer friend right now, my mans. Salute, salute, salute. All right, so now that the bills have been paid and we've gotten to what the Lords have been playing, we got to focus on Lords John and Manny, their video game system history, their journey into game development, forming HFStudios, and of course, what led them to cooking up the latest new top-down action roguelite with Let Him Cook. So Lord John, let's start with you first. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
So I'm gonna come clean early to everybody in this chat, since I know this is gonna be bad. But I'm a Sony pony. That is the way I rock. I've been with it since the PS1, the PS2, the PS3. I've never transitioned. It might have at this point, like it was against the grain because everybody I knew in my town. I'm from Maryland, and nobody had a PS5 or PS anything really.
Really?
Interesting. Yeah, it was in a minority basically.
What era was this?
Yeah, it was 360. Everybody dominated.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, PS2 as well, but PS3 and 360. I mean, 360 was a crazy console. It was a great console. I think everybody can agree that Live was great.
Yes.
And that was one of the peaks of their systems. And while the PS3's online was free. Everybody forgets that. That's I did love it. You mean you get hacked every other day, but I that's what I grew up on.
Oh, that's what's up.
Was my stuff. And then Nintendo too. But yeah.
Of course. Yo, hold on. In the chat being Malcolm, relax. He said, seize him. No, we're not doing that. That is his preferred platform. We are not doing that. No, that's interesting to hear it because, like you said, from that era and obviously the PS3 and they still had a lot of quality titles, but clearly the 360 at the time was a zeitgeist kind of thing. So you started, what was the first one? Was PS 1? Which was the first? That was the first one?
It was the PS1. I think one of my first games that I ever remember was playing Spyro's Ripto Rage. That was my game. I love that one.
Nice.
And then from there, PS2, I never got a GameCube actually. So it was usually just PlayStation.
Okay.
But yeah, I really enjoyed my time with it. Nice. Those startup sounds are unmatched.
Yes.
I'll get goosebumps every time somebody turns on a PlayStation. It's crazy.
Nice. Classic, bro. The classic. Yeah, I can see the white screen and
saw someone say send it to the gallows.
Nah, they gotta get accustomed. They gotta see what's going on.
It's okay. I own what I am.
Nothing beats the GameCube sound though. To this day, I hear that so biblically clear.
No doubt. Salute. All right, let's get real quick, Lord Manny. What were some of the first video game systems you had? What got you into gaming?
So on the contrary, first system I think that I remember touching was probably the N64.
Ooh.
I was born in 1997. I remember I was probably 6. Yeah, I was probably 6, 7, and I saw my older brother play the N64. And then alongside that was also the original Xbox. I remember he played a few games. I don't know if any of you guys even remember these games. One of them was called Drake and the 99 Dragons, and another one's Jet Set Radio.
Oh, of course. Jet Set.
Classic.
I just remember as a little kid just always watching my older brother play those games, and I was I played a little bit myself, and I remember just when I was 6 or 7 at that time, when you're little and you just play around, you don't really understand what's going on. So yeah, those, but really, I think the first time I really started playing for real and started understanding things was around Xbox 360 era. I grew up in a little small town back in Jersey. And I had a friend, an old friend that I used to go to the house almost every other day, and I always just went just to play games with him because he my house didn't really have the consoles, and I knew he always had the Xbox 360. And I'm oh my god, I gotta go after school every other day or every day, just I need to play
gotta keep those friends close.
At that time I was playing Modern Warfare, the old Modern Warfare, not the new one. I'm talking Call of Duty, even World at War. So I think I played World at War, then Modern Warfare, and then Modern Warfare 2, and then that's when everything just started escalating. But
So
those
you-
were like my earliest memories.
So you was
like,
you was the campaign veteran guy, or you was
Oh,
like
yeah.
the PvP prestige?
I was both.
Oh, you was
but I always-
hardcore with it.
Oh, dude, like I always went to the campaign first. Dude, I was like 8 or 9 years old. And I was like playing the campaign for real, like actually like listening to the story. I was like, what is this kid doing at 9 years old? But like I was also like a fiend with multiplayer because my old friend, he was like hardcore competitive. Like he was like a 360 no scope like type.
Oh, he
like,
one of those.
He would just do like all these trick shots and like mess with me, and I'm like, oh my god, he's actually really good. I need to like be on his level. And I was just like, that was just like, those were my earliest memories. I could never forget that. I was an FPS guy at one point.
Okay,
Just way back in the day, man.
That's
Yeah.
what's up. How you survived the lobbies? We'll Call of Duty lobby to post match.
I was
A little rough out there.
I had a good few good match. I had a lot of rage quitters. Just always people just yelling at the mic.
Yes.
You know, just trying to optimize, min max my builds,
Mhm.
and
Those
just
dope.
like, you know, that was like one side of me. And then other than that, I mean, a whole other side of me was also I did play like some Sony games as well. Like I on the other side, I would like go visit my dad in New York, and he had a PlayStation 2. So that was like when I was
My
introduced to,
guy.
like, that whole other side. And like when
simmer
John
down
mentioned
over there, John.
Spyro, that was like, you know, that was my jam. I was like playing like Spyro like crazy on the PS2 because that's just what they had at the
Spyro's
time. You know,
fire.
I played that, and I played like some other games. I don't even know if you guys even know these games. One of them was called Slugfest.
Okay.
Another one was like Hot Shots Golf. It was just like these stupid games that like my dad bought for cheap. But like Spyro was definitely like an iconic one I played over there.
Nice,
And
nice.
That's what
nice.
I also remembered as a very, very young.
Now, let me ask you this, John, real quick, because you mentioned obviously being in the Sony ecosystem. That's your joint.
Yeah.
Did you ever get any secondary systems, or did you play, or kind of like you just stayed inside the from like PS1 all the way through, and was there
No.
never other systems before that?
It was always either Sony, PlayStation, or a Nintendo game of some sort.
Okay.
So I would say I had the Wii. That was when I started. I mean, I had the DSs. I
Nice.
had I had the Game Boys.
Oh, so you
yeah,
did the handhelds.
Yeah,
Oh,
of
yeah.
course.
Oh, okay,
That's
we
one
ain't
of
did
the
no
things
handheld
everybody-
talk.
Almost
Okay.
everybody
All
did.
the way, man. All the
Nice.
way.
Kidding me?
Nice.
Old Pokemons. I had the old Action Replay as well back in the day.
Oh my god, I actually replayed, dude. I can't.
Yeah, Action Replay stuff was crazy.
That was
Yeah,
the
I would
whole
show
thing,
up
man.
to. There was this one thing that was like way back, and I had like it was sort of a tournament, and like nobody knew what a Action Replay was apparently, because I showed up with a full team of legendaries, and they were all shiny, and everybody was like freaking out, like what's going on?
Addict, do you co-sign? Do you approve? How we doing? He's official.
Oh my god.
What's your favorite Pokemon game? That's how I co-sign.
Oh, that's a
we about to
fair
tell. We have to
point.
call you out. Let's go. He
Okay.
took the glasses off too. He's like, yeah, we're set. You claiming on that?
Okay.
Where you at with it?
I got two that come to mind, but if I had to go back and replay it like a classic, it'd definitely be probably Platinum. That'd be one of my favorites. And then I think that underrated, maybe not underrated, but Heart Gold and Soul Silver definitely top tier.
The silver is the correct answer.
Dude, literally, those two games
Bias.
are literally, you just stole that from me too. That, like,
Well, see-
Heart Gold is like the only game that I'll ever just remember. Just those two regions. It's just, I don't know why they don't do that. Like, why can't they just do that? Just
don't
the
know.
expandability
Well,
of that. It's
COD
amazing.
didn't play stuff like that, but like
Clearly.
what we're talking about is during silver you went to a new region. It's called Johto, but in the original game you was in Kanto. So you know you do everything in Johto just like you did in Kanto. So after you beat the Elite Four, you're just like, okay, it's over. You know, we won. But then you end up going back to Kanto and fighting everyone else again in
Yeah.
Kanto.
Yo,
It's-
hold on. The
just
Nintendo
too
lords
Yes.
are going
Yes.
off right now. Lucian Gus first. He said heart is gold is golded. Right, so he liked your answer on that, and then he said these dudes know what they talking about. Donald Taku, one of our lords of Nintendo, he ranks it crystal, platinum, and then yellow. That's where he got him at. But yeah, they feeling y'all right now with that, with this Pokemon
Yeah.
talk. Continue.
Yeah, I think
Dude, it's just like I don't know why the recent Pokemon. It's just like it's not the same. I don't. It just you don't get that same type of vibe. Maybe it's just
Yeah,
the
because they make
expectations
keychains now.
are
They make
just like,
keychains for Pokemon. It's
yeah,
crazy.
or just I don't know. Maybe they're focusing on the new
I played-
Pokemon. I don't
I
know.
Someone said, "Did they play Black?" Yeah, I play Black, but like
Yeah, I played Black too.
the
I
issue,
liked it too. I thought
it just maybe it's just because how young I was, but like I'll never forget like trying to face Red and like just getting absolutely demolished by a level 83 Pikachu.
It's
Like,
crazy.
I gotta tell you, once I started playing Sun and Moon, I think that's when it started like falling off for me. It just like, you know, the no gym leaders. It just like that was a new thing. It was cool, but then like it just, you know, like you gotta stick to the formula that like everybody likes, I guess, or I don't know. I mean, well,
It's
that's
so
on the
hard.
contrary, because maybe you could push it so far, because I know like, you know, a lot of triple A's always stick to that same formula. But I mean, I guess for Pokemon, maybe it's a different case. I don't know. But,
Chat going crazy right now. Said nobody's saying Pokemon Emerald and Ruby tragedy.
that's the only one I need to try is like a Gen 3.
That was good.
At one point. But yeah.
those are good.
Emerald may have been
Pearl
my
and
first one.
Diamond.
Yeah.
I played Diamond. I never played Pearl. I never played Gold. I always played Silver.
Man, we're opposites. I played Pearl and I played Heart Gold.
Dude,
That
I was
And
playing
I
Pearl,
played
and everybody
Emerald.
hated me for playing Pearl
Okay.
because everybody got Diamond. Everybody was like, Dialga's better. He's so much better. I'm like,
I love it. I don't know
I
what
had
y'all
to
talking
be, I
about.
had to
This
be
is
the
great.
odd one out. And play
Yeah,
Pearl.
me and my
Oh,
brother always got opposite games. He would always get Diamond. I would get Pearl.
Oh my god. Yeah, my
I
brother
would
was the
get
same
Heart
way,
Gold.
dude.
He would get Soul Silver. Yeah.
Yeah, I got Scarlet over Violet.
So wait, is that serious when you get another one? Like it's real.
It's not really like there's very few things. Like most of the time, you get a different legendary than the other person.
Okay.
There's certain Pokemon that you get that the other people won't have.
Gotcha.
Like it's designed for you to have to work with someone to catch everyone.
Got you. Okay. Okay. Nintendo doing that thing. Yeah. Shout out to Country Big. I've never played a Pokemon either. He said I had no idea what's going on. Yo, shout out to my man
Oh,
Country.
it's a whole world.
Well,
for
see,
Crazy.
the reason that like Silver was such a big deal is because the main character in the TV show is named Ash Ketchum, and they didn't name him Ash, but in the second game you could fight him essentially. His name was Red, and he he was a beast. Like
That's
It just
what's
had
up.
so much content. It's like it's just one of their best games, at least the one I played. Platinum is my game because it's my nostalgia game.
course.
I think Emerald might have been like one of my first that I ever played. Cause I don't think I came to Nintendo that quick because I didn't have a GameCube or an N64 or any of that.
Okay.
So, but no, it's
that's
still
what's up.
it's crazy. It's a crazy ecosystem.
So then I would say finishing up with both of you and Lord Manny as far as again. So at that point, you know, consoles still continued. PC gaming, anything, or just like every new console that came out,
So-
you then continued and picked one up.
Yeah. So moving, I mean, like, I also had a Nintendo side, right? Like, GameCube, I've only probably just played a good few, like the Super Mario Sunshine, maybe like Mario Party. But then, like, really, it was like I moved forward to like the Wii, and that's when I really started like going crazy because like once like Super Mario Galaxy came out, I was just nonstop playing that. Like both Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, I was just all over that game. And then like I also had my fair share of other games too. Like I actually like that's when I was introduced to like Guitar Hero. Like I've seen Guitar Hero growing up too.
First
but,
Guitar
like, I
Hero
never
reference
had-
on ILP.
Yeah.
Salute. Let's go.
Wait, really? That's
Yeah, nobody really mentions it.
Dude,
Outside
it's-
of Peter Moore. That's it.
it's so underrated. I mean, now it's
Rock.
like it kind of sucks that they kind of fell off after like Guitar Hero Live, but really like I was playing I bought Guitar Hero 3 for the Wii, and like that's when it was really cool because at that time like I learned about like the 70s, 80s, and 90s songs. So like if it wasn't for Guitar Hero, I would not have that side of me. I wouldn't
OG
know
era.
like
That's
what
good.
any
Learned
of those
good.
songs would be. And then that also led me to games like Rock Band. But like that was like me, you know, that was like me growing up, and then you know that was like also well ultimately led me to like you know like play games really seriously and get my competitive edge going. So from the Wii, yeah, it was like the Wii, it was the Xbox 360, and that's when like Modern Warfare 2 and
That's when you
MW3
really-
came out, Black Ops. So I was like, yeah, I was fortunate enough to have both and actually like play both for a good amount.
Nice.
Yeah, most of elementary and middle school really. High school is a whole other thing, but yeah.
That's
I
what's
mean-
up. No, I love it. I love to hear this, man. These are great histories. Some very unique choices, but also I love that you know you guys still diverted off your path and tried other consoles, other systems, stuff like that. That's dope, man. Salute to y'all. So I gotta move on a little bit because we're gonna get back to some hardcore gaming stuff later. But I wanted to move on a little bit in reference to now, you guys playing game and getting this passion for the game industry, right? And I guess my thing for each of you is like, what were some of the steps each of you took towards game development, or just even thinking about, getting into games? So I guess, Manny, we go back to you on this one as well.
Yeah. I'll start. So actually, funny enough, like originally I was not even looking into game development at all. That just happened to be what I played a lot off time. But originally I wanted to become an architect. That was that was my career path. I actually realized this when I was very young too. Like I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I was like, I want to be an architect. I want to draw buildings. I just want to make buildings. And that was like the focus for nearly like 18 years of my life. I spent 18 years of my life like trying to be an architect. Like I went through the whole I graduated high school. I went to college and went to architecture school.
You
really,
doing that AutoCAD and all that?
Yeah.
You was
like
one
I
of
know
those.
I know how to use AutoCAD, like AutoCAD, Photoshop, and that's actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because that that's what led me to like the skills I have now for game development. But like it all started really with just like trying to get into that career path, and then just like somewhere along the line around, I'd say around like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago rather. This was like about a year after COVID. I was in architecture school. I was like near the end of graduating with a bachelor's, and I stood there and like I realized that it wasn't for me, and the reason for that too was because what do you call it? Like I didn't like that there were like rules and regulations that you had to abide by when you're like trying to get your ideas out and create your ideas, and you have to like follow set rules. Like when it comes to game dev, there's no rules. Like you can make whatever you want at any point, and just it could just all be make believe. But getting to game development, so like at some point in my college career, in college, I took a class on game development just for fun, because I just wanted to try something new, and that class taught me Unity for a little bit, and that's when I started like like making like these little Unity projects. They were nothing special. They were just prototypes, but like I started off 3D modeling like stuff. Like that's what I used Blender, and I started 3D modeling, and then I started learning how to do C#. This was around like 2.5 years ago ish. And I liked it for a little bit. I was like, wow, this is like actually really cool. And then that's when I had that sort of epitome moment, like, damn, like it, what if, like, should I try this out? Because I don't really like my other career anyway, where I'm going.
And this was still architecture at the time.
Yeah, I was still at architecture. So I decided to finish school, graduate the degree, and then kind of just give architecture a shot again and just try to push it and just see if I really liked it. And it just like, no, it didn't work. It didn't work out.
All these rules, I'm not feeling it.
I worked at an architecture firm at one point, and I did not like it, any of it. I'll be honest.
That's real. That's real.
And I was also making I was still making like little games at the time, and I was just like, I can't do this. And then that's when I started like really looking into game development, and I started going to all these events and kind of just like seeing what's around, trying to talk to people, and I just decided, like, you know what, I'm gonna like try to make a game, like for real, and try to get it out in the market, because it was all just prototypes before. But I decided, like, hey, you know what, let me try to give this one a shot.
Nice.
And here we are now.
That's what's up. We're gonna get into it now. We're gonna talk about the other half, what I'm saying, as far as HF. Lord John, for you, like, obviously you're a gamer at heart, but what was the path to try before getting into this thing of game development and trying to make a game? So, like, what were you doing before?
Oh, that is a great question. So I decided, I also was in college for an express purpose of getting a degree, because like at the time, like a couple years ago, like this was pretty recent that I started like going down this path. I decided that I needed to figure out what the hell I was going to do. And I like I have a degree. I finished my degree out, but like at the time, I was like, I knew it was when I was finishing my degree in, which was philosophy. So
Oh
like, I
wow.
knew I
Okay.
actually complete arts. It's a great major. It's for like cerebrally. I've learned a lot of skills. Like it's like a lot of people that go into law take philosophy and do really well on the LSAT, and that was the one that was compelling me to finish it. So I finished it with that, but I knew at the time before I was getting out of college that I'm not going to do anything with philosophy. Like I'm not going to go to grad school. I'm like going to think about not going. I'm not going to go back to school immediately. So probably not law school either. So I just had to pivot wholesale. And I was like, okay, I'm probably going to do something business like, because we meet a lot of people in college and, eventually those people will help you get into different industries or whatever. So I was like, okay, what is something I like to do? And I just decided like, okay, some guy talked to me and he was like, hey, look, he's like an old retired guy. He sold his company.
Oh, gee.
And it was at a bar. And he was like, hey, look, like when in life, like there's certain types of people and there's like about 5 of them and they all fit different roles inside a business or whatever. Any industry, any job has these 5 people. And there's like someone that's organized, someone that's good like at debating, someone that's good at leading, somebody that's good with working with other people, and somebody that's really technically proficient, right? Like everybody falls into one of those 5 or some variety. And if you know what that one type is, what you are, and then you apply it to something you're super passionate about in industry, you'll always go far. And so basically what ended up happening, I was like, oh shit, like basically I loved gaming. I liked gaming a lot. I thought I knew a lot about the industry, and the market at the time was really, really doing hot. It's still crazy in terms of like how much.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I was like, okay, let me try this. And so I started networking, I started reaching out, and I started really grinding to see, because then I was like, okay, what could I do? And then eventually I landed on project management, producing, because like basically it might not look like it on the surface, but basically it's a big people job. But other than PM and
PM love, fellow PM to PM, salute.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
No
you're
doubt.
just talking to people all day. You're talking about deadlines. You're
Deadlines,
getting stuff
networking.
done. You're helping, and I wanted to be like somebody that helped the process, like help get the game to the door. I didn't really I love playing games and I love like being a part of the ecosystem. And I basically was like, I can do something that maybe not everybody wants to do,
right? And
maybe like try to help like creatives, like like put out stuff that I love. So I was like, okay, let's do this thing. And so I started grinding, started networking, and I eventually landed. I went over to an event. Shout out to Gumbo.
Shout out to Gumbo. Salute.
Gumbo and
Brooklyn,
Dumbo, Brooklyn.
Yeah, shout out to Dumbo. Salute. BK in the building.
And I was like, I came in there for a play test because everybody was showing off games. Okay. And I walked in the door and I met Manny.
Oh, there we go. So I'm going to get the link now. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you go through Game Jam Dumbo joint. You already did. Now, this is one of your earlier joints, man? Like, paint the picture. Like, what's the vibe of this?
Yeah. Gumbo was absolutely one of my earlier, if anything, like that's, that was like towards the end of my college. I just happened to go to the event just for fun. And then that just led me to Gumbo. And actually NYU Game Center also was another one.
NYU in the building.
Yeah. But like Gumbo was like the one that like, when I saw it, I was like, it just like, it lit a fire. I was just like,
nice.
this is me. Like
nice.
This is
that's what
like,
I want to do.
I knew what I wanted to do.
Facts.
When
okay.
I was when I went to
Gumbo is just a independent workspace for a lot of like developers. So like there's some the people that made Cells to Singularity are there.
Yes.
I think Bennett Foddy might have done some work when he made Getting Over It over there too. There's a ton of games that came out from there, and like they're just a crazy space that's just in Brooklyn, and they do events. And you can just
I consider it like it is like a hidden gem in the rough, because there's so many there's so many gamers in the city, but just I don't think a lot of them know about Gumbo.
Yeah.
You really have to like see it at one point, but
no, that's a fact.
It's definitely
it's
a hidden gem.
I remember that, and just supporting stuff like that, and like play crafting and playing YC, stuff like that. And it's so cool that New York still has things like that, to check out, and you get to see independent game development at the early stages. Like to me, it's almost like as a person who listens to music and hip hop, it's like seeing someone's mixtape or seeing a star before they are born, like really early, like the Garage Band or whatever you into, that kind of thing. So salute. So then you guys talk. So tell me the conversation. How it go down? How's the link? How do we get to HF?
Okay, we can do this first. Let's go, Manny. You go, because Manny was there for a while before I showed up.
Are we talking about like the conversation at Gumbo, or just HF in general, or just the game itself, like how
the
it
game
developed?
we can because the game comes before our partnership.
Yeah,
So
that is true. That is true.
Okay,
So
let's go.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
actually, I got to give a whole backstory on this. So like, sometime last year, literally like last year, I was in a car with my little brother, and so my little brother currently works at a Michelin star restaurant in the city.
Okay.
I think it's called Gramercy Tavern.
Oh
Iron
yeah.
District,
I used to
but
go.
Right, yeah, Flatiron,
he
yeah.
works.
Hey yo,
and
I used to
he's-
go over there. That's what's up.
Like this guy, like he's going places. He's 22 years old, my dude, and he's working at a Michelin star restaurant.
Damn.
Like, what the, like unbelievable. So I guess it's in our blood, but
Mhm.
like
go.
him and I were in a car one day, and we were just talking. He knew at the time, how I said I was like making a couple prototypes for games,
Yes.
kind of like as a hobby. So like he knew kind of like I was like making like games, and the first ideas of like a food centric game actually originally came from an iPhone game, and I think I still have it up. It's called Food Fight Arena on the Android, and it was
Nice.
just like you play, you had the little chef, but it was 3D. I actually like modeled it in 3D, and I modeled all the enemies in 3D,
Okay.
and I was just, it was a learning process. I actually like, my goal for that game was to like learn how to publish a game, see if I could
Gotcha.
actually make a game and put it out.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh my god, like I actually did it. And so he saw that, and we were in a car, and he was just like, like Steam is getting pretty big right now, and like at that time, a lot of survivor like games were like the hottest thing for indies. Like when Vampire Survivors came out, like everybody was on that.
Yeah.
So I was actually playing Rotato at the time too.
Nice.
And so as I was talking to him, I'm like, yeah, maybe like I should just make another game and see what happens. He's like, why don't you try to like make a game kind of like Survivors like? And I don't know why. Like,
so John put
when
the bug in your ear. They hit, okay. I see what's going on. Okay.
When I made the iPhone game, I didn't have Survivors like in mind.
Right.
But then like when I talked to my brother, and when he said it, it just like everything just started clicking. I just, it's just one of those moments, and I just like, I went home that day. I started to just start a project, and I started just making like a just simple prototype Survivors game. I looked up a bunch of YouTube videos on how to make like a Survivors like game, and then that's when I threw like, just threw some like quick like sketch artwork in there, and like you still had the little chef and like the table, but everything was so janky.
Okay.
And I think that day forth, like that's when I realized that this could potentially be a thing if I kept building it up and up, and I just kept going.
Nice.
The vision was so strong in my head, like with that kind of game in mind, like Survivor's Life, but with food. Are you kidding me? And everybody likes food. It just like
fair enough. Okay.
6 months later into development, that's when I met John. So like I was just working on this thing pretty much like nonstop, like every day. I just, I was fortunate enough, like I had money saved up, so I was able to just like live on and just work on this thing. I was working on architecture firm at that time too.
So you were still doing this with the 9 to 5? Oh
yeah, I was still working like, because I just graduated college, and that's like, I was like split between trying to get a career going and trying to like work on this thing that I felt like I had a vision for. And so I like just couple months into the firm, I just said like I quit. I want to do this.
Wait, so you put in the paper? Whoa! All right, real quick before we go back to John.
Oh yeah.
Did you get any pushback? Friends, family? What are you doing? Gaming? You got architecture? You got a career? You got a bag? What are you doing this gaming thing?
Oh,
Give me the real. Give me the real. Who said, "Are you crazy right now"?
Who said, "Are you crazy"?
Let's go. Mom Duke say, "Put you to the
I
side."
think the closest one I would say is probably like my grandparents, and they weren't like freaking out because like, all right, well, let me just start with my mom. My mom supports me no matter what. Like,
Happy Mother's Day.
She
Happy
doesn't
Mother's Day.
care.
Happy Mother's Day.
Like, Abby's mother, I miss her so much. She's out in Europe right now. She lives in Europe, so like I don't get to see her as often. But she knew from the day forth, like anything that I wanted to do, she would just support it. It doesn't have to be architecture, but she would just try to support it as much as she can. And so she didn't. if anything, she wasn't really that surprised. My brother wasn't even surprised. I mean, we talked in the car and we play games all the time.
Nice.
But really, like, it was my grandparents because they're much older. They kind
Yeah.
of see a different side
Mm-hmm.
of things. You know, when you're like growing up in a certain generation, you kind of just like you expect like people to work like a 9-to-5 stable job.
Oh, yeah.
I think in this day and age, you really can do anything and make something out of it for real. Like,
No doubt. No
not
doubt.
like it was back then, but they were the only ones who really were like concerned. It was more
Gotcha.
concerned than freaking out.
Okay.
Like, they're kind of like seeping those questions like, so what are you doing? You know, and I kind of have to say like I was doing, you know, like I'm making like animations for a company because
Oh, that's how you flipped it. Okay, I see. Okay.
so I had to kind of like make it seem like I was working for a company, but
Right.
really I put most of my time into like
Into it.
this,
That's what's up.
you know.
That's what's up.
I
All right, John. We got to flip it back to you. Now, you left Maryland. I'm assuming you go to school, right?
So
Or-
I was already in school over here in the Bronx, right?
Shout out to the
Bronx.
BX. You already know.
Yeah, there we go.
Salute.
Of course. But and so when I graduated, so I think that based on the timeline, I'm pretty sure I just recently graduated. So I was like really trying to network. And then I went out to Gumbo, basically. There was this event. I actually was supposed to go to a week earlier, or maybe 2 weeks, I forget, to a happy hour event. But that's when it like became like a tsunami in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
You remember
Brooklyn,
like a year or
yes.
so ago?
Absolutely.
Yeah, everything was underwater. So I didn't go then. I almost went. I was like about to go. Apparently people went to Gumbo that day, and I was like, I was gonna go to the subway, but also it was just
The
a moat.
flooding was
Like,
crazy. Yeah,
you
yeah.
just couldn't even go down
Mhm.
there. So I didn't end up going that day. So a week after it was a playtesting event. I went over, showed up, and was like, I knew at that point I knew like what I kind of wanted to do, but
Okay.
I was like in the headspace of like, okay, gotta like I'm like looking around, seeing if I can get into anything, and something in the back of my brain was like, hey, like I heard some advice like always try to get a project on your thing, like on your resume, or do just like to get ahead, like
Absolutely.
just try to get some work done.
Absolutely.
And so I went to Gumbo, went to this play test, and I showed up, and one of the guys, his name was Matt. He was the first person I ever met there. Matt's a great guy. He's like well known at Gumbo, and he basically was like, hey, do you got a game? I was like, no. I was like, game? He was like, oh, okay. No, you can just play around. I was like, okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
So I played some games, talked to some people. Everybody was nice. And at the end of the room, there was a person on the big TV, and it was like, you know, and it was this little chef, and it was running around at the table, and had all these animation, all these sprites, and I was like, hey, can I play? And you know, and I played, and I was like, holy crap! And I was like, okay, this game's cool. Like this game's really good. Like I found it like it was clean. It was pretty like not a lot of bugs were happening. Like the aesthetic was cool, and like I was having a good time. And then I was talking to Manny, and Manny was just like, hey, what do you think? Like, how do you feel about it? I was like, oh, this is really cool. I think I was like trying to give him some feedback stuff. Like there was some stuff like going on with the UI at the time, which is like, he asked me. So I was like, okay, that's the thing I can think of. And then I played, like there was a boss fight, and I was like, holy crap, like that was crazy. And then I was talking to him, and Manny was like super humble at the time, and he's still kind of humble. But he's not as humble now.
No doubt. He was cooking. He's cooking. He was chefing up.
cooking.
He was chefing up at the time. Early chefing up.
And basically, when we were chatting, and like I was getting this understanding, I was like, okay, yeah, I was an architecture student, and basically I just got out of architecture school, and I just decided I wanted to do gaming, and I was like, oh, that's crazy. And then he was like, yeah, I've only made a few games before, and I've been working on this one. I was like, oh yeah, how long? And he was like, yeah, 6 months. And I was like, what?
Bro.
6 months?
Bro.
I was like, bro, this is crazy.
That boy is obese as 6
I
to
was
do
like,
that.
this
That's
is
crazy.
Beastly,
I
because
had
he was
to.
like, yeah, I did every single thing, and I've been learning it on the fly. I was like, this is crazy.
All right,
Like,
let me stop you right there, because y'all cooking right
Yeah,
now. And the Lords of Realm outside, besides being messy, they don't know what we talk about. So we gotta let them know what we talk about. So
yeah.
before we get there though, at this point, this is still early. This is let him cook then, or we're not at let him cook at this point in the story.
Oh no, not
this
close.
was-
Oh, we're still.
not
So my
even
bad. Continue.
close. Not
Continue.
even
All right,
close.
continue.
So,
I'll let
yeah,
you go.
so basically, after that, like, I was like, oh, look, like, dude, that's crazy. I immediately was like, that's crazy. He was like, yeah, I've been doing this and that, and like I worked at the firm for a little bit, and now I'm doing contract work for like some people in the studio. I was like, okay, he's working in games, like he's making it happen.
Nice.
He was like, he's crushing it. and he's got so much work. So I was like, immediately, I was already like a little interested. I was like very interested with it, and I was like, okay, let's connect. Like I got his Discord, I got like some social media stuff.
No doubt.
And then the next couple days, I was like, hey, just like checking back in. He was like, hey, thanks for playing. And then from there, eventually, we kept talking. He kept asking for feedback, and then I kept like being able to give that
kept
feedback.
going stronger and stronger, just to
And then-
back and forth.
Nice.
Then one day, he was like, hey, man, you're helping me so much. You want to be on the credits? I was like, all right, we're locked. And that was
All right,
it,
let's get it.
basically.
No
Yeah.
doubt, no doubt. So Maddie, you saw the passion early as far as like giving timely feedback, really helping out with maybe ideas and things of that nature, and then you continue to build with him at that point.
John was very like one of the very like few people that like I felt actually like recognized it for what it was, and he like reached out a lot, and it just like showed how much he cared about these kind of things,
Right.
and I saw that, and I was just like, yeah, like you come on board, like
No
you're
doubt.
gonna be a part of this.
That's
He
what's
he had
up.
so many green flags for me. It was like, one, it was like he had a timeline that he wanted to do. Like he knew exactly when he wanted to release. It was not the correct timeline, but it's okay. He had,
That's when you came in.
He
I got
came
you.
in and I was like,
Yeah.
all right.
I just like wanted to I took my role, like I just wanted to do something. And Manny is like a one-man army. He does a lot of stuff by himself, but like at that point, like there's a lot of things that he has to tie up in terms of his own schedule and like what he wants to do.
Right.
And I help out with that, and I also reach out to stuff. I do different things. But it's been quite the journey in the game, and I've also done a lot of design feedback as well. Like it's been the process as well.
No
If
doubt.
it wasn't for him, like the game would definitely not be the way it is now. You have somebody to talk to on a daily basis. It just like it helps so much. Just you're not alone in this
So
kind of
then,
thing, right?
where do
So-
we get from that iteration at the gumbo joint to now to let him cook?
I'll go through a couple of the steps.
Okay.
So we did. So a lot of it was like we started getting to know each other and started getting to work. And basically, one of the big things is we started changing the game because we took some we did some play tests and we did some hard feedback. And I was like, here's some issues we got to address. And so we started changing stuff. We started pivoting on the game, and then we got into MagFest. MagFest got back to us, and they were like, hey, come to our event.
Oh, we
Like-
like that joint.
And here's some stuff. Here's some free passes, and we were
Nice.
like, oh crap, this is crazy. So basically, Manny was like, yo, this is great. Like I'm gonna pay your ticket, and I was like, okay,
I
let's
did.
do this. And that is like another step too.
I got on board.
So
Love.
we locked in, we started grinding, and then like the game changed. It started changing a lot and moving around, and like and then I put together a bunch of stuff for us to do for over there at MagFest, and then like we locked in and we grinded and we scrapped together, and we have no online presence at this point. Like we got a little
So I
Discord.
was talking to y'all about that part.
Oh yeah. Where social media is still lacking.
All
We're
good.
trying our hardest.
All
We went to
good.
MagFest, and it was incredible. The reception we got. Like
Nice.
we were a bunch of recently graduated college students. We're young.
Fresh
We're
off the
like
block.
we're starry-eyed still. We still got we feel good, and we come in there with a game that we had at that point only like a small ecosystem. Like it was just Gumbo that giving us feedback basically. And we go out there, and it was crazy the positive reception we got.
Nice.
Like people were coming up, they were like, "Let him cook, let's
we
go."
had, we had people taking photos and posting it. We had people like going 2-3 times and sitting there for like an hour or two. We're like, we have people who want to play this game, dude.
Oh man! All right, I gotta stop you on that because y'all get me hyped. The Lords got to know what this is. So for right now, as Saul would say, in the words of Rick Rude, hit the music.
Okay.
June 18th, let him cook, bro. What we talking about? What we looking at? No doubt. So, all right, it's on Game Pass. Yo, this is dope. Oh, they cooking? That's dope, man. All right. Yo, fresh off the block, they first joint. No doubt. Nice.
Guys, I got you guys.
Nice. Somebody said, please release on Xbox. they just developed Game Pass. Fun speculation. Relax. It's still working, man. It's still working.
Getting there.
Oh, for Microsoft, you know what to do if you're interested. But yeah.
Shout out to Manny. That trailer was fire. He's
Yes.
he's the director of that one.
Butt off on that trailer, dude.
Bro.
Like I was like bat crazy trying to like make this thing happen. That trailer
It was solid.
No
It was
doubt.
solid.
Feeling the vibe, feeling. And the first thing, all right, let me paint the picture at it because I got to let them know how it went down. So I go to I believe like an esports event or whatever, and I'm chilling. You know, you do your network, you're doing your 1-2 at the mixer and stuff like that, networking. So then, you know, Lord Johnson, who I didn't know at the time, and we just kicking it, and then he's like, you know, kind of like what you do, business card, that kind of deal, and then he's like, yo, we making a game. So I'm gonna be real with you, Ad. Like usually when people say, all right, this is our first game, right? I have my expectation at a certain level because I'm just like, all right, it's the first joint. I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not expecting, they supposed to show me Elden Ring off the front, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing like that. So he pulled out the phone. So I'm like, all right, let me see what's going on. So I look at it. I'm like, hey, yo, to me it felt like Cuphead, Brotato, and Vampire Survivors had a baby. And then it was all these sprites on screen and just real bullet hell all over the place. And I'm like, this your first game. Like
we're not playing.
Bro, I could not believe it. So I'm like, nah, we got to exchange the info because I'm like, I'm really feeling. He was like, yo, you feel it? I'm like, absolutely. So I guess, it's interesting to hear you talk about the feedback when you guys went to that event. So at that point, before we even go, I got to ask y'all this though. The name.
Oh, I take no. I'll let Manny take it away.
Who came up with the name? Because the name going to sell itself. Let Him Cook is going to sell itself. So let me hear that.
I swear to God, it was just a shower thought. Like because like when I was like in the first few months of making this game, like I think I was gonna use my original title like Food Fight or something. I thought Food Fight was a cool name, but then I don't know. Just one day, like I just go on my phone sometimes or just look at stuff, and like I've seen the LetHimCook meme before, but like it didn't really hit me until now. Until like when I was trying to come up with a title, and like I was just like cooking. Like, oh my God, like this game is funny. If I just mix it with like a meme like LetHimCook, this is like it's pure gold right there. And I just like started doing my research. I'm like, does Steam have a title like this? I'm like, no way.
He like, yeah, you know why they ain't got this?
I was like, this is the game, and it has to be good now. Now it has to be good.
Nice,
and
nice.
That's actually another pushing point. That title, like, that's actually what motivated me. Is like, if I take a title like LetHimCook, I really need to try to make it good. That's the one thing.
Because it's just us on Steam. That's it. There's no one else.
I love it. I love to hear it. Go ahead, continue.
It's crazy too. I mean, look, I take no zero. It's all Manny. It's like it's absolutely genius. But I love that like the story of like Manny's brother that's who the main character is. That person that you see, the executive chef.
Like, this is okay. It's coming together. It's coming together.
That's
now.
where all. Yeah, that's
I get it.
He is him. And
we're at Gramercy.
Yeah, it's at Gramercy. He is him.
The game is about my brother.
And then eventually, during development, he started working at the Michelin Star restaurant. Like, it's too crazy. It's just too crazy.
Yeah,
Sick.
I do start coming together with that, but
no
yeah,
doubt.
I mean, it was a lot easier. I could tell you from like a design standpoint, just making the entire game and the type of content. Like everybody likes food.
Yes.
And like when I started coming up with the food puns like since day one, and then when John got on board and I told him all about like these food puns and like the jokes behind them, he's like, "Oh my God, this is actually like, that's actually like, people like that stuff, right?" And it's like that discoverability aspect, and I just like, I felt like I really had to think outside the box with this one, and it worked out. The designs come easier that way.
Dope.
We have so much stuff.
Get at it.
Now all it's missing is an Iron Lords podcast secret boss.
ILP got to get up in there.
We can do. We can throw you guys in.
Oh, Attic, what you gonna be in there?
I could.
Okay.
Do it. We
Okay.
we got the bandwidth.
No, all right, the chat, y'all out of control. He said, let them, he put beef, and they said, gotta have Lord. All right, so the nickname, the joke in the podcast, if y'all don't know why you see all the beef emojis, Lord John,
I already know.
all the
I
beef,
already know
you already know what they
Lord
doing to me.
Beefy.
Yeah.
I know the song.
Okay, so you already know what it is. So they gotta have a Lord Beefy as one of the boss. I'm not gonna put that on, man. That's the man got to develop a game. Y'all ridiculous. Yo, the chat is name. Or he said at least name. He said name an enemy Lord Beefy. That's what they want.
I'll throw a bone in there. I'll think of something. John, I will. We got something.
We got something.
We can do something for you. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Lord Beefy love. So yo, y'all put in the request for Lord Beefy. Hopefully we get that going come release. That would be dope. Somebody said Glizzy's too. Yo, y'all out of pocket. Anyway,
Oh, boy.
but Glizzy's got to be in the game because it's food.
Yeah, they're already in there. They're already in there. Don't worry.
You know what you do? You know the things that like attack, like you have a chance of like Lord Beefy being one of those things.
Yeah.
Messy.
We could do like one of the things we started doing was we started putting assistants in there, but like if you want to be an enemy, that's okay too.
Hey, Lord
I don't know.
Beefy. I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah, I don't
We
either.
can make it work. Don't
We
worry.
can make it work.
I already have an idea.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm about to make my
Talk
debut,
stuff.
y'all.
And I think you're gonna like this, John.
That's what's up. Yo, do us a
Okay.
favor. If y'all want it to happen, you see the link. I pinned it in the chat. Steam, if the Steam link is up there, please help developers wish list the game. If y'all like what y'all saw, wish list the game. Please.
Yeah,
That's in the link.
especially
That
as much
helps.
As much as this chat was, jumping on the Vampire Diary bandwagon, the S ranked. Yeah, you better at least try any game that has that concept.
Exactly. No
or
doubt.
you guys are frauding.
Please, fun speculation, wish listing right now. Grim Fan Tango wish. That's what I'm saying. Put the beef in the chat for that. Exactly. I want to see beef in the chat for that. That's what I'm talking about. Salute, Dakota wish list. It looks great.
So-
No doubt. Go ahead.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
How many copies do we have to sell this to get a boss fight in here?
Oh, they got the boss fights as
For
well,
a
bro.
se-
He
no,
got
I'm talking about
Like
how
more
many
boss
copies.
Well, you trying to put Lord Beefy
No,
as a boss?
How many copies of this game after launch that you could do like a free update that we got to get for you to put like a Lord Beefy boss fight?
I'll
in
go first.
Well, I
I'll go
mean,
first, and
yeah.
this will be easy said
Yeah,
and done.
messy.
As long as I could live, have food on the table, pay my rent,
Facts.
I'll keep going as long as I can.
Oh, man. Salute.
Plain and simple. Plain and
Salute.
simple.
That's what I
all
like to hear. That's what I
It's
like.
wanna
early
make it good.
access,
I just
so
wanna
we
make it a good
develop it
game.
along the way, right?
Yeah.
So
There we go.
Early access.
June 18th isn't the end of the game. It's like the beginning. We'll definitely basically be definitely, especially with this what you guys have helped us out with.
Oh, you
I can
already
tell
know.
you, it's
Yeah.
not about the amount of copies sold. It's really just the amount of just support in general. Just
Support.
like people recognizing
See,
about it. That's the
I like
motivational
putting a
factor.
number on.
That's
things.
what I do.
like. I like putting a number on.
Addict
We don't even know.
try to get y'all bag right
Just
I don't
think
know,
about
man.
it. Think about it for a little bit, and then
Mm-hmm.
get back to us. Like,
We were like, okay, if we can go out and do like if in total it makes enough sales that we can have one meal like Gramercy Tavern, that's done its job.
now. Oh, you eating at the Gramercy in New York? Woo!
That's the level. That's the level. But
Oh,
like
yeah.
honestly,
You pocket
like,
watching.
we're very we just want to make a good game and like
Yeah,
that's
that's always been
the-
the focus.
that's been the
Respect.
focus. That's why our social medias are lacking. a little
Yeah, it's
bit.
good. We work, but we working on that today, right? We
We're
got
trying
the
it,
HF
you know.
Studios out there. Go support. It's on. I tweeted it out. Donald Taco Wishler. Thank you, brother. Salute. Pixel BG with listed. Let's go. Nerds and other legends. 100% interested, no doubt. He
you
said,
know, it would be funny if the game blows up big enough where you can, since it's a cooking type of game with food, you're able to work with
Oh,
like
boy.
you're able to work with like fast food joints, and it's
Bro,
like this is
we gotta
this is the
think big.
McDonald's-
We gotta get
this
the
is
DoorDash
McDonald's
bag.
concept.
We gotta get the
Yeah,
Uber
I
Eats
literally
bag.
said that to John. I'm like, dude, we could have like Gordon Ramsay recognize this thing.
Let's go.
Nice. Like,
Let's speak it into
it's actually
existence.
pretty good.
That's what I'm
Like,
talking about. So let's
that
get.
could be an actual thing.
We've been looking to do because we got a feature coming out called the Cookbook, and that's going to be like an enemy encyclopedia.
Mhm.
And one of the things that like we've been attempting to do is like reach out to different YouTubers or small scale cooking chef people and be like, hey, want to collab, make a recipe for our cookbook because every enemy should have like a little bit of a recipe that like kind of references.
There we
Yeah.
go. I'm
Yeah.
feeling this. I'm feeling this. Shout out
Something.
Barry Zalion's wish listed. Lock Me wish listed. Primo Drake wish listed. All right, Zach Riley. Okay, that's what's up. So I want to get back to game design with LetHimCook, right? And structure. So like we talking bullet hell roguelike over the top. We doing bosses, and I'm noticing in between like there's you almost have like leveling and different things you do. So give me game structure of like the of LetHimCook in general. Like what's the gameplay loop like?
Yeah, I could start. So like, so really, when it comes to the gameplay loop, like the objective of the game is that you have to survive a certain amount of waves, depending on the difficulty. So if you're playing on like medium, you have to try to survive until wave 15 because that's when the boss spawns. But in between the gameplay, like you fight, you try to survive the horde, and it's a wave-based timer game, right?
Okay.
So think of it. It's almost similar to like Call of Duty Zombies, where you have to survive a certain amount, but instead of like the amount of zombies you have to kill, or in this case the amount of like food, the timer starts ticking, and so you just have to try to survive until then. And then when the wave ends, there's a rest break in between, and a menu pops up. The UI pops up.
UI is fire,
And-
sir. UI is fire. I love the
sir.
UI.
Yeah,
Continue.
it took. You
Yes.
have no idea how many iterations that took to get it.
Manny's on his last legs with the UI.
And real quick to interrupt. The artwork because I like that y'all got different. Y'all got executive chef. Y'all got the butcher. Y'all got different things going on. So you did the artwork for all that?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Honestly, and I have to thank like architect. Even though it wasn't a career path for me, like one thing I could take from architecture school was that I developed like the art skills and the design aspect of it. I got it. I learned Photoshop through architecture school, and I applied it to this,
cook,
right?
Betty cook.
And yeah, I mean, really, when it comes to like the cartoony aspect, like you were saying, it looked like Cuphead.
Yes.
I played enough games to kind of just gauge like what kind of feel I wanted. I wanted that Cuphead feel, and like in the actual development, like I could give you an example of at least the artwork when it came to the menus. Like I'd do things like John and I would like we had one day we looked on Google. We're like, let's look at a couple like restaurant menus and see how they like
how they did it
and try to get that feel into the game.
Yeah.
And so like I kind of just took a lot of inspiration from things like that, and then like like the dark outlines. I just wanted that again, like take Cuphead, try to get that cartoony like, outline feel.
Definite
And that's
Cuphead
that's
vibes.
how
I felt too.
that consistency of the artwork start developing for my games is things like that. You take different parts and then I cartoonify them almost and kind of make it my own in a way that feels right for the game, right?
Super dope, super dope. Other thing I was gonna say again, so the different chefs, it's just more of a aesthetic, or do they have different? Okay.
They do different things. So, like, for instance, like executive chef is your run-of-the-mill basic guy. He's
That's
got
our guy
no
that's on the cover with the glass. That's our man.
That's him, by the way.
Yeah,
that's
that's him.
Manny's brother.
That's
him.
Manny's bro. Okay,
Yeah,
continue.
That's me.
But he is just like run-of-the-mill, like no stat buffs, no stat debuffs. But there's like a few things going on. So, like for instance, Butcher, right? Butcher uses a cleaver. So every time you get a cleaver in your inventory, there's about 12 slots that you can get basically, and in those slots, you can have 2 weapons. It's auto fire, like in Brotato, Vampire Survivors. You don't got to shoot anything.
Nice.
It's a little bit hectic. And basically, every cleaver you get will increase the range of cleavers, and attack range on melee weapons increases the size of the cleavers. So, like, if you get a cleaver build going, it's pretty good. And so, that's like every character has a thing going on like that.
Yeah.
Like another one, Lost Vegan.
Lost
has,
Vegan,
yeah.
That one I was really happy when I made that one. I'm like, yeah, and that one is a high roller, like John was mentioning. It's a gambly type of.
There's a bunch of stuff, but anyways, the UI and like the rest break stuff is all. So like in the game, you buy weapons per wave, and then because you can only hold 2 yourself, you need to hire a team.
Gotcha.
And so that's where those assistants come in.
Oh,
So
the
those
little
assistants-
dudes. I was wondering
Yeah,
where you get the little dudes
Those
at.
assistants,
Oh, those are your assistants. Okay.
So you can hire them, and each of them have their own little buff that they do for their inventory. So like if they're holding a weapon, maybe they buff it if it's like they buff flat damage. So if you have a DPS weapon, it makes that tick rate skyrocket. So it's kind of like there's some secret synergies you can do.
Nice.
Every assistant has its own thing going on.
Nice.
And like so if you mix and match the right build, you can kind of counter the enemies. And also all the enemies are types of food. So like you see You see pork chop, just doing the
Yes.
karate chop.
Yes.
It's a meat enemy. So you know, if you see a butcher or like a butcher's knife, a meat skewer, those weapons will do more damage in like
so
that
we got
Pokemon style.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
type effective. That came from Pokemon, man. I just I had to throw that in, and it just all makes sense. I mean, in real life, it's like fruit, vegetable, meat. Like
So
there,
we
it's
got to
like,
get the right tools
make
for
that
the
a type.
job. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this ain't just
It-
simple. Okay.
just good idea. You know?
This is fine. I'm liking it. Now, next question I got for y'all in reference to actually the music, because man, like even though this new trailer fire, the original trailer also, it felt like you went for a distinct style, a distinct feel. That's why I got a lot of the Cuphead vibes. But like, what was your thought process as far as selecting the music? And then also, I noticed on the page you also had like some of the music goes to the stages or something like that. Like, give me that synergy there.
Yeah, sure. So, actually, I didn't mention this side of me, but I actually, when I was in high school, I was in marching band and jazz band. So I actually I used to play jazz piano back in high school. And I always had a soft spot for like jazz music.
Nice.
Really, and you know, I like all types of music. Don't get me wrong, but that was just like the thing, you know, that I surrounded myself with, and you know, like. Fast forward all the way up until now, like I already knew about Cuphead, and I liked Cuphead's like very like orchestrated like jazzy vibe to it, and I wanted to bring that because you know jazz is universal. Like I don't think anybody would hate jazz, especially if it's like really like on beat catchy.
Oh, bro.
And that leads to sort of like the PJ sandwich on screen like, when the changing of the dance floor, because like you know, like I was listening to a couple of soundtracks just one day, and you know, like jazz can get like serious really quick with all the trumpets, but then like at some point, sometimes when I'm listening to some of the soundtracks, there's always like a downbeat, like some sort of like disco drop or whatever, and I'm just like, you know, that kind of like correlated. It kind of helped me along the way when it came to designing the map, because I'm a guy who really likes the flow of things, especially when it comes to video games. I've actually like I said, I used to play Guitar Hero. I you know, I played a lot of Osu too. Osu is another game I play a lot on the PC, and I was a huge rhythm game fan. So I like took that from like rhythm games, and I liked the way they were like matching the sort of like on beat stuff and having effects change, and I brought that in as part of the game as well.
Nice. Yeah, I love that aspect of it. And again, like I said, it really hit it. It just fit. I felt like it fit with the aesthetic of the game, and then obviously the vibe, you know. And it was just a fun, cool vibe. And yeah, it's super dope. I want to ask John in reference to like, you know, obviously you guys are working extremely hard trying to get this thing out. You know, first game kind of deal. You know, I guess the question I have is like, what are the challenges from a game design, just making a game that we don't know about? Like what are some of the things that you're like, man, like this is really difficult? Or what do people assume that they may get wrong about making a game?
Like I think the most tricky part coming into this, like obviously marketing is like super difficult. Like it's really hard to get your name out there. Like most games never make it off the ground because of like the fact that no one knows about them. But also too, like some people are like, good games always will rise to the top, which is another thing. It's hard to say for sure, but the more central part to game dev that is like really like I didn't expect is how hard the technical things are. Like you come into you'll go into a settings menu and you'll be like, if you don't have a ultra wide option, you're like, okay, you're done, you're out of here. And like different formatting things and just frame rates in general and trying to optimize. Like we got this thing. I mean, when we were showing it at MagFest, it was running on a Chromebook or a tablet basically. So it's like it's like not intense at all. And a lot of like those types of small bugs, small settings bugs, like just different small super niche stuff, because it's easy to talk like big game design, right? Like you can talk like what's fun, what's good, but like also where do you put this button on the menu? Do you have the resolution thing be a drop down menu? Do you have this be an arrow thing? Like, and so many people, and like those are things that people get really heated about. Like you can get some big hate, and it's like, you know, it's like, it's fine, it's like one of those things where you want to have like a good experience, but like it's just something we didn't realize like how much like that needed to be improved. And also just with in general, like we got a little one of them, like just resolutions and stuff in general. I would say that, but also too, like marketing would be bigger in that front, because it's just like two different fields completely. But yeah.
No, good answers there. Good answers there. And then in reference to, this is from Manny now, in reference to like the climate. Obviously, you know, you guys are going extra hard, right? Making a big life change, making a game, putting all your resources in, working, you know, so much going on. But then real life, right? And prior careers and things like nature. And then we see the industry right now, where a lot of the volatility, right? There's the layoffs, studio closures, you know. What still inspires you to kind of still be in it despite all of that?
So I'll go, because you know this is a bigger question for me, because I'm more, this is like kind of like career stuff.
Yeah.
Manny's like, I'm making games, and so he's gonna stay. He's got a good head, so I think he'll be fine. And also, but for me, like I come into this and I'm making this thing with Manny, and as we're going, like, you know, last year was not great, a lot of layoffs, right? And people are saying like the market cap we're not growing as an industry, which is really, really tough, because, you know, we had a big bump in COVID, so it expanded, and we thought we were going to grow, and then we stayed and limited, so we just kind of blew up, and then the industry's now been contracting back down to what it needs to be to stay profitable, and because of that, like a lot of the space is just really, like, you know, it's a little depressing.
King's almost here.
Okay, cool. No, keep
all right, cool. And so like we talked, and like we've gone to a few events, and we talked to a lot of people at these events. Like a lot of people play our game, and we interact with a few people that are industry devs. Like they are working at AAA or something or other, and like the vibe is depressing. Like they don't feel like they have a lot of job security right now. And like the thing right now, we talked to some other people. Like we talked to a lot of people that are like indie, like more indie game devs, and like right now, indie is like the place to be, because big industry is like, so like take for instance, right, you have Xbox. We'll get into that later, right? Xbox is a gigantic company, and Xbox Game Studios, it costs a lot of money for them to run, but if you're a Vampire Survivor team of 8 people and your game is putting out $80 million, you're going to be fine for years, and your budget for that game was a McDonald's hourly salary, and then you know, he got it done. And so indie devs have the opportunity to be, it's kind of taking their own place, because it's never been easier to publish a game. It's never been, you know, it's never been as good as like people, like it's really easy for Steam to give your game the juice if you're popular enough. So I think like there's two sides, right? Like, you know, you look up, and when you're coming to like want to work in the industry, you're like, okay, AAA, that's like the thing. That's the big stuff. But right now it might be indie based. We talked to a few other developers. We have a guy that works on Below the Stone. It's another indie game, and he's been really like preaching the philosophy behind some stuff like that. He's really interested inside that stuff.
Nice.
I wanted to say something real quick.
Yeah,
too.
please, Manny.
It also doesn't help that like I started noticing that like little by little, some of the audience that used to play AAA games are starting to like contract and start playing indie games, because they start recognizing some of like the fallbacks of AAA is like they're repeating the same formula. The game is not as fun anymore, because it's just the same thing over and over, and they're paying like, you know, like the same amount of money for just to play the same game. And this is just things I've read, that like people started playing indie games, and because they want to see something new, they want to see something fresh, and
they're cheaper.
That kind of just like contributes to like AAA probably struggling right now, and they're the whole thing. Because I guess when COVID happened, you know, people obviously have more time to play games, so I'm sure along the way they probably catch an indie game or two and start, you know, recognizing that.
Well said. Yeah,
it's
I'm
so
sorry,
hard.
Yeah.
I'm just, this is such a huge topic. Like indies are just really like, it's not like a this is the way to do it. Like there's so many people that are indie publishers that never make it.
That's what I was about
like,
to ask you.
The people that are eating well, but like it's not, everybody's not eating.
That's what I was about to say. And the competition in the space, and to try to get the visibility to get your head, because you know there's so many talented developers, but what's to set you apart to be like, okay, to get some light on this? Because I feel like even with the storefronts, if we were looking at like Nintendo Switch, sometimes it's like, you know, even though there's quality games that'll be there, fighting for that space and stuff like that. So like when you look at your guys' options, obviously Steam, we're doing early access, you know, most likely, and demo stuff like that. You know, tell me like your thought process, your guys' plan as far as like things you could do, like to really make Let Him Cook, which looks amazing to me, but stand out to the masses.
I mean,
Do I go first?
honestly,
Yeah, the king
There's
has arrived.
kings.
The king has arrived. Continue.
Oh,
Apologize. I am sorry.
Now they thought you was running. They thought you got shut down.
Oh no,
I ain't
no.
gonna lie. That's what the chat was saying.
The
I wasn't
chat-
gonna say that, but they're
The
like,
chat's like, he don't want the
listen,
smoke for Xbox today, huh?
Oh no. I definitely want to be here. To the Mohegan Sun for Mother's Day. So
Oh, okay. Salute the
with
mom.
it.
Salute the mama love. Mama love.
And then checkout was at 11 o'clock, and I'm thinking I can get back here in time. Everybody thought the same thing.
You good, man. We still rocking with Let Him Cook and HFStudios, talking about game dev and stuff like that. So
I
yeah,
love
just
that game, by the way.
yeah, it looks so
Oh,
cool.
you did?
Yeah.
Did you check the
It- it
trailer?
look- Yes.
Play it again? I don't know. I mean, we could.
I mean,
watch
we-
it twice.
Oh, we got you on the second run. Oh yeah, we got you. Don't even worry about it.
Oh,
got
we
you.
do.
Oh, you getting the second run, bro. You in the realm of the Lords right now. You cooking. Don't worry about it. We got you covered. So, man, like that final question is just a reference to, like, again, seeing the competition just be, even though I know you said indie is going. A lot of people are frustrated with AAA. It's looking formulaic and stuff like that. But, you know, what are some of the things you want to think about as far as trying to make, you know, your game stand out versus the rest?
I mean, really, like, at first things first, you shouldn't be afraid to try new things, right? And I think, like, part of that is, like, for your game to stand out, like, you got to take risks along the way. You know, you can fail as many times as you want, but eventually, I think I'm a huge believer that eventually you'll find that one thing and succeed in it. So, like, for me personally, like, that's one of the bigger things when it comes to, like, you know, not just my game but any other indie game really. But, you know, at least for my game in particular, like, you know, any idea that comes to my mind, like, I just want to, like, I would just say it out loud, or I would just say it to John, right? I always reference my ideas to John, and then we just go back and forth, and then we assess whether, like, how much of a risk will it be, how much will this, like, stand out in the crowd, and will people actually recognize this and be like, oh wow. So you know, do you, like, an example would be sort of like when we did the assistants, you know, like when we were still doing, like, I didn't
them.
like when I first showed John this game, like,
Yeah.
I didn't even have, like, I had assistants, but, like, they weren't, like, you like, you just bought a weapon and then you just got an assistant, like, that was it. But then when I was talking to John, I'm like, you know, he was actually one of the first to bring up the idea of being able to get, like, assistants with different abilities.
Nice.
And like the risk there was that, like, we didn't, like, what if we made the game too complicated?
Right.
That was like always the big question. Is like, the game is too complicated, it's so hard to understand. But, you know, we try to minimize that, and essentially, like, it goes both ways, right? It's like the amount of risk you take, it will really depend on how much you can also, like, mitigate that and make it, like, so that people can recognize that risk and also understand the game and just be able to just, you know, have fun when they see it. They're like, oh my god, that's really cool, you know, that kind of thing. So
it's just it's just so much work. It's just, but it's important to say that, like, Manny learned a lot of this on the fly. Like, game dev is accessible, and the only thing you need to go, like, you need to learn a lot of stuff. Like, veterans know way more than us, and like 100% are more efficient at doing things. But, like, we try to stay in the camp of always like everything we do, we want to, like, make it, and then we have somebody play it, and if it looks good and it feels good, then we keep it. If it doesn't, it gets cut out. It's a process where you got to just always be open to talk about, like, is it fun? If it's not fun, then it doesn't need to be in the game.
Facts.
And then after, it's like, that's it. You just need to be very, very, very good about play testing. And then if you learn the stuff, you have a good design behind you, like, that stuff comes with time.
we care about the audience a lot when it comes to
We
that.
always do listen.
We do. I take it seriously.
We have, like, a
I think
little
fun
group of
factor
people.
is necessary in video games today, because when they doing evaluations of video games, they took away fun factor. It used to be inside Game Pro, it used to be inside EGM, it used to be inside the next one. But they took that out. And I think fun factor means a lot, because if I'm playing something like Vampire Survivor, it doesn't look aesthetically the best, you know, game in the world. and some of the stuff is rudimentary, but it's so addictive and so fun that I think fun factors should take account in a lot of games.
Absolutely.
It's super true. You usually, like right now, the thing that is the issue in like more AAA stuff, like indie is able to be flexible and iterate and do stuff like that because you can take a risk as a consumer because
Exactly.
it's below $10. It's a beer. It's basically a beer.
There we go.
We're
Price
selling
point of
the
entry.
Yeah, LetHimCook's gonna be $8 when we put it out.
Oh, we got the
$7.99.
official. Oh, we got
Yeah.
the $8. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy, and you can buy it and run it on like any laptop you have. You can run it on a PC. It doesn't matter. And like,
What engine are you using? Sorry, I wasn't here for that.
Unity.
that was the first time we said it
Yeah.
too. So you're good. You're the first person to ask that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I
Unity.
think because I'm at a conundrum here.
Mhm.
I thought that all the middleware that we do have now, and like Unity, like Unreal,
Mhm.
I thought that stuff was supposed to cut costs, make it easier, faster, and more efficient. But it seems like for some reason we're hearing skyrocketing budgets,
Mm-hmm.
hearing longer development times.
Mm-hmm.
We're hearing stuff that's contrary to what we were led to believe about the new tools. And
Right.
I'm not understanding something because I'm like on the other end of it. Like I thought this stuff was supposed to help them, and apparently it's not helping.
So I would say, like, look, I don't know a lot. I'm not inside it, but I'm definitely familiar with like the process, and I've talked to a few people that are inside it. These teams are gigantic. Like these teams I know people right now, and they're working with Rockstar. Like I'm in New York, I have some people that I talk to. Those teams are incredibly large. There's like
Yes.
thousands of people that work at these studios, and also too, like one of the big money things for people is like, so Unity and Unreal. Like those are the two top dogs. Like Unreal is probably what you would do at a AAA because it's more of a 3D based thing. Like a lot of studios use that. Unity right now, you saw the monetization thing they put out, that statement. So like that thing is only above a certain amount of units. It's going to keep companies away from that.
Right.
They would rather use this. I was talking to someone, they have this esoteric in-house engine that they built. And it's all like, it's like how top companies and like fintech and other things, they have these old systems that only like 8 old dudes in the office know how to work. And basically it's so inefficient that they stay using them because it's effective for their cost and it helps them with their branding, and they can keep that stuff as secrets. And basically these teams have not shifted to try to cut those costs because they're so like, they'll either build a new engine. Like right now, like I think one of the coolest engines that are right now, like you have Naughty Dog's thing, which is cool, but also like RE5, like of Capcom, has been crazy. It's been good. Like they've been able to use that thing for making a ton of games. Like Dragon's Dogma was an RE5 thing, and it came together so quickly.
What's Helldivers 2's engine? What is that one?
I think it's proprietary, but I think it's a blend of like a couple things. I think it's like
Yeah, there's another
I
one
think
that
it's
people
something
talk
like
about.
what was it? It's like Havoc something. I think I saw. It's like Havoc blended with something else. I can't remember, but it's kind of like their own thing that they kind of chimeraed together.
Yeah.
But like I think the issue is that studios don't want to change the way they do things because they're so scared of like, they don't know what the new territory is.
Right.
Like, but game devs, if for somebody that's not a AAA company worth a couple billions of dollars, they can do whatever they want.
Right.
It's
That's
never
where
been cheaper.
And that's where you start to see the fostering of the creativity, right? Because that's why I'm really still excited about the indie space for that purpose. You know, we getting away from just the formulaic stuff where people also, big corporate, they don't want to take that risk if you flop, right? But what's cool is because you come in, you got creative freedom, do the vision that you want to do. And then the hope is that, again, that's what I was going to ask you. The hope is, that maybe they come in with either a bag or to support, what the game is. So I guess my final question for you guys to transition is as far as like the plan, what I'm saying, for LetHimCook moving forward, as far as like, one, what we can do to support, where we can go, all that stuff. And, what would be some of the goals for this game?
In terms of content in particular, like that boss you saw on the couch potato, I want to make 4 more of those, each with their respective food types, because couch potato is a vegetable, and I want to make each like just pound in the mill, like Cuphead style, just like a huge end to like that kind of run. I think Couch Potato set the bar,
Yes,
and
we
I
like
want to
Couch
do
Potato.
that times 4.
Okay.
Like, and,
He got the
and make it
TV
that
thing
way.
that he throw. What's the
know?
TV thing about? I like the TV.
TV.
It's hilarious.
But, you know, when you're a couch potato and you're lazy and watching TV all day, you know, why
No
not
doubt.
make it his thing, his best friend? I guess.
respect that.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
It's just a funny correlation, but
Hmm.
no, and that's the reason why we're releasing early access, is so that you know
Nice.
we can get the support to make these 4 bosses. But in addition to these 4 bosses, and I'm just putting a number out there,
Mhm.
4 was just
Oh,
a
boy.
standard because it just fits the number. But
John trying to reel you in.
I know. I get a little
John-
sad.
John said,
I
"Hold
don't
on."
wanna go overboard here, but like it will probably be the 4 that's like sticking to schedule, and then like we actually also have like mini bosses in between. So like really, like you're just gonna see just so many like
Mhm.
memorable boss fights is like one of the things I'd like to try to tackle down, because me personally, I still fight this couch potato and I just like it's different every time. I burst this guy like over 100 times already.
Yeah.
Me as a developer, and I'm still having fun like fighting. I always get goosebumps in the back of my head when he like does an attack that I made myself, and I'm just like, oh my god, like,
That's dope.
this is so cool.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Every time.
Shout out to
It's
Lord
just-
Justin Jacobson in the chat.
helps a
Lord
lot.
John, that's where we met at the spot, the mixing joint.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
nice.
Shout out to Justin. Shout out to Ariel Knight from Ariel Knight, the indie dev, Never Yield. Got his new sequel coming. He said AA games 15 years ago with 720p, 20 frames per second in 8 hours. Talk about it. Yeah, talk about it. But continue, John. You was about to say something on the goals before we conclude. With
Oh
this.
yeah, we have a ton of stuff planned. Like we have a lot of like, I mean, right now, like a lot of the time spent up to this point is like perfect. Like Manny's been making the content, we've been planning that out, but also too, it's just been like system stuff. Like a lot of things like polishing the game,
Right.
getting it like we're getting like oh this should be like this, and like technical stuff, like getting that ready, and then like if like we have a whole thing planned with elites right now that like maybe it might come in before early access but might be after, but it's a whole different upgrade thing that we're putting in potentially
Okay.
that like it'll let you even exemplify your friend more. And honestly, like the bosses, like Manny has done a great job of like taking that inspiration of Cuphead and applying it inside a roguelike like this. Like most times bosses don't do much in Vampire Survivors or even Brotato.
a lot of roguelikes.
Yeah.
So
A lot of them. They
from
don't
what I've
do
seen.
much at all. They're just like kind of static things that just sit
So
there
our
and they
bosses
shoot
are
out
going.
beams.
Our boss is
That-
going to do some stuff because
That's
Attic
the
is
risk,
a boss
that's
guy.
the risk I'm willing to take, right? Is
Right.
just throw something like that. And
I highly advise you to we get Addict's feedback on boss fights. That is
Okay.
the guy. He's the difficult game conqueror. He beats all the bosses in all games, and he's the guy that'll tell you like, "Yo, Cog, I love the boss fights in this game are amazing." Like that's his thing. So I highly advise you get the in-house feedback from the whole Addict. You agree? We gonna do that?
Yeah,
I guess
I'll
we-
give feedback on it. That's fine.
And he ain't gonna pull no punches with y'all. Ain't gonna be no. He gonna give y'all the tough love if you need it.
Okay,
Yeah, I've went to PAX East before and told developers that it wasn't it.
To their face. To their face. So get
Hey,
ready.
Do you have any names of them? We know some people that
No,
were there.
we won't go that far, but
Okay.
You try to throw him under the bus. Good.
I could tell you this much: like when we were at MagFest and we saw people on this boss fight, like they were always most of the time like at 1 health. So
Yeah,
I
we
could
had
I
too
could
many
tell you
times.
too many times almost, and they
And
were
they
like
beat
at
it,
the
yeah.
sliver and they beat it. But it's about I'd say it's rather difficult. I even have
Oh,
a hard
yeah.
time on expert sometimes too.
Yeah,
but
we
I
had-
you could be the judge of that.
No,
We
no.
had
The
one
way-
person beat it on expert at MagFest.
the
Nice.
way that like my mindset is like I'm gonna give you my honest feedback there because I'd rather you hear it from me than hear it when the game comes out. Like, 'cause
Right.
at least between when I talk to you about my opinion on it, if you feel it's valid, you can make changes before the game comes out. Like
Because there's like a stuff that we get back all the time that we
Yeah.
can't really do. Like,
Mhm.
I wish there was 8 more bosses, and we were like, yeah, we do too.
fair enough. Fair enough.
But
so, okay.
I mean, it's still a good. Like, we would totally want to
hey,
do it. But
you can always do what Saint Monica did and just make the same troll with different colored skins.
Oh,
So-
well,
they
yeah.
just starting at. Come on now.
We're on
It's a
dance.
2-man team from the city.
Just
Come on
take
now.
the troll. Just take the troll and turn it purple.
We need a bigger bag for that. All right. we might just get a couple colors for now. No, I'm just messing. Continue, man. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, the one thing though we were really trying to focus on is the replayability, because I think like at the core of it, we want players to keep playing the game like
Yeah.
over and over. It's not just a one and done game.
Mhm.
I think that was like one of the things that John and I was really trying to focus on because you know you want to play a game for a while and
Yeah.
just,
Right.
you know, feel validated. I guess is what it comes down to. So
No doubt.
Yeah. Because everything's getting sold like that now. It's always
Yeah.
like, here, you can play 100 hours. You can play this many hours. Like, I feel like the 8-hour video game that's a story is just like not
Facts.
selling well these days. And I love those games. Don't get me wrong. But like, also too, $70 is $70, right?
Yes. And we like 8.
Yeah, exactly. Eight's good.
Sounds great.
8 sound great to
sounds
me.
Great.
it sounds
Okay.
great.
There we
Yeah.
go.
I respect it, no doubt. So again, just for emphasis, give us the dates. When are we gonna get our hands on demos? What's going on?
All right. So I'll give this out.
Yes.
So June 18th is when you can buy the game fully for early access.
Okay.
That date is not shifting.
Okay.
But tomorrow
Uh-oh.
at 10 a.m.
Tomorrow, baby.
we're on the Replayability Fest for Steam, and we'll put up a demo tomorrow as well. It'll be the newest version of the build. We've been shopping around and like kind of like figuring out what kind of how much content we want to throw in it. We're putting a fair bit in there, and we think that people are definitely going to like it. We'll get it ready and get it out probably tomorrow. Around then, we'll be working a little bit right after this to just kind of grind that.
Nice.
And yeah, that's what you'll
That's
see
what's
that you'll be
up.
able to play it for a little bit, for a week or so, and then eventually again we'll be showing the game off for a demo at the end of May for DreamHack.
Woo! I'll be in the building.
There we
Yes,
go.
sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
Lord
sir.
Cog.
Lord Cog's gonna be there. You already know.
And we'll be showing that physical version. You can talk to us and be there for it then. And also, I think we're probably going to release a partner demo version as well, and that will be even more updated. But yeah.
Okay. This
So-
is dope.
Stay tuned. We got a lot of things planned for it, but it's honestly, it's been really cool hearing the feedback. Lord
Awesome.
Cog, you were super. You gave too much praise when I saw you at Coexist. From Lord
Well.
Beefy himself.
Oh, you killing me now. You killing me now. I like that. Hilarious. Shout out to Justice in the chat. He said he's be there. DreamHack. See y'all. He said see y'all all May 30th. So salute. And no doubt on that. So again, just for emphasis, 18th of June. That's what we're looking for release.
Yes.
And then tomorrow, Steam. The links in the chat, y'all pinned it at the top. That's what we're hoping to get our hands-on demo with Steam tomorrow. All right. Cool. No doubt. No doubt. Now we gotta wrap up. We gotta ask y'all the question that we ask every guest in the round. This is critical. Got to put a lot of thought in this. Very important. So I need Lord John and Lord Manny's top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
This has been the most nerve-wracking part for
Yeah.
us.
So who's starting? Who's starting first?
I think Manny might be.
I'll go. Why not?
All right, Manny. Let me get that top 5 video games or franchises. This is most important to you.
All right. I hope this is not too controversial
gonna get spicy.
to
Let's
what
go.
I just said, but
Be
like
careful.
so for number 5, and I'm gonna go in order of like how I grew
Oh,
up
you
with
going
it.
gangster way.
So,
You going to give an order.
um,
Okay. All right. Let's go.
number 5, I'd have to go with probably like the Call of Duty series. I kind of put 2 in here. Is that cheating? I hope
No.
not.
You can put a franchise. You can put
I'm
Call
gonna
of
put in
Duty as a
particular,
Yeah.
like Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 2. Now these
Oh,
are the
gangster.
old school, like Modern Warfare
Yes.
3, old school Modern Warfare 3. I'm not
Right.
talking about
Yeah.
now.
Not the new one.
Yeah.
I was like just 8 or 9 years old at the time, and really just like everybody was on that. Xbox 360 was a thing, like you were
Woo!
saying. Terminal's my OG. That's like everybody's map. I remember I told you I played the story campaign. Like I was like 8 or 9 years old. I swear to God, I was playing like No Russian. That's like one of the most controversial.
Wow. Yeah, I remember
campaigns.
that.
And that was like deep in my memory. I was just like, oh, what is this? Like,
Mm-hmm. It's
this is
real.
messed up.
Bro, play it
I was
on
like
let-
8 or
yeah.
9 at the time.
You was
And then
doing
I was
it.
also
Mhm.
that's what introduced me to like kind of like watching, like I watched a lot of YouTube that led me to like watching things like there's this YouTuber called T Martin. I don't know if he still makes videos anymore, but I used to watch him for his guides. Black Ops Zombies was like another huge thing, and that actually like I played that with my old friend back in the day, and I think the most we've gone as far as Black Ops Zombies is probably like wave 65 on like Kino the Turtle. That was like one of the maps. But yeah, that was like a baseline
Okay.
when it sort of came to sort of like me playing like
Yeah.
lots of video games and sort of just like being really into it and trying to like see what it's all about. And I think Call of Duty kind of like set the bar for that,
Fire.
at least the old school.
So we got
for
Call of
me.
Duty number 5. What's 4?
So number 4, I honestly I'd have to give it to like Guitar Hero.
Ah!
I think I know
Activision is
such a
loving you right
weird,
now.
Like Activision Guitar Hero.
Hey, you a team
I
Activision.
played literally like Guitar Hero 2, 3, World Tour, Metallica, Van Halen, and then the rock bands, Rock Band 1, Rock Band 2, Rock Band 3. I played Lego Rock Band, and it just like, but I have to give it in particular probably like Guitar Hero 3 would be the mainstream for me. I just like, that was the game that like I told you, I didn't even know I had a whole other side of me when it came to rock music, just 70s, 80s, 90s music. I just, discovered all these songs, and then, just the fact, and that was like also one of the games where, I started like recognizing my ability, because like I shot up to expert on guitar right away, and I'm like, oh my god, like, I'm really good at this. And then I just like 10 years old at the time, I'm like, oh, like I think I'm pretty good at video games. I was like, so it was just a funny moment for me, and I think that will forever like stay true to me. And it also led me to other rhythm games. I think there was a chat that said like they knew about Osu, that like
yes,
like Osu. I also played a lot of rhythm games here and there. Like there's this one rhythm game, famous one called Demo, that I always used to play. But it just like any sort of I had a soft spot for like music rhythm games.
That's the inspiration for LetHimCook, with some musical rhythmic in conjunction stages. Okay,
it definitely contributed.
I see that. So we got that. We got Gears. I mean, we got Call of Duty, and then we got what you guys get here.
It's a huge 180, right?
Huge 180. So now we got the rhythm game. We got that. Now what's the next one?
Now I'm gonna lay to number 3 here, and it's gonna be Minecraft. And in particular, I'm gonna say Minecraft Pocket Edition. Now, hear me out. Here.
Pocket Edition.
Like, I was in high school at the time. Minecraft Pocket Edition came out, and I didn't have a computer at the time. And so, how else was I gonna play games than either on a console, right, which I had at home, or like on an iPhone, or at least at the time it was like OG iPad. Oh my god, like the iPad.
Yes.
And I could tell you now, this game like set the bar when it came to like my career, my work ethic, and sort of just like my creativity. Because from the get-go, so I was a Minecraft Pocket Edition creative guy. I played survival. I like survival, don't get me wrong, but like I was creative. Like I just liked building stuff on it. That was just like my go-to. There's back in the day, there's this app called Minecraft Seeds Pro, and it was literally the Twitter of Minecraft. Like everybody posted their creations on there, and that was like I'm not even kidding. I was like 14 at the time. Like I made my own YouTube channel.
Damn.
And I also like followed. There's this.
John, what can't this
Top
man
5
do? This man do everything.
Minecraft.
Play games, make his own
he's
YouTube
the-
channel. Like,
Dude, I'm
he's an architect. Like, what the hell is
I
going
do
on? Where did
everything.
you find this
feel.
guy?
I'm a gamer.
He said, "I'm going to be successful."
This guy. Continue, Manny.
I just like doing this stuff, it's just
Beast.
It's what I am, and I made my own YouTube channel. I actually I had a good couple thousand views on it. I actually posted all my creations on it too, and then I participated in like top 5 Minecraft creations. One of them actually hit 60,000 views at one point. This was like 10 years ago. That video is no longer there, but that was like that one. I know, I kept looking at it and it just disappeared one day, and I was like, so sad.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Dude, that was the moment when I really realized that, like, wow, like I can actually do this.
You can do
I
this.
actually, like, make incredible stuff. It was like, but that's what's, and that was at 14 years old. This is like 12 years ago.
Addict, you was listening to them?
So I was like, damn, man, and my friends at high school saw this. They all like were rooting for me. So it's not like it was just me. Like, I had a really good like group of friends.
Support
in
system?
Jersey. Yeah. I never like.
How about your parents? Does your parents support your idea into?
Yeah.
video games?
I just asked that question. That's so funny. I mean, at the time, I wanted to be an architect. So really, like, it was just my mom. She was a single mom. So, shout out to her.
Shout out to single moms. You
Mother's
already know.
Day, right?
Mother's Day, you already know.
But yeah, she always supported really anything I wanted to do, and she thought that, because I wanted to be an architect, she really tried to put like a lot of effort into trying to, like, for example, like take me to like different colleges and see what was up and see if I liked it or not. But what's so funny, there was this one moment at one point. I had a moment with her. I think I was like 14, 15 when I started doing this Minecraft stuff. I went to my mom, like, Mom, like, what if I just want to become a game developer? I had, that was just
It was
tick
always
of the
there.
moment.
It was always there.
You know, it was just seeping, and I just like, she wasn't even mad. She was just like, yeah, but like, you've always wanted to be an architect. Don't you want to just do that? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, maybe you're right. That was it.
Back to
And it
Minecraft.
took
It's fun.
almost 12 freaking years, 11 years for me to realize.
Alec, you was gonna say that?
To be honest with you, you made the right choice though, because of like how crazy the gaming industry is. It's always nice to have a backup plan.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we got Minecraft. Number 3 was 2 and 1.
Yeah, Minecraft, man. And then number 2, I hope this isn't too controversial.
I know
Uh-oh.
exactly which one
What
this
we
is
doing?
gonna be.
What we doing? Be careful.
It's League of Legends.
Oh,
Legends.
all right.
It's an interesting one, right? Just another 180 right into the MOBA genre. Now,
Very
I
eclectic.
knew
choices.
about League when I was in high school, but again, I didn't have a computer to play it on. So I was so like at the time too, after my Minecraft era, like, I just wanted to play other games, and so I knew about League of Legends. I knew everybody was into it at the time. Again, this was back in like 2013, 2014 when League
Way
just
way
started.
back in the day.
Oh yeah, and like, sorry, excuse me.
No, you good.
Freaking, like, I was so like wanting to get my hands on it that I actually ended up downloading like this rip-off mobile game called Heroes of Order and Chaos by Gameloft on my iPhone, and I played that as a MOBA game as a replacement. And then eventually, when I got to college, I bought my own PC, and then I started playing League of Legends.
Nice.
And my God, can I tell you what a crazy journey that was? I played that game for almost 7 years.
Wow.
I was really competitive. I took the game really seriously, and I put that on my list only because like it did teach me like a lot of things that were kind of good. Like first things first, like everybody knows League is a freaking toxic game. Like
Yes.
like
I heard things.
just the amount of stuff and like just the mental load that you have to take from like 900 people is crazy.
Mhm.
And like I could tell you, like that was a challenge for me, and I like challenges.
Oh,
And
yeah, I see that seems to be the theme.
That was like, and
He
so
is a sweaty dude.
Yeah,
I
super
was
sweaty. Yeah, I was about to say that, Joe. I
I was
wouldn't put him out there. You
hardcore.
put him out there good.
I'm a hardcore sweaty guy.
Yeah,
you know?
super
love
sweat.
it.
Super sweat.
I played like so I went to 2 colleges at the time. I used to go to New Jersey Institute of
What,
Technology.
2 colleges at the
At the
same
same
time?
No.
He's a beast.
He's not
I was
that
about to
much.
say,
No,
we
no,
gotta
no,
let
no,
you
no.
go.
He's doing 2 degrees at the same time, kid.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
like
I
that.
transferred over.
He's like that.
But I was participating in like varsity teams for League, and I consider myself like like a decent player. I was top 1,000 at one point, and I actually streamed. I was streaming on Twitch, so I was a Twitch streamer at one point. Like I
What
was.
did you do? Look, you like the Cat Williams of this. What did you do?
I swear to God, I was trying things out. Just give it a shot.
Find it his
whatever,
way.
you know?
Find it his
But
way.
And he's a
I love
dive-in
that.
type of guy. Ask questions later.
Yes.
I love that
give it a
aspect
shot.
because I try to tell my son every day, just try it. You may not like it if
You
you
have
don't
to.
like it, but you have to try things.
You only
And
have one life.
that philosophy that you have. Just try it.
Absolutely. Salute. So we got League, and then
Yeah.
one,
And then,
number 1.
Oh, by the way, I was a Catarina one trick.
Oh,
So
okay.
Shout
I know
out
you guys might hate me
Katarina.
on that.
Salute.
Yeah.
Salute,
Transition to others.
What
but
was it?
Katarina was
Tell
one
him
of
what you
those.
got. Top rank. What is your top?
It was like low grandmaster.
Oh,
Sure, Grandma.
you see the flex? It was all low grandmaster.
You know.
I
You
still,
know.
I still don't even think I was that good a player. It was.
Beast, dude.
It's a whole different. I can
Man,
tell you.
he's
love it.
so.
I thought. I was
Yeah, he's a
crazy,
beast,
bro.
y'all. He's a beast. He's
No.
a beast.
Yeah, one time, this is my
Um,
favorite thing ever when it comes to Manny being sweaty before he
Mhm.
goes to his last game.
Mhm.
When we were at MagFest, we were next to this booth called Mindwave. There's
Mhm.
another game.
Oh
Shout
my
out
God! You been
Mindwave.
telling this?
The Mindwave
Shout out
story. Uh-oh.
Mindwave. Mindwave is like kind of like a WarioWare type game. It's
Mhm.
like very like the art style is really good. Like you guys can look it up. They have a Steam page.
Mhm.
And basically, like there are these mini games that kind of like you gotta be quick reactions and you gotta press a button really quickly or do whatever. Like walk a guy from like this end to this end. It's just like the same style.
Yeah.
And they had a leaderboard which had like how
Oh.
far you went up and exponentially scaled in speed. So like
Mhm.
every mini game got a little bit faster, and there were some crazy guys. And then Manny was just like, you know what, I want to try it, and he just went over there, and in like 30 minutes he got the top score.
Difficult game
And
conqueror.
it was crazy. Like
You got one of those.
You watched a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Beast. Hey, all right. So we're up to number 1, final one.
All right, the final one. I gotta give it to Brotato. I think
I
Let Him
love
Cook.
Brotato.
Let Him Cook would not exist without this game.
Salute.
And let me tell
I
you,
like the knee, babe. I
Brotato
like that.
was the first roguelike. I think it was the first true roguelike I've ever played. I discovered it by this YouTuber named Retromation, and then that led me to like seeing that there was a whole world of indie roguelikes. I've never even I didn't even know about Binding of Isaac. I didn't know any of that stuff until I started playing Brotato, and I'm just like, oh my god! Like,
what is this?
I just like, it's just like the credibility, just the validity of it, just being able to min max, and I never had that sort of feeling compared to the other games. Like even League of Legends, like I know they have like a whole like you can min max your character, like when you're upgrading, there's a certain way of doing it, but not to the extent of Brotato. And that's when I really realized that like that alongside with the randomizations, the fact that you could just play like in Brotato, there's only one map, and you could just play that over and over again. Was just like that was a clear sign to me that like there's a deeper end when it comes to just video games in general. It's about like the feeling, the connectivity, the
Absolutely.
emotion. I was just all for that game, and
super dope, bro. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
No, great five. And I love that you had them in all that. That was gangster. I don't think I'm that courageous to rank them that hard, but you did that. So salute. Now, my man, Jason Ezzo.
Yeah.
Lord
What's
John.
going on?
All right. Top 5 video games of all time. All franchises.
So we're gonna also do this, and this is not a actual order. This is just a order in terms of like when it came into my life.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But
Sequence.
these are all ranked as my favorites.
Okay, let's go.
Kind of equally.
Let's go.
I couldn't really put one because they're all different. But my first game, one of the first games I ever got like obsessed with was was Transformers: War for Cybertron.
My mix.
That was it.
This is
Like,
my guy right
Let
here.
me tell you something.
High Moon Studios, salute.
High Moon.
Woo!
I went with War for Cybertron because that was my first one.
Yeah.
I never have been into like. Okay, well, I also got to give this backstory. Also, like my family is supportive. Back in the day, they used to be like, you should go into game dev or whatever.
Oh.
But one of the things, like, you should be a programmer or whatever, and I was like, I'm terrible at programming.
Same.
And then I realized, there's other things to do than programming. But wait, a little late in the game. But anyways, I could not play anything that was first-person shooter. Like, I could not play anything where I was a guy aiming down the barrel of a gun. Like, my dad is a Marine. He was like, you are not going to play games like that.
Wait, he shut that down.
He was like, for some reason, he had in his head, like, the only thing that could be bad in a video game is shooting guns.
Is you try to do him?
So I was
that's
like, okay,
crazy.
what can I do?
I got you.
Third-person shooters were fine. If I was like a guy shooting, but it was third person, it was like a little bit more okay.
But
So
that first
War for
person hit
Cybertron-
home.
Yeah, exactly. So I had to get creative. So War for Cybertron was what I was my first game that was
Don't
like
let him see
multiplayer. Got in.
GTA.
Oh, you was finished.
Oh, yeah.
No, but he could get away with it because it caught it as long as it wasn't first person,
the
right?
mindset, because
Exactly.
he's a Marine.
Yeah.
So it's the mindset of he saw war and he thinks the game is going to put you
in that.
mindset.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I can see why.
You can't be that guy that's shooting the gun. Like, he doesn't want you to be it, but you can be the guy that's looking at a guy.
character.
Oh,
shooting
so
a gun.
Call of Duty was a no-go in your house.
Oh no, I couldn't play it ever.
Yeah, that's a no-go. You wasn't prestige enough.
So I had to get creative with the shit stuff I played. It was just like, it was all over the place. Like, I played so many different types of games. Like,
So
there
salute.
was one game that was from back. Anyways, I don't want to get too off topic.
No, you good.
War for Cybertron,
Yes.
amazing. The only reason I didn't put Follow Cybertron above this one was first because I played this one first, and second because that co-op campaign was. I don't know why they didn't do it again.
I know, bro. I think it was three player co-op as well.
Yeah, or it was just great.
So
it was a
good.
great game.
So good.
I loved it. I played it so much with my buddies. I met a lot of people online that I still kind of talk to. Shout out to C Flame.
Yeah. Salute.
Salute,
Powerball
salute.
says shout out to the Marines though. Semper Fi for 8 years. He just wanted to shout that out. I'm not saying that you was. He wanted to shout out Pops.
Yeah, shout out Pops.
Continue.
But yeah, so that would be my first game. Love that game. My second game.
What we got?
And second game will be a franchise, and that's Monster Hunter. The Monster Hunter franchise is my only franchise on this list because I decided that at first I was like, okay, I can't do a franchise. I got to pick a game. Monster Hunter, I'm like, the only reason I picked it is because I'm gonna buy every game they put out. I'll buy every game they put out until I die. It is my favorite series. Like, I don't know what it is about being a dude swinging a big weapon and fighting monsters, and then taking the monsters' parts and then making bigger weapons to fight bigger monsters. That loop is just like, it gets my gremlin brain in the right ways.
Salute.
World was like my first big game into that entry, and I really like. I won't forget like fighting Diablo in the desert and like chasing him. And when he falls asleep, they're like, "Put the bombs under him! Put the bombs under him!"
Yeah, that's funny.
Bro, don't hit him. Put the bombs. You gotta get the bombs out, and you have the small bombs to hit the big bombs because it does more damage the first hit you hit with it. Or you have a great sword, and then they do the true charge slash. Sorry, I'm really into that game.
No, I love it.
600 hours.
And then you get to the point where you're like, goes for his tail. We need his tail.
Shout out to
The long
Monster
swords
Hunter.
are tripping me on the front of the head. I'm a hammer guy. I love Monster Hunter. It's just great. Like, I co-op games that are multiplayer are just kind of like my thing. I guess War for Cybertron shows that.
Same.
But I would say that it's just my franchise. That'd be my franchise.
All right. So we got Monster Hunter. What we got? We're moving to number 3.
Yeah. So number 3, and this is also because I had to pick between these two, but it would be Dragon's Dogma 1. The first one.
Oh, the first.
one.
Yeah.
I'll say this: the combat is like, it leagues better in the second one, and it's just crazy. But I gotta give it its due. Dragon's Dogma 1 was a game I was obsessed with when it came out. There was like nothing really quite like it as an RPG back in the day, and it was just like big power fantasy stuff. Like, I love the game so much. You could do really whatever you wanted. I played it over and over and over again. Dark Arisen was crazy. And the reason I picked it above the second one is because the first one just has some stuff going on that, like, the second one, I don't know why, but the quests in the second one are not as cool as the first one. They're just a little bit lacking in that thing. And I think the thing is, in the whole game, is presentation is not as cool as in Dragon's Dogma 1.
Fair enough.
I would say right now, after you finish, GOG,
Try it.
go back, and when you finish the game, go back and look up a compilation of just Grigori, of the Grigori scenes with the big dragon.
Okay.
Those were incredible. They were just so good. The voice acting was top tier. It's just like, I always will look back and be like, those are the moments.
Peak, no doubt. Yeah, I'm new to the series, so I'll definitely go back to it. But I understand the addictive quality, and I love what they're doing in the RPG space with the pawn system. I think it's super dope.
It's
so we
just
got
too
that.
much.
Number
Okay.
2.
That's number 2.
Let's go.
So that's 3.
That's 3. Yep.
That's 3. So number 4.
4. Sorry.
This
I'm
one-
going the other
this
order.
one.
Sorry.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you good? You good? Nah, you good.
Yeah, so now the next one I played, and this was like my revolution, basically. But at the time, I hadn't gotten clicked with this series yet, but that would be Bloodborne. Bloodborne is my next one. Bloodborne, like, I played Dark Souls, and I think Dark Souls 2 either came out right around it. I think it came out right after. I think so. If I have my timelines right. But Bloodborne was when I was like, okay, now I understand what FromSoft is about. And like, since then I've bought every game, and it's been amazing. But Bloodborne is probably where I think their best game. I don't know what. I think in terms of like, when you're getting a From Software experience, I think Bloodborne, and I know a lot of people here may play Xbox, so unfortunately you haven't had the pleasure.
Ooh! Oh, you heard that, King? You heard that? We got Sony in the building. That man, Sony man.
I beat Bloodborne.
King's face said, huh?
Yeah, I beat Bloodborne and the expansions, even cost his dumbass.
There you go.
I purchased Bloodborne, and when I couldn't beat the werewolf in the beginning, not knowing that you just have to just run past it, and I didn't find that out until like a year or two later. I chucked the game to the side. I chucked the game to the side. I chucked Sekiro to the side. Game of the year, Sekiro. Oh, it's the greatest. I said, good. Let me run out, get my money. Let's go do it. The first guy in the bushes, the regular guy in the street, beat me up. Like, this is it. I'm not
He's like, good. I'm not going through this.
Look, I think the games, like, if you're coming from, I think if you don't have it click with you, that's okay. Like, it's okay. You don't need to enjoy them. You just need to know, like, if you put in the time, you'll be rewarded. Like, if you're coming home from a long day of work, like, say you did some, like, construction job or something where you, like, were basically beaten down all day. From Software games aren't gonna really coddle you and make you feel better.
They're gonna make you feel good about life at that point.
They demand your attention. and they will give you back and reward you for that attention. Like I've never been so enamored with a game that a From Software game. Like Bloodborne had my number, and it has the story. It's got like the aesthetic. It's like the weapons are sick.
Fire.
I can't wait
PvP.
till it comes out to PC so everybody else can
Oh
play.
my
I
lord.
gotta give it a shot, man.
It's crazy. It's great that it's an exclusive. I'll get into why. Like I also have some other thoughts in the next topic when we get to that. But Microsoft, not Microsoft, Sony, they did a great job, and this is like and From Software, obviously, you know, kudos to them because they're the greatest, one of the greatest developers we have still. And yeah, that'd be my second, I guess.
Now we go into the last one.
All right, and this is my by far, I would say, if I had to put anything above anything, I would say this is my favorite. And this is an indie darling called Outer Wilds.
Ooh, soft joint. That's soft joint.
You hate
Talk
that
to
game.
him. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
No. Hate is very strong for that game. But it was okay. So I confused Outer Wilds with Outer Worlds, right? So I'm thinking again. I download the game. I was like, "This is not the trailer." I saw. I said they bamboozled me.
False advertising.
Yo, I said, "How did they mess up this bad?" I said the graphics don't even look the same. I said, "What is going on here?" And then I spoke to Saul, and Saul was like, "Nah, that's not that. That's the other one." I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Continue, Lord John, on Outer Wilds and why it's one of your favorites.
It's also a game that isn't like it's a weird game. It's like I think it's the game that is the most amount of game that a game could be, because it's like completely like there's no like physical medium that could actually portray how you play Outer Wilds, because it's literally like, okay, here's the world, here's the premise, go figure it out, and they give you no direction, and if you're not into that, like it's not for you. And like also, but I'm like, one, I love a good story, and two, I'm a huge puzzle game guy. So like the thing of Outer, and I can't talk about much about it because if I do,
then you're gonna ruin the game.
But it is incredible, like how that, like it's just, the story is awesome. It's just so beautiful. It's like an experience. It's like it's one of the things that I would call in gaming, like that's art. Nice. And like this huge mystery of the universe is like you're trying to figure it out and have this thing that keeps happening to you that kind of like, well, basically there's a time mechanic that keeps resetting time, and you basically go back in time to the start of the cycle, and you try to figure out how to get out of this cycle. And like it is incredible when you start putting together that big spiderweb map in your head. Like if I do this, then I can do that, and then where do I bring it
starts
there
to come together.
And then it comes together in this beautiful thing. Like you can beat the game when you boot it up in 20 to 25 minutes, but you'll be having like the most incredible experience for like maybe whatever amount of time it takes you to do it. I don't know. It's one of my favorite games. It is beautiful. I love it. It is nowhere near like the game we're playing or making. Right now. It's not even close. But
now let him cook. Now let him cook his fire. I see the inspirations. I like this, man. Very eclectic choice, man. Really like that. And the final question, really quickly, for both of you guys. Favorite console. We start with Manny first. I think I know John. So we're gonna go
when
favorite.
Did this get thrown in?
Yeah, I had to sneak this up on you. You make sure to keep you on your toes. Keep you on your toes.
Real quick.
I think
it just. I gotta go.
I know you gotta run. I know you get. All right, this all good, brother.
I'm in that same predicament at 4:00.
No, I got you. We got reinforcements for the round. We got reinforcements.
Oh my God, I'm at a battle right now.
Yeah, real quick. You gotta.
Talk to you guys later.
All right, you think Happy Mother's Day. Say Mama Addict.
Everybody, I said Happy Mother's Day over there.
No doubt.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye.
Salute. So yeah, Lord Manny, out of all the consoles, favorite console and why of all time?
All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna give it to the Wii. To the Wii.
Oh, strong one.
Strong to the Wii.
And I'm saying this.
A bold choice for something that doesn't play any of your favorite games.
Oh damn.
Yeah, ironic, huh? But I think in terms, no, I mean, hey, fair point, right? But
Yeah.
I guess like the Wii was just something that like how do I even explain it? It's just every day I played the Wii more than the Xbox, and it was like every day I just kept playing like I always surprise myself when I play like a Mario game or even Guitar Hero. It's just a weird mix in between. But you know, I think also is the fact that like when it came to the Wii, like I always played with my little brother too, the main character of the game. So that also was like a huge part of like how we grew close together. Because
Absolutely.
If it wasn't for the Wii, like you know, me and my brother, we probably, I don't know, like
that's real.
would we think differently otherwise when it came to anything even remotely close to video games?
Yeah,
But
we brought whole families together.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be like my favorite part of it.
I like that.
It had me, had me get closer to my brother.
Salute.
And maybe LetHimCook wouldn't exist without it too. Who
There
knows?
we go.
We
There we go.
Bar that day, so.
No doubt. And of course, Lord John, favorite console. Which PlayStation is it? Let's get right to it. Let's not even dance around this.
So I was thinking about it. I mean, I just literally had to think about it because I forgot. I don't know if you told me, but this was a surprise. But I think it's going to be the PS4. That would probably be it.
Okay.
Because almost every single game that I just mentioned is playable on that system.
That is true.
And honestly, the bulk of my gaming has been. I mean, I have played a lot, like between different systems, but like the PlayStation, and also I would say the PlayStation 4. Yeah, it would probably be a PS4 because there was also a time where I played a lot of. I think a funny pick would have been Wii U, and also Switch because I used to carry around a bag with my buddies, and I would have it in the back of the car, and it would be the Smash bag. So I'd throw it, and it's basically like, "Yo, bro, you bring the Smash. It's got like it's got all the game controllers. It's got everything. We can play 8 people.
You ready to smash, bro? King, fix your face.
I missed out on Smash Bros. Too.
I got a Smash bag.
I like this. You ain't feeling the Smash bag, King?
There's a different Smash bag in the back of that thing too.
Oh wait, John,
I respect that you put it out there. I like that.
Got that Easter egg in LetHimCook Smash.
Oh, okay.
Exclusive. But
okay.
That's the game I'm the sweatiest on, I would say.
No
is
doubt.
The ultimate Wii U. But anyways, I would say PS4 is definitely my favorite console if I had to pick one. It's just, I don't know. The startup screen's nice too. I like it a lot. How do you feel about that, King? I don't know how you feel.
It's cool.
King, you good?
Okay.
They going crazy about the Smash bag right now.
My console of all time is TurboGrafx, so
yeah, salute. No doubt.
Someone said he likes to smash brothers.
Bro, they going in right now. They are so messy right now. They are out of, this is our chat. They out of control. Everything is an innuendo. Everything is out of pocket. Everything's ridiculous. Salute to the chat. Again, salute to HFStudios still rocking with us for at least one topic, hopefully. You know what I'm saying? LetHimCook. You already heard. You got the dates. We got, again, pinned in the chat. Go check that out. And one more time, for those who just joined and for King as well, we going to give them a taste of that trailer one more time.
Let's do it.
He said, "Ah!" That's
Yo,
hilarious.
Brotato is so much fun, and that gave me the exact feels of Brotato.
Yes. Lot of fields. Again, go check that out. Link is at the top, pinned at the top. Go wish list. Really helps the developer. Shout out to Mav who put the tweet out. Learned the game about this game. Let him cook on Iron Lord podcast today. Looks really fun. So much talent out there making games. Wish listed. I like that. Live Supremacy put the tweet out. Let him cook game by HFStudios. Salute. Got the day interview. All right. Y'all putting a little support out there. That's love, man. It really
appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're so bad at social media right now. I think I even put out a post on Twitter.
They working,
Don't
man.
worry. As soon as you get rich, you'll hire a
all
team.
about the game.
Don't forget about us.
That's right. Oh no, we already talked about it. We gonna
okay.
we get Lord Beefy in the game. We're gonna try to get Lord Beefy as a boss or
I already
something.
wrote it down.
Oh, you already wrote it.
Chef,
Oh,
some
Manny,
variety.
Manny's
Must have wrote
working.
it down,
I
bro.
like that. I like it. Help me
Well,
out.
if you put me in the game, you're gonna have to get
Which one? Glizzies?
you have to get declared the sample for my music.
Look, here's
Oh.
what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. If we get approved for a console port to Xbox, we'll put you in that exclusive. Okay?
Oh,
No,
That's even
no.
better.
No. Put me in a PlayStation one.
Why? Why you want to be in the PlayStation?
So, and then I'm the boss in there that says PlayStation 6.
Don't entertain this, John. Do not entertain.
But what you gotta put is the music you have to put is not like us. Right?
Oh my lord!
Yeah,
Now you gonna get the
Yeah,
copyright strike.
Yeah,
there we
that's
go.
the part right there. So you got to get that cleared by Kendrick. Me and Kendrick talk. So,
We'll never get it approved. We'll
Yeah,
never get it
exactly.
approved for the system.
He tried to destroy your budget.
Just-
We gonna work in the
no.
parameters.
Me and Kendrick is cool. We talked about it. You know, we cool. You can do it.
No doubt. All right, last week's poll results are in, and the people have spoken to the question with the latest controversy surrounding Helldivers 2 players on PC requiring a PSN account to continue to access the game. How do you feel Sony should respond? The winner of the three-way ILP poll at 55% of the vote was reverse the policy and work with Arrowhead so regions won't be locked out of Helldivers 2 group. And it looks like some of this actually happened. We know since this poll, Sony did reverse the decision. So he bent the knee there. Coming in at second place, razor close 26. I think not too close. 26% of the vote was, I don't care. They need to fight for democracy and put that port on Xbox. Okay. And in last place, at 18% of the vote was status quo. Helldivers 2 players were made aware that this would happen from the start. Lord King, the realm, they wanted them to reverse it. It looks like Sony did reverse the policy.
They reversed it and lied.
Oh Lord.
It was like, yo, we fixed it. Y'all don't have to worry about that, and delisted the game.
Yeah.
Yo, that was the worst practice in the world. And not one of you dudes is out here talking about it. Not one of you dudes. Well, shout out to my man Alex and for Tango keeping the boots on these dudes next this whole generation. But I appreciate you guys for working for me. But the thing about it is, that is the worst thing that they could have done, was tell them that we fixed it and then just delist the game. Don't sell it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that sucks is just about the countries and stuff like that. That part is unfortunate.
I thought, and this is my ignorance, I thought Xbox and PlayStation, their services is available all across the world. Right. So when it was like 177 countries can't do that, I said, what are you talking about? They don't have PlayStation Network? He's like, nah, they don't. They could buy the console, but if they have the console, they could use it through the console. So it's more or less like they didn't have a thought of the PC. So they got their pants down now and they got to fix that whole service thing. But I don't know what they're going to do in the meanwhile because they need PC money. So I don't know, but I just thought it was a bad thing to come out and say that we'll reverse it and then delist the game.
Yeah, delisting thing. Yeah, it's definitely something. I'm sorry, go ahead, John. You was going to jump in or something?
Oh no, I was gonna say this whole controversy has been really, really like weird and interesting. Like obviously a huge blunder, because you can't advertise a game to a portion of the people that won't be able to play it at some point. You like that's just not good practice. It's like not morally okay. So like I think the fact that like it's just been really, really, really tough to see that like happening for Arrowhead for specifically, right? Like, these devs have gotten like the review bombing was crazy, and like I love this, like I love the fact that there's democracy, right? It works on both ways for them, but it's just crazy that like their reputation got tarnished and with one account sync thing, and it sucks. Right.
Very unfortunate. All right, and then we do got a couple of pictures. I can't read. Dip down. I'll probably take care of you next week because you're doing the War of the Lords thing where you're pitting us against each other, but not all 4 lords are here today. So we're gonna save that one. Dip down. If you're listening, don't think I didn't read it. Shout out to my man Tazuichi. He got one in there. Good morning, lords. Let's cut the ish with what happened this week. Do you guys have any faith being brought back in Banjo, Crash, and Killer Instinct? Truthfully, I don't, but discuss. Have a last 2 New York playoff teams will lose and break your heart kind of day. Shout out to Tazuichi being messy. So, do we have any faith? Let's start you, King. In any of these IPs being brought back after what happened this week with the studio situation?
I think there's a possibility, but I don't think they're a priority.
Okay. No
because
doubt.
Microsoft's saying that they're going to prioritize larger franchises and stuff like that, that's going to hit. And if something's a little bit iffy, I think that's going to go on the back burner until they can figure out and allocate funds. So I don't think so.
Okay, no doubt. And then Don, what I'm gonna do, Don, I got because I know I got King limited time, so I gotta be respectful. Don and Dip Down, I'm gonna hold y'all for 1 week because we gotta move on. I'm sorry. So we will get y'all. We gotta move a little bit. We gotta bring to the topics into the realm. And this is the hot one, man. This is the hot one. We got Microsoft and Microsoft closing Redfall developer Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush. Oh man, Tango Gameworks, and more in devastating cuts as Bethesda. So this was broken, I believe, initially by IGN is what we first saw the article. I'm just going to kind of paraphrase some of the talking points here. Microsoft has closed a number of these studios: Redfall maker Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush, and the Evil Within developer Tango Gameworks. In these devastating cuts, Alpha Dog Games, maker of mobile game Mighty Doom, will also close. Roundhouse Studio will be absorbed by Elder Scrolls Online developer ZeniMax Online Studios. And they talked about, as far as Redfall, the now promised updates, because I was there when I covered the game. They were supposed to have a DLC rollout, so it looks like there's going to be now it's going to remain online to play, but it said that Microsoft will provide a make good offer for those who bought the Hero DLC. And they said Arcane Leon, which is working on Marvel's Blaze, they survived the cut, as well as Bethesda Game Studios, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Starfield, and Machine Games, and Doom developer id Software. So there was an email sent by Matt Booty, head of Xbox Game Studios, who blamed the cuts on the reprioritization of titles and resources. Here's some of the email. He said they're sharing the changes regarding the making to the Bethesda and ZeniMax teams. These changes are grounded in prioritizing high-impact titles and further investing in Bethesda's portfolio of blockbuster games and beloved worlds you have nurtured over the decades. It says the double down on these franchises and invest to build new ones requires us to look across the business to identify the opportunities that are best positioned for success. This reprioritization of titles and resources means a few teams will be realigned to others, and some of our colleagues will be leaving us. So he went into the effect. Arcane Austin, this studio will close. They said Alpha Dog Studios, this series will close. This studio will close. Tango Gameworks, this studio will close. Roundhouse Games will be joining ZeniMax Online Studios, and they said they played a key role as far as game launches and so on and so forth. I'm just trying to paraphrase. This is a long message. Also, those who roles who were impacted, they'll be notified. And it says this is, kind of some of the controversy that went on too. These changes are not a reflection of the creativity and skill of the talented individuals at these teams or the risk they took to try new things. I acknowledge that these changes are also disruptive to the various support teams across ZeniMax and Bethesda that bring our games to market. We are making these tough decisions to create capacity to increase investment in other parts of our portfolio and focus on our priority games. So this is, again, 3 months after Microsoft had cut 1,900 staff. And then we did get a follow-up from shout out Jason Schreier, friend of the realm. He's been here before. He had a follow-up kind of expose as far as they're planning more cuts after the studio closing. They said employees were shocked by the unexpected shuttering of the studios, the three subsidiaries. In reference to Tango, they were in the process of pitching a sequel, said the people, and who asked not to be identified. And he said also, during a town hall, Xbox's president Matt Booty praised Hi-Fi Rush, but did not specify why the company has shut down the development studio behind it, according to 3 people who were in attendance. And one other comment I think that went kind of viral was speaking about the closures more broadly. Matt Booty said that the company studios have been spread too thin, like peanut butter on bread, and that leaders across the divisions had felt understaffed. They decided to close these studios to free up resources elsewhere. And finally, they talked about, Arcane was looking to return its roots by pitching a sequel to Dishonored. Jill Braff, head of ZeniMax Studios, said in the town hall that she hoped the reorganization would allow the division, which allows to develop Fallout and Doom, to put more focus on fewer projects. And she said it was hard to support 9 studios across the world with a lean central team with an ever-growing plate of things to do. She said, I think we were about to topple over. So yeah, this is the hot one. Final point, and then obviously there was an interview, I believe, with Xbox President Sarah Bond speaking to Dina Bass that did get a little bit of controversy in reference to direct questions about why the studio was closed and stuff like that. So this is a hot one.
Yeah,
lot to digest. Let me see who I start with. Let's start with John. You seem like you got a lot of thoughts.
Me?
John.
Yeah. I don't want to take too much.
No, it's cool.
I'll let King go. I mean, I feel like I'll just let you go.
Okay. so King, you want to jump
I'm just honestly more interested in what you're going to say.
Okay, so
King, what are we feeling? Studio closing, the whole bit in Microsoft and the climate right now.
Okay, so I gave guys 2 days for peace. I gave y'all guys 2 days of peace. And I stayed off the internet, trying not to bother people. 2 days. Mm-hmm. There are 2 videos that outlined how I felt about the people losing their jobs, how sad I was that they lost their jobs. And it's a bigger picture of the whole. The whole in the industry is consolidation is necessary across the boards. Layoffs will happen because we're getting back to level. Like we were artificially inflated during the pandemic. There was tons of money that was given to larger corporations with payback plans later on down the road. I think automotive paid back everything first for big tech. Some big tech is still lacking in their debt when it comes to this. And what they did with that money that they received was they did a bunch of hirings because they had to build infrastructure because they did not know how long the stay-at-home stuff was going to last. So the stay-at-home stuff didn't last as long as they thought it was. They didn't know they was going to have a vaccine in 3 days. And everybody was going to go jab themselves with something that was made in 3 days. So now everything is getting back to level. ABK wouldn't have been up for grabs if the stock wasn't tanking and stuff was going on over there, right? So there wasn't a hostile takeover. Microsoft didn't go over there and say, you mine or else. No. What happened was they went over there, they purchased them. Now, they were at a point anyway. Remember, they were going into games of service. They were doing stuff that was outside of their call signal. Their call signal is RPG story games that last a millennia. Then they did Fallout 76, which was a disaster. And then under that, you have Redfall that was in that same being purchased. And then you had Hi-Fi Rush that was inside the corner there being done. But all right, so you purchased them. It takes at least 2 years to get past the regulators and the stuff in court. Now you actually have them. Now you have to do the assessment of the items that you acquired. And then you start ranking them by stuff that was produced and where they were. You're looking at them from the moment that they were when you purchased them, not the moment now, right? That's where the evaluation process is. They're 2 years behind on this evaluation process. They're doing the evaluation process. They're going to all the studios. Now, one of the bigger problems was Fallout TV show comes out. Mm-hmm. They do not have a Fallout item, product, or something that can be attached to this. So either you didn't believe in the movie product or you had bad management and didn't have something ready. I'm going to go with bad management.
Okay.
Right. And you didn't have something ready. I believe the board looked over at that this couldn't have been a better time to have a new Fallout game out.
It is the
We
zeitgeist.
go through Fallout 4 right now, and that's hitting the charts. You understand? They still got a game out there, but I think the board would have wanted a new game. So I think that's when the heavy evaluation in the hands came down. Now, I do have to say, I told you guys, once Xbox got to the big table, it's dudes looking over at your money.
When you say big table, just to clarify, you're talking about now the revenue to the point where Microsoft, Xbox Gaming, Xbox is now on par or surpassed even Windows at one point.
Right. Yeah. They came in at I think it was like number 3. They passed Windows, and then they flip flopped this last fiscal period. But the case of the matter is, Xbox is very integral to making money now. This is like with anything in life. Nobody notice you when you're just like everybody else. But the day that you come to school with those Jordans on, everybody's gonna peep out. Oh, you got Jordans? Oh, stop. Those are 11s? What's up there? So you got money. So now Xbox has money. And there's people there that want to make sure that they either make more money or don't spend too much money. So you got to look at the books. I don't care. They're a $3 trillion company. That stuff is above my pay grade. But I don't want anybody to think that they looked at it and said, and now all of a sudden everybody's beloved Tango games. This is ridiculous.
I mean, Tango is loved though. Come on,
I'm not saying that they're not loved. I'm saying now everybody with the fakeness on the internet. Oh, Tango, I love them so much. Like I am with Nexus. Oh, I love them so much. I love them so much. Listen, it was 4 studios that closed.
Yeah.
And y'all upset because Tango closed. The CEO left a year and a half ago.
Shinji Mikami did leave.
Right. Left a year and a half ago. Took some people from my understanding with him. We don't know what condition Tango was in. And then they're pitching another game. Well, you're pitching another game, and the game that we did get from you, it was really good.
You talk about the revenue, the sales,
Right.
that Hi-Fi Rush,
sell.
and didn't generate.
We put it on PlayStation. Then we found out PlayStation dudes don't buy games.
Oh, Lord.
But they'll buy Sea of Thieves. That's crazy. You don't buy the game that is what y'all like, but y'all buy the game that we like. Absolutely nuts. But that game didn't sell over there. Hopefully it sells on Switch, but they still own the IP. Now, could they freelance? Could those the people that was laid off go and form a studio? Hopefully, yes. But Microsoft is helping them find other work and stuff like that. So I don't want to make it a thing about layoffs and stuff like that. But is a bigger problem in the industry. We're heading for a crash. People don't understand exactly what they're seeing. If you continue to have bloat when it comes to budget, and then the time is not mitigated, you're going to have stuff that's going to fail with a larger budget, and you're going to have more closures. So there's no way around it. They have to trim the fat on certain things, and some stuff you're just not going to like. You're just not going to like it.
Now, let me push back slightly just on one thing. I understand where you're coming from. My question to you is that, when they acquired, you mentioned mismanagement on some level, right? But when they acquired, ZeniMax and things like that, like, I know climate does change, but it's like you don't feel like there was any foresight to see, okay, we should retain a studio like Tango. Because I think I agree with you. A lot of people, the focus a lot of people is Tango out of all the studios here. So, and by them acquiring ZeniMax, right, they got a Japanese studio, which they sorely lack by proxy, right? So you don't think that had any weight for the board to say, okay, or we should, or Phil or current leadership, right, to say, hey, we should retain this. We should do everything we can to retain this regardless of the situation. But what's your thoughts on that?
Always told me is you never throw good money after bad.
Okay.
All right. So if something has a track record, listen, they have internal metrics, right? So they didn't just pull Tango out of their hat, because I'm gonna tell you, if they were just on the surface, looking on the surface, you would leave Tango alone.
Right.
On the surface, we're not privy to the information that they do have with
True.
internal metrics.
True.
We don't know exactly what condition or shape Tango is in. We're going off of Hi-Fi Rush, and everybody knew it was a darling of last year. Great, not taking anything away from that. But we don't know the condition of the studio. We don't know what was being said and what is their metrics. A number goes out inside everybody at corporate, right? Do it with an AI. So it's not personal.
Right.
The AI evaluates each person in the company, and you're on a number scale. Like, so if you come in at a 71, you're gone. You're just gone. You have to operate at, I think is like 80 and above in that number range. So there's a lot of turnover in the gaming industry and big tech itself. So this is par for the course, especially when it's reaching its level. We see record numbers of layoffs and studio closures. I know somebody asked me, why didn't they let Tango do what Toys for Bob's did?
Right.
They let Toys for Bob's go about their way, and they paid to get out of their contract. Well, Toys for Bob's was probably better managed and had the money to get out of the contract, and that was an option. We don't know about Tango if they did have the money to buy themselves out of their deal and then they have their own studios.
All right,
And
that's fair. No, I'm just being devil's advocate. That's fair. We don't know. I guess the thing that has a lot of people frustrated, okay, you got to admit this part, is that there were external messaging by Xbox leadership and marketing that Hi-Fi Rush is profitable, that it was doing well, and then also from people saying that, look, the structure of Xbox and Game Pass is that we allow these creative smaller titles to exist next to these big titles, right? So like, and they were lauding Hi-Fi Rush and talking about the success of it. Well, one was, I think, Greeny with the tweet initially.
When was that? What year?
Oh no, that's probably like last year.
That was last year.
Yeah, that's probably last year.
Here, I got the tweet that I pulled
No,
up right
it's
now.
fine. It was last year.
Right.
Deal closes, everything closes with ABK. They thought they would be a little bit ahead of schedule and stuff like that. It didn't.
Okay.
Business world, everything changes day to day. Nothing's absolutely the same. So what was right yesterday may not be right tomorrow. Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush by its own metrics was a success.
No, it was the Xbox metrics.
It was its own metrics because before they purchased them, that game was in production.
Yeah.
So by its own metrics and by proxy, it became a Microsoft entity. But by its own metrics, it scored high. Everybody likes the game, not taking anything away from the game. But that one game doesn't define the studio.
Right, that's true.
You have to look at every game in a studio. And now, if your pedigree is mid, and
revenue.
we're asking,
not critically acclaimed. Their games were critically acclaimed. But as far as sales,
revenue, right? You make the best stuff, but it don't sell. Well, Tommy, you know what happens?
Why does it sound like a mob
comes
hit?
out.
Why does it sound like a mob hit?
Well, this is what happens. Like, how many rappers do you know that's dope as hell but get dropped by their label?
A lot.
They don't sell. Immortal Technique, stuff like that. Doom F. Listen, people have to go and understand this is just business. But they're looking at it because they love Hi-Fi Rush. Look at the studio and start ranking the games and start ranking the revenue, and you're gonna understand that on the totem pole, they were probably the lowest.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna push back against you, King.
Right.
Because while I agree that this is something that is pretty much what I feel is going to be the issue here. There's definitely something we don't know going on with TangoGameworks, right? Like there's something under the hood that like it's for some reason they're not telling us, but right now the only things we have to go off of are the facts that there was a tweet from Xbox, a person that worked at Xbox that said Hi-Fi Rush was a breakout hit for us as Xbox and our players in all key measurements and expectations.
Right.
They were super happy. They got Bethesda as a deal, and under the umbrella they got Tango. And for us right now, here's the brass tacks is that we know that they enjoyed success and they felt that if it wasn't actually success, Xbox didn't tell us and they lied. because a year ago, and it's still going to be true because that's the release. Like it still was good metrics for them. A year ago, it didn't sell. I mean, it didn't sell on PS5, but for them, it was a good exclusive. All we know is they closed it, and all we know is that they were a good studio that had a Game of the Year contender, and they closed the studio. There's no information, and there's nothing else. This is extremely concerning because we need to know exactly what happened. If it's Shinji Mikami leaving with some developer talent, that's one thing. But like he had built that studio to build a pedigree of like developers.
Okay. Question: when they closed Sony of Japan, did you need to know why?
What, Sony Japan?
Yeah, because when they closed Sony of Japan, see, I've been with PlayStation way before PlayStation 4. I've been with PlayStation when they were initially released. So Sony of Japan meant a hell of a lot to me. And then when Jim came and consolidated it and closed it, and then when he went to London, I played what was it, Wipeout with what is it? Psychosis was one of the artists that was on it. I love that game. I love that series. When they shuttered the London studios, they lost that heritage. When they shuttered the Japan studio, they lost that heritage. No one is pitching a boogie woogie in the streets at all right now, but we're talking about a studio that Microsoft acquired and said, your portfolio didn't meet the requirements. One game does not catapult you to a 91 if you're mid as a company.
Oh, he means Japan Studios.
Right.
No, I get that. I just want to follow back though to something that Lord John said in reference. I get what you say. This is corporate. You're talking the cold hard fact. I get that. I get that, and I respect it. I think where the frustration line. I think what I'm kind of getting from John and a lot of people in the community right now is just that the messaging, right? Because a lot of people were like, even though things may have changed or whatever, the messaging was like, hey, this is a good game, and it was a Game of the Year candidate.
I hope they stop talking to people.
Oh, that's the other issue, right?
Yeah, so I hope they stop because Sony doesn't talk to anybody, Nintendo doesn't talk to anybody. Right. They just give you what you get and you shut up. Microsoft has been too nice for too long for too many people, and that's the problem. You have too much access. Right. The moment you have so much access to an individual, we start to become entitled. Like saying stuff like, "We need to know."
No, I get that, but we have to put blame in the corporation too because we can pull up quotes now of contradictions of things that we thought was the mission and what was the plan and the vision of Game Pass and the studio acquisitions and things like that. So now people can say, wait a minute, I thought you were fostering this, and how could this happen based on this past vision that we've been told? That's what I'm saying. Like, do you empathize with people on that level at least?
No, I empathize with anybody that has a problem with anything that has transpired in the last couple of weeks. Okay. You have the right to be upset. You have the right to voice your opinion. You have the right to ask for questions to get answers. Everybody has the right to do these things. That doesn't mean you're gonna get it, right?
Hey King, can I just piggyback off a little bit
shout out
of
to Rand is joining us.
Thank you. So the thing is, first of all, I'm back with the Iron Lords on the Lord's Day.
Salute on the Lord's Day. You already know. Salute. And you with HFStudios, by the way. Let them go wish list that, by the way. Go wish list that.
Absolutely, I'm in there.
Up and coming developers from the city, by the way. From the city.
Oh, okay. New York, listen, we got to link up, man, because I got some things going on.
No question.
Hey,
but
we'll do it.
I'm very serious about that too. Okay, so the thing is this, right? Like, and I want to start out by saying Hi-Fi Rush was my favorite game of last year.
It was so hard.
And I got the achievements to prove it. And even though it was in Game Pass, I still bought it on Steam. See, a lot of the people that
buy games, you can buy games that's inside Game Pass. I thought they delisted across the world.
Stop being messy, King. Let the man continue.
But listen, half the people that are gnashing the teeth right now and pulling out the hair, they don't got the achievements I got.
Oh, they tell the truth.
They don't got the Steam receipts.
Ooh, that's a flex.
So, and again,
I'm buying Helldivers today.
I think it goes without saying that we are all concerned about where the industry is with all of these layoffs.
Yes.
We are all concerned with the 900 layoffs Sony did the other day. we're all concerned with what is happening, and I will just toot my own horn for a little bit and say maybe this wouldn't have happened if they listened to me and got Sega. But
Don't you start your Sega propaganda. Don't you start your Sega acquisition propaganda. Stay focused. Stay focused, Evermore.
Studios over at Sega as well.
If Woody would have called the police, this would have never happened. I got you.
All right, but on a serious note,
right.
I hear so much talk about, well, is this the reward for winning BAFTAs and Peabody Awards and all those things and being nominated for all these things? So the thing is, they said it cleared all their internal metrics and they were happy about it. So why does no one also mention Ghostwire Tokyo? Was Hi-Fi Rush enough to cover its cost plus Ghostwire Tokyo? Right? And that never comes up. And so my thing is, as a consumer, we have every right to be upset because we were told things as gamers by executives. 100%. Yes. My issue comes in is that if we want to talk about the business side of it and we think that we deserve answers on the business side, and that's not for you, John. That's just in general. I see this everywhere.
Yeah.
We have to then at least try to understand, and we can't say, I don't care about what the business reason is. They're closing it. If we're going to say that, and you don't care about the business reason, then you really shouldn't be talking about business. You should be talking about the game itself. Right. And I feel like in the discourse, there is a lot of mixing of timeline financial analysts and business analysts, and they don't really care about the particulars. So if you care about the particulars, then we can have the conversation. If you don't care about the particulars of why things like this happen, then just stick to games. And then say it sucks that one of my favorite studios was closed. So that's thing one. The other thing is, and again, I love this game. I bought this game. I was
hard for this, man.
I was gutted. I think it should have been in the Game of the Year nominations in the top 5. That's my opinion.
You were coming at me too.
Listen, I called it a COG just one.
Yeah, you called it a just one. You were coming at me. I was attacked for this game. I love
and again, what the reality of this is a lot less salacious than I think the headlines have been. It sucks for those people. Awesome. But so there's one headline that says, Xbox kills award-winning studio, even though they said it meets all their metrics. That's the salacious headline. That's to get you the click headline. But if there was a different headline that read, world's largest game publisher streamlines studio to ensure budget for high-impact projects, nobody blinks an eye. Right? And so the cold hard equations of this is we now have taken on 14,000 employees. If you look at Activision, they made $8-9 billion a year and about $2 to $2.5 billion in profits. What does that mean? There's $6 to $7 billion in expenses just for holding that entity now. Right. And now you have to streamline that. Right? Now, what I don't know is what we're seeing now indicative of
That's what I was about to ask you. That's what I was about to ask you. And that's the fear.
Is it indicative of things to come? Is this the Activisioning of Xbox?
Right.
And again, I want to point out another thing. We see this with Take-Two. We see this with EA. We see this with all the major publishers where they take less risks and they focus on their sort of core competencies. How many IPs does ABK own versus the ones that they actually put money into, right? They put money into Diablo, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush, and COD. They own way more than that. You guys were just talking about Guitar Hero, right? Because those are the things that are sure bets. And as game development budgets increase, and that makes it more difficult to greenlight some of the riskier projects. Now, I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm
but
about to say.
Matt Booty and Phil Spencer looked me dead in my face and said the whole point
said that was what the vision was. That's why people are so upset. I'm sorry, finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I get that. That's why, as King said, if you're coming at this as a consumer and you're upset because you were told things, you have every right to be upset, and you get no smoke from me. I'm only saying is don't start talking about the business if you don't want to hear the business answers.
All right, I just want to interrupt because I got Rand. I thought I had Rand. He's we love us a lot. Okay,
I'm listening to Mr. Everborn, Mr. Conspiracy Theory himself.
Don't do that too. Don't do that too. Don't do that too. Don't do that too. But look, Rand, because I know we're gonna go around the board. I do want to get your top level thoughts. Listen to Xbox 2. Fantastic show, Chess Gordon. And Rand, my friend, good friend. You had thoughts. You were very passionate. And now you had another day or two to kind of let this settle. Three studios, closed. One kind of reorganized and reintroduced into another. And I think it's a roundhouse. What are your just the top level thoughts of these studios and this situation? Especially
I got so many thoughts, Kai.
Let's go.
What's up, King?
What's going on, Rand?
How you doing, bro?
HFStudios in the building, by the way. Let them
What's going on?
Wish list.
What's going on?
Make sure you wish list that.
This is
really talented developers.
Man, there's a lot of things to talk about with this because you have a lot of different aspects. You have like the people aspect, right? Like the people that are essentially laid off, which is an awful thing. The industry is just in this weird and seems like it's almost like a death spiral. It's just every single week there's just more and more news about layoffs and studio closures and stuff, and it's just it is like how are we going to get out of this tailspin, right? So there's like that where you feel for the people involved, and then there's the cold hard business situation, which nobody really wants to talk about or even really lead a lot of credence to, because you're essentially would be playing devil's advocate for a $1 trillion corporation, and nobody really wants to put their needs and wants in front of regular people, regular developers' needs and wants, right? But there are things to talk about with Xbox and their budget and who made these decisions and when these decisions were made, and is it Satya and Amy Hood? Did Phil know? Did Phil not know? Because there's a lot of scuttlebutt about like, hey, was this mandated from above? And right then there's like, okay, the consumer trust, as I've seen people talk about it, like, how do I feel about Xbox now with these things? Because as you guys have pointed out, it's they've made statements in the past that have sort of aged like milk, shall we say, right? Which leads into like, how do you feel about Xbox as a brand if you can't really trust what they're saying, because they say something a year ago and then whatever they said just ends up not being the case? So it feels like you're being lied to, or at least being misled, even though maybe what they were saying a year ago was the truth. It may not be the truth now.
Sort of like we believe in generations.
Yeah, I mean, something like that. Like that. You got everybody, you got us. We got, Iron Lords, you got Xbox 2, you got
Circle Podcast,
all the gaming media, you got all this, leading, a narrative and talking about their opinions and feelings, and maybe some of it's right and maybe some of it's wrong. So I guess where to start is, man, I mean, I guess when you look at it, the thing to say is this one looks worse because of the things that we were told in the past, specifically with regards to TangoGameworks. I think that's the one that really sits in the craw of people, is that studio in particular, and the great game that they had delivered in with Hi-Fi Rush. Because Game Pass was supposed to be this buffer of you can release these highly creative style games, and then Game Pass would be like, okay, you don't have to get the bulk sales, we'll protect you, and that's how, at least how Game Pass has been pitched and talked about from Phil Spencer and other executives about it. So there's that, and then you sort of have to wonder the reasoning, right? It always comes back to the reasoning. Why did this happen?
Yep.
Right? Because we were told Hi-Fi Rush was a success, exceeded all their metrics, all of them.
That's what John said.
Right? So it's like, okay, so it's a success. So why did this happen? And you look at the email that Booty had sent out about this, right? So we only know, like, you have two ways to look at it, because Booty's only mentioned in the email and in the town hall the next day about why these things potentially happen. And in email, he basically talked about the idea of like resources, that this is essentially a shuffling or a changing of resources from one area to the next, and they, wanted to reprioritize, Bethesda's more blockbuster-ish IPs and stuff like that. And then in the town hall to employees, they talked about how the leadership team at Bethesda was essentially kind of spread too thin, and that Jill Braff had mentioned that they felt like they were about to topple over, and all those sort of things. And you read all that and you just get a sense of like, well, when you talked about these acquisitions in the past, when you talked about Bethesda, when you talked about acquiring all the studios in 2018, and even when you talked about ABK, Xbox always made a point to mention, like, we're going to improve these studios. We're not going to change them. We want them to stay as they are, but we are going to help them become the best versions of themselves, right? We're going to give them more resources, things of that nature, maybe even more budget, what have you. At least that's what people thought back in 2020. And just judging off of what Matt said in the email and what was said at the town hall, it makes it seem like maybe leadership had failed those studios. Because if what I'm hearing is correct, at least
what you hearing, what we hearing,
like the email, I'm not saying what I'm hearing like behind the scenes, but what at least is forward presenting from the emails and the stuff is that, they had to shift resources, but it's like, wasn't resources one of the reasons you were going to help them out? Like, why they came to you, you purchased them, you're going to make them a better version of yourself so they could have more resources. And with Jill Braff saying like, hey, we felt like we're going to basically topple over, and Matt Booty saying, oh, we were spread too thin like peanut butter on bread, it sort of gives the impression that they just couldn't run Bethesda effectively, even though it's not like Bethesda have taken on more responsibility or more studios. They've been running these 8 studios or 9 studios for a while now. And now it's like, oh, well, we need to change and focus on other things and not give you the help and resources that we can provide as Microsoft. It seems, at least on some level, the response is there that that's a failure on the leadership to not foresee that and not like help them out in a better way. Now, there could be other reasons why this happened. This could be like, hey,
we need more money
big now.
Yeah,
right?
Fallout's hot.
Jez has this Everborn saga conspiracy theory, right? We'll just label it that this is all to do with Fallout.
Yep.
That essentially,
Matt Booty did say one of the reasons was to focus on bigger, I forgot the quote, higher priority kind of games.
Higher priority. Yeah,
high impact.
High impact. If we're talking high impact from ZeniMax and Bethesda,
yes,
Fallout would qualify now, especially with the zeitgeist and the sales burst that we see with UK
because you got the TV show blowing up, right? You got Fallout 4 was the best selling game in all of Europe last month, right? Fallout 76 had like 1 million players a month, so people are going and playing the Fallout games. And I've always joked around when I've come on Defining Duke to Maddie, hey, when are you getting that Fallout 5, Maddie? 2035? It's been like, it just sort of seems like Fallout was kind of put in the background, and they weren't worried about that because they were doing Starfield and they were going to do Elder Scrolls, and we weren't going to do a brand new Fallout because Todd doesn't like anybody else playing with his toys. Right. But now Fallout's blown up. It's kind of like, oh man, we need to capitalize on this. But how do we do this? In what ways? And, you know,
stakeholders
everyone
like money.
sort of mentioned like, hey, ABK, it could be a situation where they want to get more money to either, you know, kind of build a new Fallout studio or what have you. This is kind of my speculation. And they were told no, because we've given you all the money. We've given you $70 billion. So find
80
the money.
if you count Bethesda.
Yeah, find the money elsewhere, and then you do a
find it
studio
within-
evaluation. And one game does not keep you around; it just doesn't happen.
Well, find the money within the budget that you already have. So you go and you say, all right, well, we gotta do this, and they just ship some games. They're not going to have anything for a while, and it's expensive. So we'll shut down these 4, free up some budget, and now we can work on Fallout. I mean, that's just an example. Yep. I mean, personally, I'm incredibly disappointed by this because I loved Hi-Fi Rush, and Tango was supposed to be, to me, Tango was the poster child of the new Xbox underfill.
I know.
Right? What it was supposed to be, creative games that are high quality, that win awards and all those sort of things, that maybe don't necessarily sell the best, but it's okay.
Question: did Phil go over there to purchase Hi-Fi Rush, or did he go buy Starfield? What was the game that made Phil say Jim can't get his hands on this? Damn sure wasn't Hi-Fi Rush because they gave it to him.
I mean, they bought the whole kit and caboodle, though.
Right, exactly. So they went over there and they said, okay, well, they brought the kit and caboodle because the kit and caboodle was available. That just that was serendipitous, and that happened that way. But the fact of the matter is, he saw Starfield and said, no, not today. So you have to look at the core. The core of the business is exactly what they're keeping. They said they're going to nourish and nurture all the studios that they keep. This happens now. It's that time.
I got you, John, because y'all and Manny, I know you've been patient. I got y'all too. I do want to ask y'all this, and this can go to King or whoever, not like I'm attacking. So because of that, and I get that, big franchise, why you invest, but now we have to admit, because of a situation like Tango, where you put out a critically acclaimed game, right? It doesn't do the metrics like you allude to, King, right? And let's be honest, in the stakeholders meetings, you ain't nothing but an Excel spreadsheet, and everyone is kind of evaluated in that manner. I get that, right? But my question is now to what Rand is saying, right? Where they were pitched during the acquisition period at, hey, you'd be allowed to create this stuff. Like, what do you feel about the culture now that it sends to the remaining Xbox game studios, for example, like Rand's beloved Ninja Theory, like a Compulsion
I told
game,
you Ninja Theory's next up too.
Oh, come! I don't see.
Listen. Okay, so dudes did not hear me when I said, all right, Bleeding Edge was an unmitigated mess. All right, so when they acquired them, they got Bleeding Edge, right?
Right.
So they got Bleeding Edge. They put it out. It was somebody's passion project. And listen, I interviewed Nina Christensen. Lovely person. I love the studio. Don't forget that Ninja Blade came out on PlayStation.
I mean, Hellblade, the first one. Yeah.
I mean, Hellblade.
Ninja Blade. Shout out to salute to you. The ninjas.
Yeah. Hellblade came out on PlayStation first, and then, Xbox, when they acquired it, comes over here on Xbox. If this Hellblade does not hit, and this is probably the reason why you don't got a physical copy. This is the reason why market about a week or two before. I believe if this Hellblade 2 does not hit, you're going to see them folded up in the same way, because they have one flop under their belt under Microsoft, and that's Bleeding Edge. Now, somebody agreed to let it come out. Like somebody agreed to let Redfall come out. I don't see nobody out here running around talking about Arcane Austin needs to stick around because they did Prey.
I mean, Phil kind of said that, though.
Listen,
he did.
Phil said that a year ago.
He did.
So,
they said they were going to be given the opportunity. Remember when Redfall was the disaster?
Phil said he would support their next game and that they weren't shutting them down a year ago. So, I mean,
the problem with, they supported the game. The game is fixed. And now.
No, you said they support their next game.
No, the next game ain't coming. They have eyes on them. The board is on them. They're not little Xbox no more. That's done. Once you beat Windows, they looked over at you. Now we got to evaluate you. Now we got to check you. When IRS finds out that you got money that you ain't supposed to have, you getting audited. They got audited. And they had to cut the fat. Now, I'm not saying that it's right, but everybody keeps putting up one game that they love so much that doesn't erase the rest of the mid. And I'm just telling you, when it came to evaluation time, I know what the board did. They looked over. Everybody has a number. Where can we take money from? You're not getting no more extra money. Where can we take money from? Well, if we eliminate this and we take this here, we can put this here, we can place this here, then we can get a studio together.
Man, he's shaking his head.
To make a Fallout game.
He's ready to cook.
That Fallout game has to come out. That Fallout 5, you think Todd don't want to, you're going to make that game soon. By the time season 2 come up, you'll be bringing out a trailer for Fallout 5. I can guarantee you that.
All right, let me get Manny and Johnny because they've been patient, and then we'll circle back. But Manny can get you to talk. Also, I do want to hear what you had to say in reference to the studio closures. Just your top level thoughts.
John, you could go first.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Manny's like
I'm good.
He's letting me do this, but
okay,
he's definitely got something to say about this.
Okay,
but I got a few things to say. I wrote
All right,
down
let's
a few
go.
things.
Oh,
I was
ready.
just gonna address it. But yeah, anyways, I was gonna say to King, basically the Japan studio for Sony Japan, Sony studio, that whole thing. That Japan studio is definitely a different ballpark completely. Japan studio had greenlit like huge budget games that were all Risk for a long time. They brought us Bloodborne, they brought us God of War, and it was huge games, don't get me wrong, but they probably, they definitely shuttered themselves, and even Sony regrets doing that, honestly. But TangoGameworks is nowhere near the size of that, like not even close.
Nothing close.
So it's hard to compare those two. And I'm saying, like, from a business perspective, this is where I'm going to come into this conversation again. So from a business perspective, I do not agree with these shutterings or the fact, I mean, it probably helped them get money, right? Like they're probably doing it to, cut costs after spending $70 billion to buy ABK, right? It's probably something to do with that. But probably more so to do with like diverting funds, like they said they were doing it to like Elder Scrolls 6 and something Fallout related, right? So they're closing studios inside Bethesda to trim that fat so that most of their budget can go to like Obsidian and just Bethesda itself. Most likely, probably.
I hope
but regardless of the reasons why, we don't know yet. We have to know if it's internally, if the TangoGameworks was screwed. Because Arcane Austin, it's just like Redfall and everybody was already gone from the Prey team. People were gone. So they just didn't have faith. But TangoGameworks is special because, well, like you said, there might have been some things that their other games may have not done well. But they released Hi-Fi Rush last year. If they shuttered Tango in a few years, okay, maybe. If they released a dud, but that was last year. And we're in a time and place where they also literally said after the shuttering, they were like, we need smaller games that give us prestige in that town hall.
Right.
That's something they said. And maybe
Yeah, I agree.
Which is just ridiculous. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush isn't a tiny game. It's definitely like in the AA or single A level because its budget was, bigger than like me and Manny's, right?
Okay.
I work at a bar and I would do part-time at my school as well. And we can live, but Hi-Fi Rush is big, but in comparison to like the other projects, Diablo 4, it's pennies. It's pennies compared to that. So the issue is that they don't announce what they're doing, like right now, or like why TangoGameworks is closed. They are destroying their chance to get another indie developer. Like no studio will ever let them purchase them because even if they make a good game, it doesn't guarantee their safety. Like the developers that you hire will be out of a job, be out of work, and be for not even like, I mean, maybe margin go up, but like if your game is good, you should at least be safe. But I mean, I don't know. And then also the morale inside the other companies, like Double Fine 2 is another.
Don't talk about my Double Fine. Don't you do that? That's my.
I have a
Schaefer.
Hey, King,
I have a pushback question.
Yeah, let me go after you after that question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
My pushback question is, what happens if Marathon doesn't sell?
For Bungie?
Yeah.
You talking about Bungie's Marathon?
Yeah, no, because see, what I've noticed and I've saw in the whole media, people that's anti-consolidation, so that they're definitely opposed to Microsoft. anti the deal of ABK. They want to be proven right so bad that, see, I told you, they cut it, they got him. This is what happens when you get too much. They got to cut stuff. They shouldn't have got ABK, and Bethesda would have been fine. ZeniMax would have been great. You have those people, and then you got the general hate. That's where I come in with the console war crap. That's
okay, yeah, identify yourself.
Unlogical people is over here talking that crap.
Passionate group.
Yeah, but I just noticed there's not the same carryover energy, and I'm just trying to figure it out because, again, it's internal, and when you start to look at everybody here, like who's produced this week, or what do you have? Okay, I did Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, what was the stuff that you did before then? What was the numbers on that? Oh, well, this was the numbers that I did on that. So, okay, now you got to go by your whole record now. You can't just go by that one day you got an A. You don't get to graduate if you only got an A in one of your semesters. You have to be good from beginning to end to get to the next grade.
They were good from a review, critically acclaimed, but I understand your point.
I mean, but why do we keep skipping over Ghostwire Tokyo?
Ghostwire Tokyo. Be careful. That's my baby. Come on now, that's my baby.
Listen, Cog, you put me on the Ghostwire Tokyo. I beat that was the second game I beat last year after Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, but
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Ghostwire Tokyo had a bag dropped on its doorstep, though. So
they had the exclusive bag at first. What was the PlayStation 4, right?
Yeah.
This is before the acquisition, right? They had that,
right?
Because it was that and Deathloop was part of the exclusive package that Sony had.
Correct.
So then it drops. From my understanding, it wasn't a commercial success in Japan. It wasn't a commercial success on PlayStation. Then they get acquired, and it releases again finally on Xbox and the Game Pass and so on and so forth. But to your point, Everboy, I'm gonna let you continue. Yes, that as much as I love it, and it pains me to even say it, like it was not a commercial success. Correct.
I would even say though, I don't really even think the success or the not success of the games even matters in this situation. The why
break it down.
They were closed. I think because Jason Schreier, shout out to Jason, when he speaks, people listen because he's usually correct.
Yep, inside reporting.
Basically said Bethesda had to consolidate. Now, for what reasons they had to do that, we don't know. We can only look at the emails and the other things. But he basically said that they chose to shut down the studios that were pitching and not the studios that were already working on games. So it could be a situation of just wrong time, wrong place, where they just
that doesn't help their case. Most
I'm
games.
not saying it does.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if this had happened 2 years ago, they would probably be safe because the game was about to come out. Or if it had to happen 2 years from now or 3 years from now, then they're probably neck deep in their game when it doesn't happen. I'm just saying, like, of what Jason said, that they chose to close the studios that were pitching and not the studio like id who's working on Doom. But then again, they say you wouldn't shut id down because Doom is a master, huge franchise that makes a lot of money. So there's always that aspect to look at. There's a lot of just like things here because we don't know as fans or even at the business, like that's high level discussion stuff. It just really sits wrong in my eyes because it's like I mentioned, like this was supposed to be the poster child of what Phil and the teams were supposed to do.
Yeah, that was your philosophy.
And you're supposed to protect and nurture the studios and have them basically become the best versions of themselves with the money that you would provide. That was the whole reasons for the acquisition, at least the public-facing reasons. I mean, we would know the real reasons. And it just kind of seems like, okay, well, if you're willing to do this to this team, and then say the next day we need smaller games with prestige and awards when you just shut one of them down.
That seems extremely contradictory.
Like their quotes.
It's also an out of context quote.
It is out of context. True. We haven't heard.
We didn't hear the full statement.
The audio, but then it's like King mentioned Ninja Theory. It's like, well, okay, so Ninja Theory's here. Is Hellblade 2 going to be enough? Because they're then going to be done with that game, and they're like, okay, what's our next game? We're 4 years away. Is South of Midnight, whenever that comes out, are they going to look at Compulsion and being like, hey, we're Microsoft of 2024. We don't need you anymore. Maybe Microsoft of 2018 did, but now we got Bethesda and ABK. We don't need little old Compulsion. We don't need Double Fine and those things.
That would be depressing.
That's the concern. I'm saying that's the concern. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's definitely what people are thinking is like, wait a minute, like, if Tango in that game isn't safe, then is Hellblade 2 and Ninja Theory safe? Is South of Midnight and Compulsion safe?
Nobody's safe in business.
I know nobody's safe in business.
Yeah, I'll definitely
But go ahead.
go on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We
No,
gotta
you're
get
good.
we gotta get Forte
I'll go.
in.
I'll let you go in a second.
Yeah.
Everborn, my bad. I just wanted to say, also too, somebody said Capono 5150 said MS didn't pay for Ghostwire, Sony did, and that's very true.
They didn't pay. We don't know that they paid the full budget for that game. A 1 year exclusive doesn't necessarily mean,
Yeah,
but
we don't know. But
we don't have
anyways,
that.
we have no idea. But there's a fair point that Sony probably paid for a portion of the budget, so we don't know if that's the thing. But the regardless conversation of whether Hi-Fi Rush is a blockbuster game is not a question. These are smaller games, and the reason they exist was not to generate revenue. It was to generate exclusivity, like basically the draw. Because for me, as a Sony pony, I was interested in Hi-Fi Rush because I was like, I can't play that. I was like, okay, this is interesting. I was like, this is a cool game. It's like it was like the first time I ever felt like, because I feel like, I come from the privilege of the Sony
the prestige,
the prestige of them.
Yes,
and
you gotta do your head like this.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's not what makes Sony money, not at all. It's what makes me interested in the console. Like I'll come and I'll play whatever, but I get to play Hi-Fi Rush. That's interesting. It became not an exclusive. Like I could buy it right now, and I haven't. So that's another thing too. That's another thing to say.
Support it. Salute.
So do you just support console exclusives, or do you support the exclusives on PCs as well?
I don't really. And when it comes to exclusives, I think exclusives sell consoles sometimes. I think they're a big draw, and it's completely. It's hard to say that like that is not a conversation. Xbox decided to pivot its console thing or exclusivity thing, which is it's one thing. I don't know business, right? I don't know business, but their shiny belt buckle. Like when Ford makes cars, they make cars for millionaires and billionaires. Sometimes they don't sell billions of those $1 million cars. They sell some of them. They make their money on the models that can sell to the average consumer. And that's the same for companies that sell video games. They have products that they have, like Call of Duty, that sell to everybody. But they got to have other products for other people, because otherwise they are losing portions.
And not to interrupt you, but to your point, where that brings value to the service, where you have this, if you have a subscription service, you got to have this kind of variety, right? This plethora of different type of games and genres to try to get more different demographics to get into this service, as opposed to just kind of similar samey type games. Is that kind of what you're alluding as well to? A game like Hi-Fi Rush having that kind of flavor and
exactly. They're spicy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like for sure, the business model to make more money is to just focus on smaller titles. If you're a game maker and you're trying to make a bunch of money, you should make only one game. You should just be Fortnite. Like that's the only way to do it.
I actually want to interject here too.
All right, let's go, man. I've been waiting.
Now that he was on his case, like I've been just reading recently.
Waiting,
that,
and I got
live
4
service games. It's either the live service games, or like John was saying, just the individual games that are probably just in weary of just making probably the most money out of anything today, and not just a repetitive formula like Call of Duty, just the same game over and over again. Really, I mean, look at Fortnite, right? Is it like what, #1 on like all 3 consoles, and even like
Oh yeah,
right?
that's
So
King would know.
you look at something like Fortnite, just keeps generating new like content day by day, and just basing it off of their live service of all the cosmetics and stuff, right? And I think that like a lot of these companies, it's their issues that they're just not recognizing that. It's like, how could you not just, it's like right in front of your face, right? But then also on the other side of it, it's like like John was saying, I mean, it's like you can't be Fortnite. You have to like go out of your way to do your own thing, but also just like, be smart about it too along the way. I mean, just try to like, you could take some of the formulas, or rather like some of the things that like Fortnite made Fortnite successful, like the live service, just implement it in, but just be creative with it at the same time, and don't just repeat the same type of stuff that you had originally, because people recognize that gamers are not stupid. We all know, like,
we want cool stuff to play.
Absolutely. I want to get up Gaming Forte. It's been a minute, brother. It's been a minute. Blessings.
Happy Mother's Day to all those women out there.
Yes,
got a chance to spend it with mine today. So
salute.
Yeah, man, it's
top level thoughts, man. What's going on here?
Man, so ever since this happened, it just made it so nothing. It's like the excitement is gone. It's like, You know,
Tell me
even
how
when
the people feel.
even when they announced the showcase, I was like, oh, okay. And then you start thinking about all of the things they could showcase there, which is a lot of stuff. But then you start thinking about all the other things that kind of led up to where we are now in the announcements in third party
Business
and
meeting,
putting games in other places. And great, it's all business plans and stuff. But then you add this to the top of that, and it's like, wow, what are we really doing? But then when you sit back and you think about it, it's like, you know, this is something that everybody knew was, well, not everybody. Some people thought that companies like Microsoft were impervious to stuff like this. And the reason they are the most richest company in the world is because they make hard decisions like this that people probably do not like. And it's going to have to do something. They have to do something about it. I feel like when it comes to Xbox, like a lot of people were coming after Phil about all this stuff. And I think I still to this day tell people that Phil, I think, is super genuine to all the things he said throughout the whole generation and all last generation about the direction he wanted to see Xbox go in, about creativity and stuff and fostering that. But that is completely in odds with what Microsoft wants to do now. So
it's a key thing here.
That those are the things that people got to realize. It's like you don't see Phil go up there and talk about all of these things that he talks about and just completely sweep that away. A lot of people look at that, it's like, oh, he lied about this, he lied about that. I'm like, well, I don't think none of this stuff was really lies about anything. This is the stuff that he talked about because he's a gamer and and that's what he loves. And he thinks about that platform with his heart more. He explains it to us with his heart more than it is with a business sense. That's why a lot of people like him for what he does. But now, especially like when Rand just said about companies coming up to pitching other titles and stuff, now Microsoft just spent $70 billion. The eye of Sauron is on top of you now. It's like,
the eye of Satcher.
The eye of Satcher. Yeah,
we do it. Sauron. Oh Lord.
Looking, Amy Hood is looking at these books real hard now. And
it's like, Tim Stewart and them.
Yep.
Gang on gang. Stakeholder gang.
People were poo-pooing Tim Stewart when he came out. He was talking about all this stuff, and I'm like, yo, listen, man, the suits and the money, the people that count the money, they looking at all this stuff now even heavier now.
The feds in the building.
Hey, Forte, what's happening, first of all?
Salute.
First of all,
good to have y'all both for the podcast.
I got a Sonic sitting here waiting for you, bro.
Forte don't even call me no more, you know?
Yeah, Forte, you doing big things.
Well, listen, Rain, I don't want to bug you, man, because it's like, why I don't want to talk to one of my good friends about, you know, things Xbox when Xbox sucks. It just,
I mean,
you don't want to bring the mood down. You don't bring the energy down.
Me and Cognito talk like every day.
We have therapy every day.
It's okay. It's okay.
How do you think I get through this stuff without Red down Thor?
You can call me after the Bears smoke your ass.
Hey, no football, no big, because the Bears is feeling themselves right now. He feeling himself, and I know you Lions. I know. Get ready. He's coming.
That's all right. The Bears gonna come in third place because the Vikings are gonna come in second.
Oh damn!
Right,
Continue.
I don't even know what this sports talks means.
Yeah, let's get back on focus. Focus.
No,
okay. So when you finish, Forte, I'll jump in.
No, go ahead. Jump in.
Okay. So again, as I said before, a lot of the reasoning behind this stuff is probably way less interesting than we're making it.
That's fair.
And the other thing is, if you are in that seat, if you've had to make those decisions now, King, I know you've had to make these decisions. So you talking about this from a business perspective. That doesn't mean you don't care about it. I've had to make these decisions. When you own a business, these are things that you have to do. So that's that one thing. But I would ask everyone that has issues in trying to understand that, if you're in Bethesda and you need to cut the budget by X%, where those cuts come from, because none of it is going to be easy.
Right, you gotta get rid of something. I think to your point, Everborn, I think, let's be real. If the announcement went down this week and the three were Alpha Dog, Roundhouse, or even Arcane Austin, I think the perception would have been different.
Absolutely. Listen, you know what? Let me take it to another level.
Let's go.
If the whole multi-platform approach didn't include Hi-Fi Rush, the whole community wouldn't have folded like that.
Factual.
It's something special about that studio, no doubt about it. The only thing that I'm ultimately getting at is, I think as a part of the nature of online discourse, we take singular moments and crystallize those as though that they are indicative of everything else. And I don't know that makes a lot of sense. So, for example, last week, EA closed down Ridgeline Studios.
Good point. Good point.
And no one says, and they were working on a Battlefield campaign. No one says, do they not care about Battlefield anymore? This only happens with Xbox. Right?
Hold on. So are you implying that there is some sort of bias? Are we not going to hold Microsoft's feet to the fire for their bungles and mistakes and bad messaging, sir?
We are 100% going to do that.
Okay.
However, what I'm saying is we can give them the smoke for this individual thing. I don't know that we have to say that because they closed this studio for reasons we do not know, that says something much larger than than it says, other than they closed that studio that we all love.
I also think it has a lot to do with the fact that EA doesn't come out and say all the things that Microsoft said.
You know what?
Now we get to the issue now, Forte. Now we get to the issue. Let's talk about it.
Real quick, let me say something.
I got you, Rand.
I want to say something real quick. I want to say something real quick on that point.
Okay.
Right?
And I got you.
Whenever you hear Andrew Wilkins, the CEO of EA, or you hear Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two, or when Bobby Kay was the CEO of ABK, you didn't see them. You never saw an interview with them talking to Ryan McCaffrey or Paris Lilly. Shout out to them.
Shout out to Paris Lilly.
They don't talk to those people. They talk to CNBC. They talk to Bloomberg. They talk to those people. And so
Sony talking to GQ.
Their metrics are very clear. And I think we are where we are right now is because Xbox has been very buddy with us.
Tell the truth, shady. King is saying this thing.
And one more thing is Xbox has not been clear with what their KPIs are. They say yes, this thing met it, but what is that KPI?
Good point.
So you do too much talking to the games media and not enough, because you know what? You're not going to go on CNBC and tell them, oh, we just like everybody and we want them to play. No, what's the numbers?
Let me take it a step further. They're going to stop talking to you guys.
But I like when they talk.
No. This is your guys' fault.
I'm selfish. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
All right. So I'm gonna lose FanFest because of you guys. All right. And let me
you blaming the community. He got you there last week.
I'm definitely blaming each and every last one of you flip-floppers that every other day the sky is falling. You chicken little dudes get on my nerves.
Oh God.
Chicken chest.
This is exactly it. Patty Flip is trying to do $1 trillion thoughts.
Oh, Lord.
You don't have those thoughts. So why didn't you just worry about games? Can you play Hi-Fi Rush? Go over there. Go do that. Now, this is what's happening. Little by little, they're pulling away. Sarah Bond just did an interview on Bloomberg. He just mentioned Bloomberg. That's who they talk to. They leaked that information to Bloomberg first, and then Jason Schreier and everybody got it from over there. They're going to stop talking to you. No more buddy with Phil. No more hi Phil. Nope, he's in the ivory tower.
I can't get that
up there. No more conversations for you guys, because what happens is y'all think y'all the same.
So we have. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
It's just the fact that they don't understand the barrier that is actually there. Right? Y'all took a lot of things for granted until they're removed. Now these things are removed. They are going to be stone cold. Remember when Sean Layden and everybody was outside and they was rooting for Sean to go? Get Sean out of here. PlayStation ain't been good since.
Hey, King.
Jim got there. Listen, Jim got there, didn't talk to you guys. Showmanship was gone, closed up everything, even changed the button configuration around.
Oh, for the Japanese.
Told y'all dudes that they believe in generations and the SSD was fast. And nobody bats an eye. But Phil is out here taking slings and arrows every other day. No longer has a conversation with you dudes, and y'all cannot reach him. And you're going to say the number you have reached.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
King, let me take it a step further. How many times have we heard in the discourse, in the community, from the games media, that Xbox has management issues and they need people to come in there that are going to hold people to the fire? And now those people are in the room. And they are making the hard decisions that we claimed that we wanted. And I will take it another step further. How many times have people said about Xbox, they are where they are because they don't have the big heavy hitter releases like Sony? Now, when they tell you we are going to focus on those big heavy hitters, we're like, whoa, hold on. And I'm going to, again, this is coming from someone who was most hurt by Hi-Fi Rush going multi-platform and most hurt by Tango being closed. I'm devastated. Not coming at them. I want to read a number to you, right? Now, I know this is not indicative of everything.
Okay.
But what do you think was the all-time most concurrent people playing Hi-Fi Rush? All-time on Steam.
I know it didn't do well.
6,132.
Yeah, I said 3,000.
That's the all-time high.
Yeah, I know. Addict putting on some metrics that it didn't do well.
So wait a minute. And now we see what Sea of Thieves is doing on the PlayStation Store, right? When they put Hi-Fi Rush on PlayStation, did it crack the top 25?
Oh, that was devastatingly.
But everybody loves Hi-Fi Rush.
No, you're right. That's it. We have a data point. No, you're right. You have a data point.
So the point is, we don't like this, but this is
the reality.
A hard decision. And if you're saying, well, this studio is going to make us a great game, but we didn't really get the engagement if you look at Steam, and even on Xbox, it didn't hit top 10 when it came out of most played games. You can go back and look at that. So, and I know they said it hit those metrics, and that's fine because it was a shadow drop. Sure, they deserve the smoke because honestly, if you look at what they're saying versus what's happening now, they lied.
Contradictions.
And they held to account for that. I'm not saying don't hold them to account.
That's fair.
But I don't think that we can be really flabbergasted that this happened, because if you look at those numbers, and again, like Rand said from Bloomberg, they take 4 to 5 years to make a game.
5 to 7.
5 to 7. So if they're pitching a game right now and they don't have anything in the pipeline because they emptied the clip already, you're not going to get a return on anything they do for 4 to 7 years. And you have to cut budgets now, and you want to greenlight projects. What do you do?
Rand, Rand.
I was gonna say, how do you think the conversation went over? Fallout TV show comes out, huge success. They breaking records. Amy Hood goes to the Xbox division, talks to Phil, talks to Matt Booty, and asks, "Well, how far away are we on the next deliverable of Fallout?" And she hears the answer to that. What do you think that conversation was?
First of all, Amy Hood walks through the Microsoft offices with black Air Force Ones.
Oh man,
she from
black Air Force One energy, bro.
Her last name is
from
Hood.
Downtown.
Her last name is Hood, though, for real. On God.
But when you think about it, it's like, that's why I hold a little, it may not be exactly that like what Red was saying, but I think it's just a totality of all of that, all of those things. When you go back and you just start looking at the books of everything that's happened around Xbox and how much they received from, Microsoft versus what they're giving back. And a lot of people say, well, we're giving you back a lot. But then in Microsoft's eyes, they're like, it feels like y'all bleeding us dry, and we ain't trying to keep doing that. You need to find the money for somewhere else. Right. So when they hear something like Fallout, the next Fallout game is like 4 or 5 years away, and we have a banger in the mind's eye right now when it comes to this TV show.
Zeitgeist.
It's crazy, but it's like also like this. It seems like Microsoft, or Xbox, I should say, is always going from 100 to 0 and 0 to 100. It's like it's like they turn on a dime real quick. It's like nothing is subtle with the company. Everything is very in your face, very aggressive. When they make major moves, it hits airwaves. It's nothing that is subtle about anything that they do. And that's been the consistency of that company for ever since the inception of it. I just think at this point right now, everything is highly scrutinized. Like King said, they outside when it comes to like, hanging out, telling people about the direction that we're heading in and everything. you know, you're not going to really hear about what's happening until we have something to really show you and talk about.
Fair.
And right now it's going to be 0 Dark 30 for a while on all of this other stuff. And you know, and then
It's only 6 weeks till showcase. They'll be chatty patty then.
but guess what? But guess what the conversation around the showcase is?
It's gonna
already?
be the morale is low, bro.
But see, here's the problem with that. This is the problem that I have with that and the community.
They can't be upset.
Hellblade is about to drop.
Okay, fair.
2
Right?
weeks.
So wait, how many
Showcase.
times? But how many times have they tweeted out that Hellblade?
Who doesn't know about Hellblade?
Excuse
A
me.
bit of people.
Who does not know about Hellblade? No.
Hold
hold on.
people.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Who in the community right now? Because the way their advertising works.
Okay.
Go ahead. Because you
What
it's
did
going to be
Microsoft? Who
different.
does Microsoft want
I
to
can
sell
say,
to?
I'll say this. I feel like people might know it exists, but they don't know it's dropping in 2 weeks. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Marketing.
I heard this morning. I think that's what I heard it.
The God of War Ragnarok marketing did not start until 1 month before that game came out.
I saw that sting on the way to the subway.
He was in New York.
He
Was in the
ready
jail.
to go. with that. They did
A
great
month
job
before
for
it came out, we all asked like, "What's going on?" We thought it was going to get delayed again.
Okay,
but that's
and what
besides the
did-
point. I don't
and
want to
what
do
did
it.
Microsoft
Let's
do?
not do
Just
whataboutism.
throw a
That's what I
tweet
don't
out
want to do.
Let's not do
of
that.
an old
That-
JPEG from 1972.
Oh,
Played out in
14.
2 weeks.
That is wild. But they are putting ads in movie theaters, but none of us go to the movies no
Who
more, so
goes
we
to
don't
the
see them.
movies?
I do.
But anyway, my point is this.
Let's get focused.
And then we
I gotta open up.
move on.
Yeah.
I just don't like the talk of every time Xbox does. I'm not doing a whataboutism, but it is always the sky's falling. I'm just saying Xbox is now the largest publisher in the world, maybe second largest if you count Tencent.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I
This
feel you.
idea that they're dead or dying or going somewhere is actually laughable. And this idea that Game Pass is dead or whatever, I'm telling you right now,
Not
COD's going to be in
sustainable.
Game Pass.
Not
COD will be in Game Pass, and they did all of these cuts, and yet they didn't cut Game Pass.
I was surprised by that. I was expecting that at the business. I want to get Rand in because Forte, your homie, podcast partner, has a comment. He says,
Oh,
"So
yeah, of course he does.
of course you know,
Where's
yeah,
he at?
you know, you have to be the Lord Contrarian."
Oh yeah.
So when did
what he got to
sales
say?
become important to Xbox? And why wasn't Tango told that before they shut down? And then the second thing, this is Avi J. I do want to mention this because this I have to put, in my opinion, blame on Xbox for in reference to the hi-fi situation.
Yep.
Because I've told people, and I've been on record, as much as I love that game, and from our understanding, they held that game since the Game Awards the year before it could have dropped. That's what I was told, right? Then we get the direct at the top of last year, and the game is shadow dropped into a service. Now, don't get me wrong. As a Game Pass subscriber, the best service in gaming, I think, still to this day, I loved it. But we have to be honest. We, as Xbox people, the Xbox community, we're in this niche. There's still a larger community, Nintendo, you know what I'm saying, PlayStation, that would not know about this game. This game wasn't in store shelves, correct, Forte? I mean, you're at GameStop. There was
wasn't on
no
store shelves.
proper marketing push unless you are in the Xbox. So I always felt that it was cool for the moment, but I thought it was a detriment to that game to not get the proper resources. But I do want to try to answer Slow-Mo's because I want Rand and Forte to answer what he said in reference to why Tango wasn't sold before.
Oh man. Well, Slow-Mo, you know, my homie, I love you, and he's absolutely right. I mean, there's no really fighting or trying to even combat that conversation. I would just say this because ultimately it comes back to all of this is happening. Like I told people, once Microsoft got a good look at what financials can look for one quarter with ABK underneath them, everything was going to change.
Oh, that's a good take. Sorry.
Like as soon as they, because it's one thing being a person that sees what you receive from Activision Blizzard as your 20 to 30% cut every quarter, and you kind of look at that number like, oh, that's a really good number. It's completely different when you're looking at all the revenue from all the different divisions and you see 51% revenue growth in one sector, and that should tell people instantly, because Microsoft all the way up until that point was always reporting their numbers under one division, under Azure and everything. They were never separating Xbox and gaming by itself. So they decided that that was so significant that when they did their earnings, they split it and said gaming is 51% up, but console sales is 31% down. But gaming revenue is up. So what that tells me is, when you got people going, when, you know, somebody made I think it was Ains on Season Game, he made a good point. He was saying, when you see that number, 51% up, we know the majority of that is from Activision Blizzard.
Correct.
Where is Xbox underneath all of that? So then that's when people, like, once again, we're going back to the shadow broker, Amy Hood. They're looking at these numbers and they're like, hey, ABK accounted for this much of it. So, hey, what are we doing to get these other sectors to do what this is doing? We're not expecting everybody to like bring us ABK numbers, but you can't come in flatline or underneath budgets and stuff like you have been before. So then that's when the conversation starts happening about, okay, if we can't manage to bring revenue up, what's the number one way that you recoup revenue? You let people do sound effects,
not the sound effect.
That's the only the people. I listen. I hear it all the time. I'm on conference calls and everything, and I hear these conversations. It's like the number one that you affect is either closing stores or letting people go. And that's the only way, and that's the biggest bang to the buck when it comes, because guess what? Not only are you saving money on just the salaries of those people, you're saving on all of the insurance and stuff that you're paying for all those people too.
And the real estate costs.
And the real estate.
Exactly. So you're literally just having a bottom line growth to that bottom line of profit, just instantly coming right back into your portfolio. Is it right? True. Absolutely not. It sucks as a person that's impacted by that, but that's what's really happening here. So so to this point, once Microsoft saw those numbers and they were like, "This is incredible. How can we get the rest of the division to be like this?" So. Win, lose, or draw, that was the best thing that could have happened to Xbox, or I should say for Microsoft, because it gives them a huge foothold in gaming. But for the brand of Xbox, it probably was the worst thing to happen, because it changed the whole dynamic of what Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and Matt Booty were trying to accomplish, because now their vision is completely at conflict with what Microsoft proper has at conflict. And that's the biggest thing you're seeing.
You know what
now.
I equate
This
this
is
to?
crazy. He just spat.
Forte.
Yeah, he was Forte spam. Okay.
Well, I said the same thing. Nobody wanted to listen.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay. All right, corporate king. All right, corporate king.
I said the same exact thing. It's
Great
just like
minds
this.
think alike, King. You know,
For real. I didn't
Actually, great minds think different. But go ahead.
But,
Salute.
well, that too.
I equate
That
it to, it's like your little kids, they're outside, they have a lemonade stand, and then you're watching them, and then one day they come in, they sit at the table, and they throw a stack of money on top of the table. What you did with that? Where you get that from? Oh, the lemonade stand. I sold 24 pitchers of lemonade this week, and I reinvested in others. You made it profitable. So the little lemonade stand that you got in front of the house, because I own the house.
The vultures is out.
So how much you made? Well, I made 10 grand this week, and my projections is to make another 10 grand next week. This is when the parents take over.
Yeah.
This is when the
Or at
parents
the very least start charging rent.
Well, that's you can cover your food for the week. You can start buying your. This is when they start itemizing you. Start going down the list of the things you have done and haven't done, and where you're not profitable at, and the stuff that you owe. This is where Xbox owes comes up, right? And they're trying to make stuff profitable. I'm not saying that it was supposed to happen to just them, but if you know what Rand is saying, they were pitching a project. If it was a year before, they probably would still be there. There's a lot of underlining things that go on in business, and people said that they turn on a dime. $1 trillion company.
No, I get that.
Move off of metrics. $3 trillion company that moves off of metrics. They don't move off of emotion. You had the Xbox people, that was the common people, like Phil, as much as they're millionaires or whatever, they were with the common people. They would
Gaming sensibilities.
right? They wanted this stuff to stay homegrown. When you reach a certain threshold, you are no longer homegrown. If
you become Microsoft Gaming,
I told that's coming next. I already told y'all. Game Pass is not going to say Xbox Game Pass. If you want to put Game Pass everywhere, it's going to have to say Microsoft Game Pass. It's not going to say Xbox Game Pass. All right, that's going to change. I've tried to explain to you guys when it happened, when they made it to the table. As much as I wanted success for them, I said this is the death of them. Because this is the death of them in the sense that that dude that you know now, he hit the lotto. He's not staying in the hood no more.
He got different address.
It's over.
HFStudios ain't talking to me no more.
Ain't gonna have the same.
They blew up.
They
got the bag. They don't come on ILP no more. I remember when
they
they
got
was young.
nothing in common no more.
I remember when I changed their tune, let them cook. They got the bag, man.
Cliffy B us.
Hey, King, in Jamaica, they got a term for that. It's called getting rich and switch.
But the thing is, I don't think Phil. And listen, I'm not gonna say Sarah Bond.
Let's get it.
I'm not gonna say Matt. I'm gonna talk about the guy that worked his way up the company to become the CEO.
Dominus.
I'm talking about Phil Dominus Maximus Prince, the first of his name.
First of his name.
I don't think he ever wanted to let anybody go, cut anything, and change anything. He's a true gamer. You can go look up his gamer score at night when they want to play Destiny. Hey, yo, King, I'm at work, so I can't jump in the chats. But I know this man is gaming. He's in a raid someplace. I know Mikey Barra and these dudes. These guys that have their heart in gaming, these individuals talk like us, walk like us, and they are us. Corporate are not us. And they're fighting an uphill battle in a company that now they have visibility. It's a wrap. All right. And when I'm telling you it's a wrap, I'm talking about it's a wrap for how they were operating before.
Right.
How they can move on a different scale. They're the largest third-party distributor in the world. It's over. And you guys want to talk about exclusives, and your exclusive is done. Your exclusive is Game Pass. So get inside Game Pass and then hold that down and fight that fight. But don't fight the fight of exclusives because that's over with.
Yeah.
I want to jump in. And I got to get Rand on this because I was listening to this for 20 years. Point in reference to, I hear you, King, and you're talking the cold, hard facts of business and also the pushback of executives that we currently have in leadership that we currently have that have gaming sensibilities that at least are able to push back. I think is what you're getting at, right? And then, but when you get to a certain threshold, things change. I get that. But we got to be real too, and this is kind of Rand and Jez I alluded to on Xbox 2 that I want to get Rand in, is regardless of that, we have to admit the sentiment in this community is probably the lowest I have seen it probably since the Xbox One 2013.
Hey, Cog, in fairness though, I hear that every time there's a bad thing that happens at Xbox.
I get that.
The lowest times since 2013. Are we?
But
we really?
In fairness, I have seen with my own eyes people who extreme loyal to the brand, extreme loyal to the community. This was a breaking point for them. We have to admit, for a lot of people, it wasn't just hyperbole. A lot of people was like, I don't trust you. I don't trust leadership. And then the talk started to happen. That's why I wanted to get Rand in. For the first time, I'm seeing with consistency, this leadership needs to go. This leadership, they need a change. You know what I'm saying? So, Rand, like now that you've had more time to process, or
oh man,
we gotta talk about it. This is the talk right now. I've had this on the final
leave until after this.
All right, let's get to it. I know. So we gotta talk about with everything that's going on to this point. Should this leadership be in place, or is this categorically mismanagement and they need new blood in there? That is the question. I'm just presenting that people are saying in gaming. Rand, Alto, where you at?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really call for people's jobs and stuff. I look at what you're doing, and if you don't really doing a good job, I'm side-eyeing you. Like the idea of like we need to reallocate resources for this, but so we can't do this. It's kind of like to me, you're Microsoft, right? It's kind of like essentially ordering a hot fudge sundae, but going light in the whipped cream because you're trying to watch your calories. right?
I feel attacked, but go ahead.
No, it's just like it's like you tell me you can't do both, and maybe you can't do both, but there's lot been said during this whole show about things, and it's like the whole idea of they should talk less, which is something I've been repeatedly saying on Xbox too. Like, that's not doing you any favors anymore. And honestly, like, when you say something, it presents this like, okay, this is the truth of what it is, and then we all know business realities change, but those quotes are going to come back and bite you in the ass because things are always changing. And so you probably sort of need to move like PlayStation and Nintendo and only speak when you have something to say. And honestly, Xbox needs to be more, you know what? We just need to shut up and let our games start speaking for us.
How about some consistent quality games?
There's been a lot of promises, and it's always constant, like, things are coming, things are going to get better. It's like, okay, maybe it's just time to just shut up and just let Hellblade talk and Avowed talk.
Facts.
And all these games that they have working on talk. Right. It's, enough. And it, like, to King's point about, like, we talked to the Bloombergs and the CNBCs. It's like, yeah, you should do that. But guess what? When you come to talk to Bloomberg, you best be prepared, because Sarah Bond definitely was not prepared.
I wouldn't go in on that interview. If you looked at my video,
I'm just saying, like, if you're going to
talk about,
if you're going to talk to them, you have to be prepared to talk to them. And they threw her the softballest of easiest questions, and she wasn't ready. So,
well, I think she was ready, but I just think she didn't give you the answer that you wanted to hear.
You know what, King? Let me disagree with you.
I think that was more like
listen. It's not about sorry, Brian. It's not about answering the questions. If it's a question you can't answer, you got to learn how to tap dance.
Right. No, I get that, right? but to Rand's
that's
defense,
where Jim Dance got his name from.
I feel that. And we know that sometimes you're just given that corporate answer that you have to stay. You stay by life. So I get that for her on that. But what I will say to Rand, and I've had this discussion, my only issue, because I love the Queen. I took bullets for the Queen. I took a picture of the Queen. They hated me. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, now when you're the president of Xbox or the head of Xbox, like, this is going to come with the territory. Now, my only issue, Everborn, I just wanted the human element. I just wanted a little bit, hey, we are sorry that this happened. There's people that lost their jobs, or, hey, Xbox community, we hear where you're coming from. And maybe I'm corporate cog. I know. But
I want to break some news to you after you finish. Go ahead.
I think we have to give Phil this, regardless of whether you like him or not. When the situation happened with Redfall, or any major situation, when the lights are at its brightest and the pressure at its strongest, he always is a man of his word and will give you at least the empathetic answer from a human element first, in conjunction with some of the corporate speak. And I get that. And that's because it's her first time. I get it. That's all I was hoping for a little bit with that, because the fever pitch right now, the pitchforks are so high right now. And I'm not saying it's fair to her to have to come out there and come with that corporate answer that may have been what the directive was. But all I was hoping for next time, just a little bit more of the human element. Continue.
All right. So, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
What you don't expect, and I know why you don't, but I'm just trying to
I get it.
Put me on this. What you don't expect is a human answer from EA or Take-Two or any of these big publishers, right? Phil, because that's what you got.
That's the
but all
he
these
said. Yeah.
Examples of when he would come out and take things on the chin, pause. All of that was before Xbox, as a division within Microsoft, had the ability to move the stock price. And now that it does, they have to be way more careful about what they say, and that sucks to us, right? But guess what? None of the other major publishers come out and do that. So we have to start getting used to the idea that their games are just going to have to do the talking for them. Because guess what? You know how many people hated Activision, especially before this acquisition got announced?
For sure.
And then Call of Duty still sold anyway.
For sure.
Right? All these people hate these major publishers. And then, listen, that's not, you might hate EA with all of your soul. But guess what? For what they did to Mass Effect, right? and BioWare.
Yeah,
But you know what but that didn't stop one person from playing Apex Legends. And so
Twitter, we know it's an echo chamber. We know that. It doesn't represent the world.
This is the thing that we're gonna get used to, because I hear people saying, "Oh, remove the management, get rid of them." Those same people are saying management is not in control. You get rid of Phil, and you think it's bad now. Of communication and things like that.
That's what I was gonna say.
Guess what's gonna happen when you don't have Phil and these other people here? You're gonna get straight cold equations.
That's
right?
what they're gonna get from me.
Right.
You got
and you better stop. Don't stop watching any of these podcasts, but start turning on CNBC in the morning if you want to learn what Xbox is doing, because that's where this is gonna go. And it again. This is the cost of what a lot of people ask for, unfortunately, not to let them off the hook.
Right.
I'm just saying, as King said, be careful what you wish for.
I said that too.
Yeah.
But all right, I got to get John, because you got to go.
Go ahead.
And I got to finish. Let Rand finish his thought. He didn't finish his thought or the decision. And then I got to get John and Manny out of here, because they've been here.
And it was like the Forte, you asked, like, what Slow-Mo asked the question about why weren't they told sales were important or whatever. I think sales of Hi-Fi Rush had nothing to do with this, honestly. I think it's just wrong case, wrong time, and it was budget reallocation. And honestly, I also sort of think and wonder, this kind of goes to what Everborn was saying a little bit about, like, you know, okay, well, you're going to go pitch a game and you're going to spend the next 5 years doing stuff. You look at Xbox, a lot of their studios help support other studios. Like the Coalition hasn't shipped a game since 2019. But they're over there helping Undead Labs. They're helping the Xbox studios learn Unreal. Even with King's point about Ninja Theory, and maybe they're next in the chopping block. But Ninja Theory also has more value in, like, hey, we're going to help the tech stack and some of these other things where you don't necessarily full team has to be working on a game, but they could also be helping in other ways. You look at even on the Bethesda side. It was a long time in between Machine Games releases of Wolfenstein 2 and the Indiana Jones. And if you look in the credits, they were in Starfield. Like, a lot of these teams do cross work. So it could be a situation where Tango is included because they're on the other side of the world. The time zones don't line up. So, like, they're not used to also, like, hey, while you're incubating Hi-Fi Rush 2, we're going to have some of your studio help out on other projects within the thing, so there can be value for us that we're going to be getting in some of those things. And then as far as, like, the multi-platform push that King was talking about like the budget, and here's what we're doing, you know, we're Microsoft now or whatever. I think some of that has to come from where all this really kind of began. And it's when you look at when ABK was gestated and thought about, right? It was November of 2021, December of 2021, and January of 2022. Let's go back to that time.
Wow.
That's what was happening in November of 2021.
Pandemic.
Xbox consoles were selling through the roof.
Good point.
Game Pass was thriving and exploding. The pandemic had all these publishers being like, oh, everyone's going to play games
Fool's gold.
forever.
Yep.
And they had just bought Bethesda. They're seeing all this growth. They're probably thinking to themselves, what's next for Xbox? And then the unthinkable happens.
Pushes.
ABK is available? And ABK check marks everything for Xbox. PC with Bethesda. Call of Duty for Game Pass. Mobile with King. Okay, we're going to do this because look at what's going on right now. Everything's turning up, you know, like roses, right? It's like these trends are going to keep on continuing. So we're going to go spend that money because, oh my God, just imagine we get ABK. We're going to sell more consoles. Game Pass is going to go even bigger because of all this sort of stuff, right? Our projections, like, oh, where were you going to be at and whatever. And then the reality happens, right? Pandemic goes away. People stop buying and playing games. It all goes down. Suddenly, Xbox hardware stops selling. That starts declining. Game Pass remains stagnant. And ABK takes a hell of a lot longer to complete and to integrate, and it actually sort of costs money. So you're in this situation where it's like what you thought was going to happen in 2021 and what you projected it was going to be later on, you're like thinking like, okay, well, we're going to be at 45 million consoles or 40, and we're going to have Game Pass going to be 50 million, and maybe we can absorb some of these things and we won't have to do and put these games on other platforms. And then you get to the reality of the situation where you close ABK, and guess what? You're nowhere close to where you thought you would be. And it's like, well, you know what? We need a ROI. We need to make this stuff back. We need Amy Hood and them are looking at the books and be like, you missed everything here. I think that's more of a result of missing all of your projections and being down on everything. So it's like, what are we going to do in the meantime? And you're in this situation where it's like, well, okay, we could do these sort of things, but we also need to make money in the short. Like, there's a whole bunch of the business realities of everything. And it is just, I don't know. It's just always, it sort of seems that Xbox is kind of stepping on rakes in front of them, right? It's the rake is clearly visible. They step on it, smacks them in the face. The fans are like, "Oh my god, what the hell? Another one? Can we, get it?" That's what it's sometimes.
Hey, Rand. Imagine after everything you just said, and they gave you the $70 billion based on that projections, and then you went back to them and like, yeah, I need a couple of billion this quarter just to kind of keep the lights on. What do you think, Amy? What do you think?
Sure, I'm sure they would say that, but then again, at the same time, nobody really wants to go to bat for a corporation because Microsoft is the richest company in the world. Right. So you say, so you mean to tell me that you can't do Fallout and have Hi-Fi Rush and Tango there and all that sort of stuff, right?
They don't. Rich people don't keep being rich by giving away their money.
I know, King. I know.
That doesn't
but I'm
happen.
just saying, people get emotional. People see this stuff and they question. The things that they've been told in the past from Phil and leadership about certain aspects of things, and they just don't believe that they can be trusted anymore. And that's just an emotional response.
The unfortunate thing to that, like you said, you went back to 2001 because I know COD needs to move it.
I gotta get them.
The unfortunate thing, like you said, going back to 2001 is Microsoft as a company was shared, like you said, Xbox has finally probably got to the point where they can move the share price. That share price was $212 in 2001 in January.
And what today? 413.
It's 423 right now.
Okay, last time I checked, it was like 413.
Yeah, it's 420 right now. So the biggest thing you got to look at is think about you being Xbox and you just had your one of your biggest revenue quarters ever in history. But you're still a small subset of what Microsoft
as a whole is. Yeah.
So when Microsoft looks at it, it's like it's completely different. Like if you paying like complete do the reversal for PlayStation and Sony. PlayStation is a huge part of their P&L when it comes to Sony. They see that number. PlayStation is like way up there. It's like one of the top parts of it. Thanks. And then you got Microsoft and they're looking at Xbox and they're like, yeah, you brought in the most money you've ever done, but you're still this much of our, you're like 5, maybe 2-3% of our overall,
good point.
Offerings of what we do. So they're still looking at Microsoft like, hey, what can we do to make this better? Because you're still not enough to make us what you should be versus what we invested in you already.
Yeah, they probably wish they would have spent that $70 billion on AI and not ABK.
Real quick, I got it. Hold on one second. I got to interrupt. I got to interrupt for a second. I'm sorry. Because I got to respect the Lords of HFStudios. They have rocked with us damn near 4 or 5 years. I got to get them out on time. Lord John, Lord Manny, absolute pleasure.
I will say
you got a ball. You got a ball before you go. Okay.
One last thing, because we have the leeway now to bail out before we can get responded to.
You're gonna throw the grenade and then you go run. All right.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's go.
This is what you call farting in the elevator.
Let's go. You gonna let us? Okay, we got that.
But basically, yeah, I would say I think the thing is just that Microsoft in general, their pitch was to go indie, and then now it seems that they're pivoting or maybe changing the definition of what they think a small game is, right? But it just that makes a clear sense. We as developers have a different type of perspective on this whole thing because if we actually had an opportunity to potentially go work, or like we were looking at Microsoft, we were thinking about doing an incubator, applying there, potentially seeing if they could work with us. And like, we're still always going to be interested in getting on the platform, right? Like that would not be
Yeah, that doesn't
We're never
change.
gonna not be like we'll still do that. But like as a partner and something, it's something that calls like into question because like as an indie, if like your whole life is supported by a company like Microsoft and your money comes after you get through and put the project out. If like you can't know you're going to be supported and your family is going to be taken care of at the end of the day for the thing that they told you they would take care of you for, it's just a little bit, worrisome. So on an outside perspective, I could see how like that's really just terrifying. And people that are inside at Microsoft already that are in that position where they're like between that bracket of like we're a super small game, so we're like we're just our production cost is just us staying alive.
Right.
Basically, but if you're like a bigger studio, then you have way more costs. Like you guys said, real estate and different things that are going on, like those might not be able to thrive. And maybe the small games are really small that like Microsoft is thinking of. But anyways, that's all we can do for today. We appreciate you guys bringing us on the podcast.
Absolute
Been
pleasure,
amazing.
Lord John.
And the rest of you guys, thank you so much for having us.
Oh, no question. HFStudios, Lord Manny. The game is Let Him Cook. Link is in the description. Do us a favor. About 900 in the chat right now. Hit the like button first. You know what I'm saying? Pay respect to the Lords. You're in the Lord's house on Sunday. But also hit that link. Hit that Steam-powered link. Hit that wish list. Independent devs on the scene doing their thing. Absolutely phenomenal premise. Bull of hell, the best name in gaming, Let Him Cook. And of course, again, the energy, the passion, we love to see it. We pulling them, hopefully get this, again, give us the dates or for everybody so they know when you're coming out tomorrow on Steam. And
We're
then
going to have a demo on Steam tomorrow.
Okay.
Playability Fest.
May 18th. Sorry, June 18th.
Mhm.
June 18th. Early access.
No
Yes,
doubt.
that's right.
Early
It's
access.
$8, baby.
$8. New York in the
Yeah.
building.
Beer.
Can't beat that.
Exactly.
Right,
That's a drink.
$8. Let's go
Ours
get
is-
it. Buy one
Hey,
for
but,
you,
Exactly.
and buy one
Nice
for your
beer.
friend.
That's a nice beer.
That's a nice
Listen,
bit.
and buy one for your mother because it's Mother's Day. So
Exactly.
you
Let
buy
him
one
cook.
for
Oh,
your
yeah.
friend, and you buy one for your moms because your moms like to cook. Let them cook.
Let them cook. Let my boys cook. You already know the link is
One
in the
less
description.
trip to Starbucks.
Exactly. Go get that. And again, we'll play the trailer at the end again for those who missed it. But again, absolute pleasure. Fellas, I will see you guys at DreamHack. We already know we do. And
Yeah.
again, much love, man. An absolute
Excited, man.
pleasure. HFStudios. Enjoy your Sunday, peeps.
Love the smoke, John.
King, you did. I respect some of the takes you did, but some of the other takes.
Yeah, I understand. You couldn't defend, y'all closing stuff and y'all pointing fingers at us. I understand.
Yeah, no, I'm running out.
Have a blessed day. John Laden's gone and Jim left too.
All right. Enjoy the
Manny, enjoy, man. No doubt. So let's wrap up this topic because we go along.
Roki gonna tear stuff up over there.
So we're finishing down the line. So I get from Rand, it was a yay or a nay on leadership, sir? We getting the final tallies rolling around. Rand, what did we go with?
I mean, I don't
If I unfollow you today.
Speak with y'all. Speak your truth. How are you feeling right now?
Unfollow you today. Act up. See if I unfollow you today.
Oh Lord,
Don't be like
don't worry
mustard
about the
heart,
threat.
dude.
Speak
I
with
know
your
you
heart.
got a mustard heart, dude. I got pictures of you. You are nowhere near mustard heart. So cut it out.
Stop bullying
Don't do
and
mustard heart,
leading the witness.
King, you're gonna throw me in the trash, bro?
If I ain't throw Tim in the trash, you know damn well I ain't throwing him.
I'm just saying I don't know the reasons for why this is done, and it makes me sort of I'm not happy with it whatsoever. And but at the same time, like I'm still excited for Hellblade 2 and the showcase and all the games that are going to be shown. Like I don't know, like some of the quotes from some of these things don't sit right with me. It's like, okay, it sort of feels like Microsoft, like Bethesda joining Microsoft didn't help in any way. Like I sort of feel like Bethesda was like, oh, we're about to fall over for managing all these studios. It's like, well, then Microsoft and the leadership should have helped them become the best versions of themselves. And it sort of seems like because of ABK or because of budgetary reasons, like that wasn't the case. So now that they have to focus, to me, it's like, if it is Fallout related, it's like you mean you couldn't do both. I don't know. There's just things I don't like about that whole aspect of it. And
have you lost trust, Rand? Have you lost trust?
Lost trust?
Yeah.
I mean, if this was a standalone thing where the industry is thriving and Xbox is the only one laying off people and shuttering studios, then yeah, because I think that would point to a huge problem. But the industry, this seems to be par for the course for the industry, where everybody's laying off people. Take-Two is shuttering studios, Sony's shuttering studios. It seems to be an unfortunate situation that of overhiring and COVID and projections of where they thought they would be at, and we'd get these new gamers, and now we're not. I mean, I'm just gonna like.
Gun to your head. You gotta make a decision.
Yep. I mean, I don't like it at all. Like, I think it's the wrong decision. I think they'll regret it down the road. You know, but it's not my money, right? It's not, you know, it's not my decision. I wouldn't have done it. You know, and I think Xbox is going to be judged here more about the quality of their games, of their upcoming lineup, because now you're getting into things that started under Matt Booty when he was the head of Xbox Game Studios. So the quality of Hellblade 2 and the quality of Avowed and the quality of you know, stuff like Indiana Jones and Perfect Dark and State of Decay 3 and stuff. I think people are going to be more focused on that aspect, because I sort of feel like that is, even though what happened is I think I even said it on the podcast, unforgivable, and I still sort of feel that way. I just really feel I feel a certain way about Tango getting shut down, and I also feel that what Xbox has been lacking is like the high quality games that release at a steady cadence, and I think that's what I'm going to judge Phil and Matt Booty and Sarah on. Are those games? That's all. Because at the end of the day, that's what I care about.
Okay.
I just care about the games.
Okay.
And if those games don't deliver,
right,
then I'm gonna have a real severe problem.
Yes, I think. I'm sorry, I'll let you.
But that's just me, because it's all about the games for me. So you know, this, you could say this is business, and it probably is, and there's probably things that we don't understand about it because we're not in those boardrooms and all those sort of things. It's just super unfortunate. Yeah. And I'm. Yeah, I wish it didn't happen. I wish it didn't happen. I wish we were in a different timeline for this one, and we could all be enjoying a Hi-Fi Rush 2 for years from now, alongside of a Dishonored 3.
You say that is not coming.
From who?
I mean,
they own the IP. Everybody keeps
Microsoft
saying,
owns a lot of IP, King.
This is
don't
true.
see the light of day.
This is true. May or may not happen.
Right.
But the thought process that you have is everything is a negative. So it could be a positive, could be a negative. I don't know. I can't predict if they're going to make this or make that. But what I can say is they still own the IP. And they could just double back later on and get a talented group together to form a studio once the budget fits that. Just doesn't fit that right now.
A lot of hopeful there. Very wishful.
It's just, you know, listen, nobody ever has to question my loyalty. All right. So I'm not calling for anybody over there to get fired.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I'm just going to sit there and watch exactly what happens. Nobody goes out and spends $100 billion and don't trim the fat off of stuff that was dying anyway. You just don't go buy, you know, meat and just, all right, I'm going to serve it just like this. You got to check and see if the fat is good.
Right. You
got to take off some of the fat. You got to serve good food. Now, I'm not saying that Tango was bad.
They serve good food.
Just a circumstance. And then everybody wants to fall on tweets and words that was said in a particular time. What was real that day is not real today.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
That's just it.
So we don't hold them accountable for anything they say?
These dudes, listen, we are the only people holding anybody accountable for anything. Honestly. I'm looking all across the boards. Nobody, y'all are still talking about, will they have a secret show? These guys came out and said, we have a show in June. We're doing this, that. They're too forward facing. They need to leave you dudes alone. So yes. I swear, I hope today there's an edict that goes out and says nothing for you guys ever again.
Damn.
Drop something, because they're the biggest now. They don't need you. When they drop stuff, go get it. Find me at the store. See me at the mall. That's it. No more conversation, because when they did give conversation to you, you don't give them the benefit of the doubt. And I know you're gonna say they step on rakes all the time.
People are gonna say they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt because the quality of the games and the cadence hasn't been there.
This is true. This is true. Redfall, where they got it from? I mean, let's start naming games and stuff that was going on when 343 was mismanaged, made cuts. I was the one sitting there, screaming for Bonnie. Not saying that this situation was right, but I'm like, I understand. I'm keeping the same exact energy with somebody that I know and did not want to go anywhere.
I remember that.
But y'all can't say that y'all want them to be better and keep dead weight. They have to fix it up. And I'm not saying that this particular situation is dead weight, but there's something there we don't know nothing about.
We don't have full context.
Everybody's talking about is doom and gloom, and Aaron said that this did that. If it was so dope, how come none of y'all played it? And I'm gonna start going after each and every last one of you guys that are running around here talking about doom and gloom and Tango, and I'm gonna start pulling up your gamer score. And if your game, if you didn't finish that game and platinum it and do everything that you needed to do with it and have every trophy or whatever with it, I don't want to hear nothing from you because I didn't finish it, so I'm not sitting here fighting. Just saying.
Moving along, I think we know what King. I think we know what King stands. So we got that. Forte, with everything that's going on, you know, obviously the climate in the community definitely low. You know, frustration high. Obviously, there's other things to look forward to, but you know, where are you at with the talk is current leadership? There needs to be a change, or you know, what's that expression? The definition of insanity is doing the same things, expecting different results. Some people are at that point with this. Some people said this was the last straw. What say Gaming Forte?
Oh man. All right, so we got to remember that Xbox wouldn't, it's twofold. Xbox wouldn't be where it is without the leadership it has in place already. Xbox probably would be non-existent or something completely different now. I think the biggest thing you kind of got to look at, there might be parts of the leadership staff that kind of needs to change, and you know, we'll leave those conversations for the streets because you know some people probably deserve to be around more than others. But I'm like Rand, I'm never gonna call for people's jobs. I just call for people to be better at their jobs, especially when it comes to, you know, overseeing and managing multi-billion-dollar corporations and stuff, because it's not an easy thing.
Right.
I would say we kind of got to keep looking at the fact that it's all about the mismanagement of funds, budgetary things that kind of happened is the reason we're in the situation we're in. Like Rand said, I hold them more ultimately in you know, in place for the games that they release. You know, misses on Halo when it comes to like the way it was shown the first time. Talking about what happened with Redfall and not knowing exactly what's going on with the game until after it comes out. You know, all of these things that kind of happened that was kind of self-inflicted wounds and stuff. That kind of stuff is the stuff that irritates you more than anything. But I also go back to the fact that, you know, we did go through a pandemic. We did have a lot of stuff where a lot of the overall ability for the communication between these teams were kind of fractured. Yeah, it's easy to just hold Zoom calls and try to get everybody on the same page. But how many of those people are actually really bought in? You really can't have a bought in culture when everybody's not in the same place. You know, it's hard to get everybody on the same line when everybody's, you know, scatterbrained in different places and stuff. But that's what these people get paid millions and millions of dollars and stuff for. So I definitely can see why people feel like this should happen. I would just caution people to say, what's the alternative? If they do something like this, who's the person that's going to come in and fix it? Because right now you have non-gamers making gaming decisions, and that's the thing that a lot of people aren't liking. You know, Microsoft proper doesn't understand the value in the gamers' eyes of a TangoGameworks, because they're looking at Tango like, okay, what have you done for us lately? Basically,
spreadsheet.
You know,
column C.
You know, Phil Spencer and everybody understands that we want to have studio presence in other regions. You know, we want to have a foothold in Japan. But then when Microsoft looks at the numbers real deeply, they're like, Why do we care about what happens in Japan? And that's like one of our lowest offering points, and we're not making any money over there. We're spending more money than we are actually making out of that region. Now, that's what they're looking at and they're seeing, because guess what? They're just looking at them as a data point on a sheet, on a P&L that's a real fine line number that is being surpassed by what they're actually bringing in.
Right.
So I don't hold them at fault for that. I probably hold Phil Fisher and them at fault for the way they communicate things over and over in consistency. It seems like Rand just said, they always find a way to step on the rake that's literally been standing there in front of them. It's like a runner running into the hurdle when they know they're supposed to jump over it, but they keep falling for some reason, like they didn't train for this their whole entire life. So I don't think this is going to be the moment that you're going to see Microsoft make holistic changes when it comes to the leadership, because if they were going to do that, I don't think Sarah Bond would have been the one up there on Bloomberg making that declaration of what's going on with Xbox at this point. Some people didn't like the way that she came out and she said some things, but I think she gave the most corporate answer she could possibly give, because Phil Spencer, guess what? He won't be there. When you see the quote unquote new Xbox, sort of like he said, or a lot of people says Microsoft gaming in the future, because that's going to be the platform when it comes to third party and publishing on other places and stuff like that. Phil Spencer is not going to be the person that's going to be at the head of this 5-10 years from now. Everybody thinks Sarah Bond is going to be that person, or it may be somebody else. So that was her place to shine and show that she has the leadership to be able to do it. If they were going to make a move like that, I think you would have seen somebody else giving that information, or like a lot of companies do, they just wait until they have they have their next earnings call, and then they address that stuff then with their shareholders, instead of going out on Bloomberg and trying to get ahead of it. So I think the leadership is going to be kind of set to what it is right now. But the thing is, there will be a lot of accountability going forward. So what's going to happen with Hellblade? What's the marketing going to look like when it comes to that? I think Microsoft themselves are culpable, because they need to spend more money when it comes to promoting this stuff, because if you're not promoting it, people don't really know about it actually being there. Yes, us as gamers know about it, the ones that are in the 5 to 10 percentile, but what about all those people that just watch NBA? Or right now you got, one of the budding stars in the WNBA, Clayton Clark, going out there in Indiana. You should have Hellblade on the Indiana Fever's court right now, because you got a whole bunch of people watching those games and stuff to see exactly what's going on with her. And that could kind of be just free marketing. Well, not free marketing, but that should be extra marketing that you would normally get. They're not doing the simple things that a lot of people do in order to get their stuff out there. So I don't blame leadership at Xbox for that. That's more of a Microsoft funding thing. But Microsoft itself and Xbox themselves been at such odds with each other when it comes to that. I feel like if they were to make a change, it wouldn't be for the best right now. But if we continue down the road that we're at, then you're going to see holistic changes. And I think once they find out if they have the people in place, that's going to be when you'll see it happen. But it won't be anytime soon, over the next year and a half, 2 years.
All right. Forte vote yes. Okay. I mean, no, to keep them. Everborn Saga. We already know what the streets are saying. I need it on the record. Where is Everborn Saga at? Should the current leadership be gone?
On the record, you stay the course, right? What we don't have right now is we don't have the data points to show us what happens after Showcase, what happens after they deliver like 8 games in the next 6 months and then onwards into 2025. We don't know. We don't have the data points to show what ABK content does. And what do you call it? The fact of the matter is, the truth is much more boring than the salacious stuff, and they had to make cuts in order to, for all we know, so that they could support COD being in Game Pass. That sucks, right? But let's see the vision play out. Let's let the games release, and when you will get smoke from Everborn,
that's what I want to know. What it's going to be.
If Hellblade comes out and is not good, if the Showcase talks about next 12 months and they don't deliver, if Avowed comes out and those things don't hit, that's when we will come back and have that. I do not have business discussions when I don't have all the information. Not going to make me make proclamations about this must mean that.
Everybody got to go. The streets are set. Everybody's
I'm not
fired.
looking at the Excel sheets, right? Everybody's an accountant, but the stocks ain't adding up.
They saying Game Pass not sustainable. They saying this is they said
and everybody, this is
you
another
was
thing.
cheering on an acquisition, and this is what you get, everybody. That's what they
Yes,
said.
I was cheering on the acquisition. Now what? What they gonna say? So the thing is this. There is a lot of navel gazing and there's a lot of victory laps being taken right now about, oh, see, this means Game Pass isn't sustainable, or oh, see, this means that Xbox is dead and they don't make no money or anything. No, it means that they made cuts. And they made cuts that we didn't like. You can leave it at that. You can focus on the thing that they did without making a proclamation of the future. But to answer your question, and I do have to go because Mom
Mama love, yes.
But if stop pretending to be a financial analyst and let the games come out like Rand said, because Rand gamer.
Rand stole my thought.
If the games don't hit, then you have the smoke. But you don't have this information and you don't know. Let all this stuff happen. And you don't just change leadership because of this. Now, people have some issues with Peaches or like Booty, right? But Matt Booty's games are actually about to come out because
we're gonna learn.
Matt Booty. Avowed is under Matt Booty.
Facts.
Flight 24 is under Matt Booty. Clockwork Revolution. Perfect Dark.
Fable.
Fable.
Who was Redfall under?
That was under.
That was Bethesda before him. Yeah, that game.
No, who was it?
That was Bethesda before.
Was that Pecan?
Arcane. You talking about Arcane Austin?
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
but Phil took the bullet for that one, King.
Yeah, but he took the bullet, but somebody took the pink slip.
I'm just saying.
Took the bullet, but somebody
Phil,
took the.
Phil came out and took the bullet.
Right.
But it was on them.
That's what leaders do.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna take this shot. See you later.
I will.
Right. Last thing I'll say is my whole point in that whole ramble that I just did. Right now, they just closed ABK. The studios that they acquired in 2018, we're just getting the games from them now.
Right.
And you can put the 2-year COVID thing in there, but that's still 6-7 years, right? Or 5-6 years. The point is, that's how long it took to integrate those individual studios. Bethesda is not fully integrated.
That is correct.
And ABK needs to be integrated. So let's see the full machine hit the full clip with all the releases, including COD and Game Pass and all those other things. And then let's make that decision about who we think needs to go and don't need to go. And let's make that information once we got more data points. That's it. That's what I said.
I want to say everyone, and I want you to leave with this and think about this on your way out. Accountability is the main thing we're talking about here, and where Xbox and the leadership at Xbox is. But the one thing I'll leave you with is accountability doesn't start with Xbox. It doesn't start with Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and Matt Booty. It also got to stop at Microsoft itself, because Microsoft itself didn't have their hands on the wheel. When I would say that if you're $1 trillion company, you would know every aspect of your business that is what's happening inside of it. And it's not, we can't just say, oh, well, they only started paying attention because they started bringing in more money. That might be the case, but as a leader and as a financial analyst, when it comes to stuff like that, you should know where all of your money is going. So when Xbox is out there, let's talk about Game Pass for a minute, where they're out there giving people dollar deals over and over and over again for Xbox Live, when they're allowing, for Game Pass, when they're allowing people to go 1-to-1 up to 3 years for Xbox Game Pass. I haven't paid for Xbox Game Pass a full subscription for it ever. I've been on Xbox Game Pass since the day it came out, and my investment into it is literally like $180 because I stepped up and got the max is every time I can do it.
Oh, so my Game Pass sub ends in 2026. I know what you mean.
Yeah, mine ends in
with the new console.
Yeah, it literally ends in August 14th of 2026 is when mine runs out. So the fact that these things are things that happen. Yes, Phil Spencer and them should be culpable for the financial woes that they're seeing now, but I also put a lot at Microsoft themselves, because guess what? They are the ones, as much as as much as we want to say Xbox greenlit all this stuff, they had to get the money from somewhere to subsidize this. And guess what? Microsoft themselves were seeing this happen year over year over year. And now that they're finally coming in and trying to make changes to that to get all of the different subsections of Xbox profitable again, I think that's another reason why you don't see a major change right now, because they know they're culpable for it too. So it's like a two-way street. So they say, okay, well, we're going to help you by fixing the issues you had and make your side of the business more profitable outside of ABK. But that also means that you have to do what we need you to do on a leadership structure to make sure that we cut the fat and trim where we need to make sure that we're successful in all these other endeavors too. So that's why I think they're not going to really make any moves, because Microsoft's just as culprit as Phil and them are and where they are financially with all the other parts of Xbox too.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Addict, you good?
Yeah.
You gonna jump? I know everyone you got to go to, right?
I gotta get out of here. But listen,
I'm gonna bounce too.
All right, brother.
Later, Rand. Love you.
Rand,
Later,
I will call you about that thing tomorrow.
Love you, Rand.
Better. Forte. Why don't you call me, bro?
Rand Dalto, appreciate you, brother. Oh man, this is great to hear from everybody. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get my thoughts, but I want to let you get your thoughts before you go.
Before you give your thoughts, I want to take that question and throw it back at you.
Okay.
Which is, if every major publisher is reducing headcount and closing studios, Sony London studios closed in February. EA closed 2 studios last week. Take-Two closed studios at the beginning of the month. We do not do multiple, and I did one of these yesterday, so I'm not coming at Iron Lords. I did a 4-hour podcast.
We don't do the multiple podcasts for the EA to Take-Two?
We don't do the 4-hour podcast to talk about why we need to change leadership at Take-Two and EA and Sony and things like that. We do it because every little news thing that comes out for Xbox is the end of the world. And at what point do we have to look at how we are reacting to these things? And I'm not saying don't let them off the hook, because again, Phil Spencer gave us a certain picture, and that is different, and we have every right to complain. So nobody come at me. I'm just saying,
that's fair. No,
if you don't want the real business answers, then don't start talking about business and they making money and how much they got to make and this and that. If you don't want to have that discussion, then just keep it game.
I get, bro. I get
close your studio and you don't like it, and I don't like it either, and that's it.
No, I get where you're coming from. And I always try to preach nuance, right? There's always nuance to everything. Everything is not, the world to me is always gray. It's not just black and white. And a lot of times also we need context. We need more information on stuff. But look, I just want to get real quickly, because everybody said almost every point I was going to say anyway. So I'm just going to summarize in just that, look, the way I look at it, I'm always going to look at things from the human element first, because I'm pro-developer. John Johannes, we had on this platform. John Johannes, I felt, was this up-and-coming bright star at Tango. He pitched a game that was really against studio culture, that was completely different, that had a musical vibe to it. And you saw the pure passion, from that developer. And it was heartbreaking to see his tweet go out and know that he would not be afforded an opportunity to create another game and a sequel to what, let's be honest, Xbox fans, that was one of all. That was the crown jewel in a sea of kind of bad things, that we had in a while. A mascot at that, right? Chai, 808, the whole thing. It was a movement. Now, clearly, to King's point, it unfortunately did not sell. It did not move the needle, maybe internally, financially, the way they may have thought. And we were surprised. We have to admit, the reason why it hits with Tango so much is not only were we surprised by this, we were surprised in the business meeting that High Five Rush was included as part of the 4. Because we were like, wait a minute, because we could kind of rationalize, Sea of Thieves, live serve. We kind of rationalized Grounded, right? Pentiment, okay, it didn't do as well. It's this very unique, bespoke story, probably didn't do well. Okay, we kind of rationalized. So I think in the same token, we kind of rationalized that. We kind of rationalized the studio closures with the others, like I said, right? We like, okay, we get it. Maybe Alpha Dog, Mobile, they got King now. That's potential redundancy, right? You look at Arcane Austin, We Love You, The Legend, Harvey Smith, Prey, all that, Dishonored. But I've been on record to say with a game like Redfall, studios have been closed for sometimes even less. So the fact that we thought they were going to be afforded a chance hurt, but we can kind of understand it. But again, I'm speaking from emotional and a pure gamer standpoint. The Tango thing cut deep. Because that was one, and it was like, man, you also acquired a studio, a Japanese studio by proxy. Like it was just in there for free off the acquisition when you've been trying to make inroads in Japan, right? You're trying to cut through but we see the work that they doing with Sarah Bond and the improvement on the platform. We like, okay, and then Tango's a cook, and obviously the sad reality of seeing them in the studio with executives, and then, a couple months later it's gone. So look, that's the human element.
Cog, why is it that every time an executive takes a picture with a team, a couple weeks
later, that team up out of there.
If I'm working with one of these studios, don't take no pictures with me. I'm good.
Woo! I feel you, brother. I feel you. Now, look, it's go ahead. You can
I said, I think the biggest thing. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm still driving.
Yeah.
Like, I had to be part of
No,
it.
I know. I know.
But like, at the end of the day, the issue isn't even really the studios closing.
Mm-hmm.
The issue in terms of Microsoft is something we've been screaming years, is messaging. You can't say one thing and then contradict your statements. You can't a year ago say this studio's good, we're gonna let them cook, and then give them pink slips a year later.
Right.
Like, you can't say we're doing Game Pass because we're able to take more risk. We're able to nurture more smaller studios, and then let 3 or 4 studios out. You can't go in a town meeting and say we need more smaller games that give us rewards, and then the day before you got rid of Tango, that literally gave you probably the most rewards that you've had in years.
Yeah, you saw the developer put up the rewards in his Twitter. It was pretty sad to see. Mm-hmm.
That's the issue. The issue is, and that's just the Microsoft issue. The issue in general is, how are we going to get new talent in this industry if you keep laying off studios over and over again? This is an industry issue, not a Microsoft, not a PlayStation.
I agree.
How are we going to nurture people and get better people? Imagine people I brought this up. Imagine people in school right now.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, what do I want to go in? And then they're sitting there, they're seeing all these layoffs and all these studio closures. Right. Oh, I'm going into cloud computing. Hey, we ain't doing with that. Like, it's just like, look, and I don't think people look at that enough. I think people want a console war. Bring up PlayStation, bring up EA. I don't remember all the stuff that brought up. It's like, at the end of the day, like, this is an issue that is going to be felt for probably a decade. Because the people right now that are in school, potentially getting into gaming, a lot of them are not getting out. And look at all these people that are laying off. Do you think all of them are coming back to the gaming industry?
No, not at all. Yeah, the volatility in the industry is rough.
I know 3 developers right now. One of them went to Netflix for something, for TV related, and 2 of them went to Amazon for something completely non-gaming related.
Right.
Like,
probably
this is
double their salaries too,
and making more money and probably more stability.
This is a serious issue, because if it's about games, we can't just look over the people that make the games.
Right. And to jump in, the fear is, we have to be honest. The fear is also when the messaging, and again, I'm not just attacking Xbox. I'm just talking about the industry, like Attic is talking about, which is that the message then seems that, okay, then you can only make these bigger games. You won't be rewarded for this creativity. And then I'm just worried about, obviously, that formulaic nature of things, right? You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like the big blockbuster game and then that's it. And I think that's what hurts the community a little bit, in the sense that, the reason why, I'm gonna just be real, I'm just speak for myself. The reason why I love Xbox and the Xbox is my preferred platform is I like the diversity in the lineup. Don't get me, I am #just1 to the death, but Sony, no disrespect, I can't keep doing that every single time for a big release. It becomes formulaic to me. That's just my preference. I like turn-based. I like fighting. Not saying that they don't have those games, but I'm talking about from a first-party standpoint, there seems to be...
The way they talk, they ain't going to have those games in the future.
Right. So certain things I like to see. Like, I love that they...
have ID at Xbox.
Huh? Say that again?
Did they just do an ID at Xbox?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying they not. That's why I said I love...
about you. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. I just like the diversity in the platform. I think that's cool to be able to have, these different games and a Hi-Fi Rush and a Towerborn and all these other things, and in conjunction next to the big hitter, the Gears, the Indiana Jones, the Hellblade. Like, that to me is what's dope about Xbox, and they got this amazing service. So the fear is that things become, now that you just focus on the big, not saying it's going to happen, I don't want to fear, but the concern is that now maybe if you are a Compulsion, if you are a Ninja Theory, and you don't hit the big game out of the park situation, are you in jeopardy? And that would sadden me.
Todd, can I say one thing before I get out there?
Yes, please.
I think that comes back to the sort of binary thinking of this is not to you, this is just about the whole concept. It's sort of a binary thinking that we do in the online discourse. And so it's the same reason why we'll say, well, Xbox isn't number one. That must mean that they're failing.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
That's not really the case.
Correct.
And so, yes, they closed some studios at Bethesda. That I don't know that we can look at that and say that must mean they don't want.
No, agreed. No, I get you. That's
so there's
fair.
Nothing happening right now that tells me it's not going to be so not business as usual, but that you won't get those smaller games alongside the big ones. Nothing has happened yet that has led me to believe that, even though this right here is terrible.
Here's the thing about that stuff. They've been fighting for years to have a foothold in Japan, and they get one. And I know people right now, I've talked to people that know influencers, know companies over there. They're looking at this. Like, if people sitting here don't think, oh, no, Japan, they're very
loyal,
strictly when it comes to their culture, and don't think that shutting down Tango so rapidly, so fast isn't going to affect their relationships in that
I'll
part
tell
of the
you
world.
right. The one thing I'll give you credit on that, and then I really do gotta go. Is when this happened, what hit me even more than the fact that Tango was closing, I thought, because I'm selfish, it's just gonna affect the Sega.
That affects. There's reverberations.
Listen, I really do gotta go.
Happy Mother's Day, brother.
Normally, yes, thank you so much. But listen, normally I would not have to go, but
brother.
You know what today is.
I know what it is.
So,
go handle your business.
Thank you everybody for having me on. I will be back
Tell
soon.
Your wife and your mother, I said Happy Mother's Day.
1000%.
All the women in your life.
Yes,
sir.
And we are all we gonna have something big to announce soon on the Kickstarter front. So, and you see the t-shirt. Well, you don't see the t-shirts because my camera died. But you know what I'm saying. All right, gentlemen, Lord's Day. Thank you so much for having me.
No doubt.
Addict, Forte, Cog, King. You already know what it is.
You already know, my brother. Salute. No doubt.
Build.
You that Deadpool or what? Let me know.
Absolutely.
No doubt. Continue, Addict, and then I'll finish my final thoughts.
That's my biggest thing. It's like, look, like we can sit here. Logically, we can be honest here. You know, as much as I would love Dishonored, and I would love a Dishonored, and it's upsetting that we're not going to get a Dishonored. There is no. These are the studios that would make the most sense if it did get shut down. Doesn't mean I want them to get shut down, but I understand if these studios wasn't making money.
Right.
The only one I don't understand is Tango, because to me, Tango is the studio that's made the most sense, not just business-wise, just location-wise. And to me, like I said, you know, you guys, I'm not going to say if there was a potential, you know, Sega acquisition or a potential maybe exclusive Sega game in the future, or even people got to realize it's even smaller than that. Do you think some of these studios are going to be like, nah, Microsoft approaches them in a year, oh, I want to put this in Game Pass? Nah, man, my best friend worked at Tango and you laid him off for no reason.
No, I hear where you're going. Obviously, you mean the reverberation from Japanese publisher / studio relationship moving forward. That's fair game. We don't know how this affects that, and I would assume maybe not positively. You know what I'm saying? But look, I'll just finish up my thought because again, we went super long with this crazy show. So I just wanted to mention the human element. You know, I really feel for the studios that, you know, that got laid off, that lost their job. You know, and unfortunately, even Tango, I minimum just hoping that, you know, maybe they could get moved into something the way Roundhouse did with, you know, ESO and stuff like that. But, you know, the last point is I have to give King this, you know what I'm saying, in the sense of, you know, as much as gamers don't want to hear this, and I don't like hearing this, you know, unfortunately, stakeholders, you are just a spreadsheet to them. And when you get acquired and when they're making this type of money, these are the things that are looked at. And one of the theories, I'm not saying I have all the data, but yeah, one of the theories is that, we've heard Todd Howard on record state that when people have been lambasting them for how come it takes so long to get a Fallout game, an Elder Scrolls game, and all these things, one of the thought process that he finally said that I was shocked to him to say in a recent interview was that, hey, we're doing things now. This is right before this, to take, to address the cadence and things of that nature. We would be willing to also work with other studios and stuff like that. So there's a thought process that, hey, they go to management to ask for more money to do something. They are told, hey, that's it. You're not getting anything. And then ZeniMax themselves is now tasked with who they're going to cut. So Microsoft is ultimately responsible, but we have to say the decision directly was ZeniMax looked at themselves and said, Tango is not it, which is interesting to me. Right? Tango is the one we're willing to jettison. That is interesting to me, right? That's the cold, hard facts of it. So, yeah, the last and short of it, as far as, a lot of people, I'm not going to sugarcoat it like Addict said. For some people, this is going to be the final straw for them. This is going to be, I can't stand Xbox. I'm done. They shut a studio down. And if that's the case, I feel you. Like, there's nothing I'm going to say to you to make you say, yo, stay in the joint. I get that. I can only speak for myself. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I'm with Forte. My fear of this championing, this leadership got to go, not saying they're perfect, not saying it wasn't mismanagement, not saying there's conflicting messaging. My concern with championing that energy is the current leadership that's in there at least have some gamer sensibilities. When stakeholders are involved, because I have been in these meetings, and I'm going to tell y'all how it go. You could be working on a project for 2 years, and that's your North Star, and they got the rubrics, and they got the OKRs, and they're telling you this is how it's going to go, and everybody's on board. Yes, this is the future of Xbox. And then corporations are big. They like all these little fiefdoms. And another fiefdom comes in and say, okay, but here are the numbers, though. And they come with the data. And that gets to the top. Guess what happens? In an instant, your project is done. Your initiative for maybe what you thought Game Pass was going to be or what all these things are going to happen is over. And then two things happen. One, the current leadership has to capitulate and say, look, this is where they're going. We don't maybe necessarily like this decision, but we ultimately have to play ball. Or sometimes people leave. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been in these rooms. I've been in these meetings. I'm corporate cards for a reason. I'm just telling y'all. I know y'all don't want to hear this, but that's the reality. So now my concern is when the people with gaming sensibilities are gone, like Forte said, who are we bringing in? Because now, most likely, that group that's coming in is going to be completely controlled or be swayed and don't understand the purities of a gaming of a Hi-Fi Rush or anything of that nature. That's my concern. I'm not saying that I'm against if they made a change, but just be careful with calling for people's jobs when what the alternative is. That's my only thing. And the last thing I say, people say, why you just loyal? Listen, like Rand said, I am here for games. That's what I'm here for. I was here when they had 5 studios. That's what they had. They was pushing. They was in the war with everybody with 5 studios, right? Since 2018, I saw the vision and I saw the studio access. Okay, cool. Now my thing is what's going on in the platform now. I don't know about y'all, but my backlog is crazy. I don't know about y'all, but I got stuff to play. Hellblade is coming out in 2 weeks. Indiana Jones, Towerborn, Avowed. Call of Duty in the platform. I see games and I'm playing games since last year, right? When the rubber hits the road for me with them, when you say, Carl, well, what is it going to take? You just loyal. No, when I don't see games or when I get Redfall consistently, right? Because then it shows me, okay, this is the class of 2018 under y'all watch. These are the games under the studio banner, and these games ain't good. Oh, you going to get the smoke from COG. Because I waited, and now they're not good, right? But that's why I tell people, let it play out as far as the games. Don't let anyone tell you how you should feel about your platform if you're still enjoying your platform. And that's where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I'm still enjoying my platform.
I said this before.
Right.
No one can make me hate my wife. I've had friends that We had information. We brought
Right.
it to them. We like, yo, your girl is cheating. This, that, and the third. His pictures, his text message. This, that, and the third.
Right.
And they proceeded to fight the person that brought the
Right.
stuff to them.
Listen,
There's no one that can turn you away from something that you love.
if you love it, if you, everybody has their criteria. I'm just telling you mine. I got games. Ever since I've been on this platform, Japanese games have missed the platform. Big titles. I'm getting my Tekkens. I'm getting my dog. I'm getting everything. I get my baseball game that I never, you know what I'm saying, that would never would come to the joint. Everything it seems that would miss in the platform and before, I'm getting. So I see Capcom's Tale of the Goddess. I see all these things that Persona and all this stuff that would never make the platform before. I see the improvement. So for me, again, until the games go away, then no doubt to the fire, they get all the smoke. But until that, I'm not there with it. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Look, if people feel like their jobs need replaced, at this point, I don't blame. But at the same time, we're talking maybe 6 months, if that, to see the we haven't really seen any of those 2018 games. We've seen some Bethesda games. It's like, we got to at least see Hellblade before we start talking about replacing people.
My thing is, we got even last year. You know what I'm saying? I know this is controversial, but I like Starfield. Like, I really like Starfield. You know what I'm saying? So again, but everyone's different. And I get that. That's all I'm saying. And, you know, look, all I would say is the last thing, I know we're going super long, is for the games like the Hi-Fi Rush and stuff like that, that is super sad. I do want to see people supporting them games, kind of like what King is saying, like wish listing them games, doing what, if you love something, do what's necessary. Don't just be talking. See, I am part of the Xbox preview program. I am part of giving the platform. I got more gamer score than all y'all on the preview program because I'm on the platform that I like and I'm telling them to improve. Do the things necessary. Don't cry after the fact when someone's already gone and now you review bombing positively Hi-Fi Rush now. Review bomb it when it was put it up like King said. Yo, I tweet the developer, this was fire. See, a lot of y'all do this, but y'all not doing what's necessary to support. That's all I'm saying. And last thing I say, I will agree with King on this. I do feel the people with the most mouth don't play on the platform. And I don't really care about what nobody say if you don't live it, breathe it, and play. This is my preferred platform. So no one can tell me how to feel or what I should do with my preference. That's where I'm at.
And you just smoke, though. You just smoke.
Here's where I come down to. I'm going to be real with you guys. If you guys want these games to survive, buy them. Don't play them on Game Pass. I'm going to be 100% real because Microsoft clearly don't know how they're going to weigh these metrics.
But
so
if you do that, you also support the developer. You not support the developers that also took the Game Pass bags, and that could help sustain things too. There's a to that as well.
And I hear that, but I'm not telling people to unsub Game Pass. It's just like, look, like you guys really, mess with something like Hellblade. If you enjoy it, buy it. I don't even care if you like give it to a friend or something, but it's just like this, because we seen the metrics. Like Hi-Fi Rush, on top of the horrible marketing sales they did, it didn't sell well. So it's just like, I get it. People's mindset is, I
do feel on some of it makes it worse based on their vision. Remember that's their vision.
I didn't say unsub.
Oh, my fault. I put words in your mouth. My fault.
No, I would say, if you enjoy a game, you want to go the extra mile and you want them to make a Hellblade 3.
I feel you.
I think I agree with you at it. The thing I will say is I will tell people that Game Pass is a thing that is great, but I also think people need to realize that you need to stop waiting for stuff to hit the service.
That's true too. That's fair.
It's like, and that's happened to me before. I'll look at a game and I'm like, that's going to be a Game Pass in the next 3 months, and I don't have to play it right now. That's fine. If it's a game you're interested in, buy the game, even if you think it's going to show up somewhere later, because you're going to get that enjoyment no matter what, unless you're one of those people that's going to keep up with your backlog. But the one thing I will definitely say that needs to change is we got to know what's what when it comes to what's the overall point of where Xbox wants to be, or where Microsoft wants Xbox to be. Where's the division heading? Do we care about monthly active users being off platform, or do we care about the actual platform succeeding? Because the one thing they need to stop doing, I understand that we want games everywhere. We understand that Satya Nadella says we want, every screen's an Xbox. But if we're going to say that sales matter, how games do on the platform matters, we have to stop telling people to stop buying consoles.
And that's part of their horrible messaging. They'll tell you one thing and they'll say, we only care about engagement. Then they'll complain about like sales on Hi-Fi Rush. It's like, which one is it? Is it one or the other?
Which one is it? Yeah. So we need to stop telling people, like, listen, like, hey, it's a complete, I understand, like, the console is not the number one thing that you're pushing, but it's a completely different thing where you're telling people actively over the last 7 years.
No console required.
You don't have a console. So we talk about 31% down in sales in consoles, but revenue was up, but then we're closing studios because those studios aren't selling games on the platform.
How down was PlayStation in sales?
Oh, they were down ridiculous.
28%?
Down 28%.
Okay.
But guess what, King? Sony ain't screaming out here about why PlayStation isn't doing well though.
They're not. They don't talk. And this is the land that we're going to. I listen to all this rhetoric, all this mustard hard talk. I listen to all stuff. What I'm gonna say is, if you can't afford the game, you got Game Pass, don't buy it. Go play it in Game Pass, because they're gonna look at your metrics. They're gonna look at everybody that's inside Game Pass, and if it's success inside Game Pass, right? If you guys are always talking about y'all want day and date to stay the same thing inside Game Pass, well, you better get these games, download them, and play them when they come out in Game Pass day and date, because that will look like a failed metric if you do not play it and you're inside Game Pass. I don't care. I download everything. If I check it, I'll check it. I just make sure that I'm in the algorithm with them. Yeah. It's disingenuous to tell somebody if they don't have the $50 for the service that you do have. They do provide a service for individuals that don't have the money to run out and do stuff. So if you can't go out and buy the game and you do have Game Pass, which is $17.99 a month for the ultimate, then you get down and you go play your Hellblade 2. No money down, just go do your thing. But if you could go buy it. You're still supporting the developers. I don't like the rhetoric that people are talking about. Oh, if you don't buy the game and you play it inside Game Pass, you're not supporting the developers. The developers got the bag. That's why they're in Game Pass.
I feel that. Look, we went long. This is one for the ages. Oh man, we had to wrap up.
This is normal.
Bro, I was supposed to be out at 4 o'clock, but I was never leaving you alone.
Oh, I appreciate y'all, man. It's all good. All I need is someone could just do some super chats for me. Your boy, not even home. I know. Forte, I may ask an executive decision for me. Oh, Lord. I may need a fellow podcaster to podcast a decision.
I've been text like a million times.
Go. So
no,
what?
When we close the show and then you start reading super chats.
Yeah, but I'm not, and I still gotta pay the bills. One more bill too. All right. So there's a bunch here super chats from Sinister. That's the last one I got. So I'm gonna go back here. Shout out to Sin. $2 super chat. Happy Mother's Day to all the Lord's Realms mothers. Shout out to him. Then we got
you do super chats.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, you got to go, bro.
All right.
There.
Love you,
Love you,
bro.
To everybody, to the Realm, to LetHimCook team.
Woo!
That trailer is fantastic. I can't wait to play the game. I'm gonna go wishlist it on Steam right now. And for everybody that's still here, go wishlist that game on Steam. Go check it out. It's great if you like that type of game. I love Brotato. The game looks just like Brotato.
I'm trying to get them to put us in the game, King.
They're gonna try to. They were gonna try to get us the Lords in the game.
I want to be a boss in there to say hashtag no PlayStation 6. Keep it a buck. But at the same time, all the mothers in the realm, happy Mother's Day. I was breaking my neck to get here today.
I appreciate you, bro.
I love you guys.
Love you. Do your thing. Power Boss member for 5 months. Let us old guys stand up. Shout out to the ILP in chat, no doubt. Shout out to Lieutenant Help member for 1 month. Any thoughts on the ROG Ally X? Yes, like it. Just more of a not a big iteration, but I don't know. I got to see. I was hoping for OLED. That's what I was hoping for, but we'll see. All right, Fastback with the follow super chat. A big question many have is this next generation's consoles doing 30 to 60 frames? Is it up to the dev? Is it up to the dev? Type of game time? Great show, developer insight, Iron Lords. Yeah, that's just one of the things this generation, man. A lot of still 30 frames per second games. Still got more to push, and looks like a pro is coming, so we will see. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Amazing. You have two careers work well together. That was for our brothers at HFStudios. Salute. Donna Taku, $5 super chat. My man's picked the Wii. He welcome back in the realm anytime. He family now. No doubt, a lot of Nintendo love. Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat. I haven't felt angry about studios being shut down since EA killed Visceral. Yeah, that was tough. Eldazo with the £5 super chat. I wouldn't argue that Tango was a studio in Japan as opposed to a Japanese studios. Most of their games were for Western audience, in his opinion. You agree, Forte? Think what's the point? I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Irishman, again, with the £5 super chat, feels like Phil Spencer's Republic fell this week for the rise of Satya Nadella's empire. It's the money men are in charge now. Well, a lot of people think this. Lieutenant Hulk, again, with the $5 super chat. If people want answers so much, then become an investor and buy their stock, and you'll have better insight in the company. Just buy shares. It's that simple. Preaching from King. Hargeet Shani, the homie, $10 super chat. If Tango was a one-off, then fine. But if Game Pass isn't going to allow for games like this to be made anymore, we're in a different market position for Xbox. Other studios should be worried then. I agree. Definitely. They got it. Everybody's got to.
That's what I was.
Are funny in these super chats.
Oh,
that's what I was. Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying on whether or not you should buy the game or not. It's like, Xbox. They can tell us metrics all day long what they're measuring. It doesn't seem like that's what's happening in real life. So I'm just like, if you truly want to support a studio, just buy the game.
Yeah, but also the vision of the company is Game Pass, so maybe not supporting that doesn't help either.
I don't believe anything they say.
I feel that. Blaze Strider, £10 super chat. Thanks God. Thank God for King. The man talks sense. Xbox shouldn't tell any of you oversensitive gamers anything. By the way, love the show. Damn.
Real quick.
Yeah.
The biggest reason that I don't like the Game Pass thing, is because they're debating on whether or not to put Call of Duty in there. So it's like they it was debunked,
but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. Instead of taking pay cut and not laying off their employees, these selfish, cowardly execs rather lay people off in order to keep people rich. Disgusting. He's passionate. Slow-mo back slap, $10 super chat, DPS 1/2. They don't owe us answers. They do owe their studios answers, as they acquired them with creative freedom as the priority, respecting their culture and not worrying about keeping the lights on. I would agree with that. They definitely owe those teams that. Mr. Irishman, £10 super chat again. Booty needs to go. He has repeatedly shown he's a terrible studio manager. Under him, multiple games have gone through development hell. Halo Infinite, Perfect Dark, Everwild, State of D3 for a start. I will say that it looks like Jeff Grubb, I don't know if you saw, kind of walk back the statement on Perfect Dark today. So
yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did see that. Somebody sent that to me, so we see. But look, fair enough.
He didn't necessarily walk the statement back. He said development is a very fickle thing, and you never know where a studio really is when you hear things.
Because he said at first that he heard it was in bad shape, and then he said he heard from other people, no, it's actually in really good shape. So yeah, it is a fickle thing. It's a big corporation, many different opinions. So we shall see. Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat again, and now he's got promoted to be in charge of 3 publishers. Anyone else would have been shown the door. Booty out. Not a lot of fan right here. All right. Pixelbit G, $5 super chat. Let's pretend Bethesda and ABK sold, but didn't need money, and that Bethesda totally wasn't putting out garbage with Fallout 76 and Youngblood. I agree with this. I think that people forget how much before acquisition Bethesda was spiraling, and they were in serious trouble. I agree with that. People forget that.
And another thing I don't think people give Microsoft credit for.
Yeah.
They shut studios down that would have been shut down years ago.
Yeah, and we may not even have got a high-fire rush if that was the case too. But Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Next, Ninja Theory isn't next. Xbox just bought them a new mocap studio and are the forefront of graphics with the Coalition. Stop it. I think that was for King. But hey, you never know. I mean, to I explain, what can you trust right now? People
They
take
own
Tango.
all that tech.
Yeah,
they own the tech. They can put anybody in.
They can put anybody in there.
They acting like they can't hire a tip company to go there and move all that stuff.
Yeah, Tango had a tweet not that long ago talking about they're going to be around for many more years after Happy Birthday. We saw what happened.
Sarah Bond was like, "Happy birthday to many more."
Yeah. Michael Mooney, £10 super chat. If Fallout wasn't a priority, then why didn't they greenlit ZeniMax to create a Fallout Online like they did to fill the Elder Scrolls gap after Skyrim? I don't know, brother. Good question. Robert Kellett, homie, $10 super chat. So what I'm hearing, I got all this for King, is no matter what we do, the smaller Xbox teams are done. How can we support them if they don't care about passionate teams? It kills Game Pass vision. That's a good question. I mean, it's one thing between leadership caring, there's another thing between stakeholders caring and money. So
I think the biggest thing with biggest thing with that, I just think ultimately comes back to if the books weren't being looked at as hard as they are right now, I think they're still here. It's just the fact that this all kind of hit at one time, and somebody had to fall on that sword, and that's kind of what happened in this scenario. Because if Phil had his way, like they said earlier, I don't think anybody gets let go or any studio gets closed because that's their vision. You know, they talk, you know, the fact that people get on Matt Booty about that whole conversation around talking about them wanting games like Hi-Fi Rush in the town hall meeting.
Yeah.
I think it's just a simple fact that just was very untimely when it came up to how that conversation came off versus what they did. Because I think that was literally what the vision of them as leaders of Xbox was until Microsoft said it isn't anymore.
Yeah, things can change. It's unfortunate. Brett Bingham again, $5 super chat. Salute. The studios in 2018 won't be closed, in my opinion. Booty has had eyeballs on them since 2018 and only had eyeballs in ABK and Bethesda the last 6 months. I only see layoffs. I hope so, brother. I hope so. I don't want to see more studios getting closed. Chris R. I don't know if that's Ray Gun. Shout out to $5 super chat. If Xbox is caring more about their sales, it's time to take a serious look at Aaron Greenberg and advertising. It always seems last minute and too late. Yeah, this has come up a lot. I will say this. I don't know what's going on in that building, but I will say as person that been in corporate, you can't do much if they haven't allocated you a budget. That's one thing. You need a budget.
Are those real numbers that they came out with that we got leaked out about the budgets?
I don't know. I don't know what to believe, but I know one thing. If you ain't got the budget, no matter what, it's like you operating with one hand tied behind your back. So I don't know if they're prioritized.
$100 million for a budget for Xbox in 2023.
Yeah.
That's then you see contrast that with Nintendo 600 and something million.
Yeah.
I'm like, if that's real, how that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's you trying to what's the parable with Jesus? You bringing the fish and you try to feed.
Make it gourmet.
Yo, that's what I say.
It's $100 million.
I'm not.
I will. I was going to say, I will say this. I'm not going to go too much into detail.
Okay.
The marketing stuff with Xbox, it's not Aaron Greenberg's fault.
Interesting. Well, look, like I said, there's always reasons we need nuance.
Like Cog said, if you don't got the money, what you realistically going to do?
Yeah, it's tough out here, man. Oh, my man, risk it for the biscuit. I know if I see him, I'm going too long in the podcast. It's Australian time. $8. Damn. Game Pass day and date. First party is supposed to be the draw, right? When was the last big first-party game? I mean, big game that hit the service. That equals no growth. I'm with you, Risk It, and that's why I want to see the vision, especially with Call of Duty. I want to know what that does to the service. Lieutenant Hulk, $5 super chat. Don't Microsoft still own the IPs? Other studios can still carry on with the games. They have enough studios to do it. Okay, I'm assuming you're talking Tango and the people can do Hi-Fi Rush. I get it. It just... To me, it's brutal without the core vision of the original people. It's not
the moment Tango got cut, don't expect like a Hi-Fi Rush 2 from another developer.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they bring him back specifically and give him another team. But even so, Anyway, shout out to Stitch, $5 super chat. This is no longer Xbox gaming. It's Microsoft gaming. They want to be the biggest distributor of games. And yes, they are going to buy studios. Deal with it. Fair. We know they're supposed to be buying, but we have to admit that it's also puts into question people fearing of buying them if they might get shuttered. But again, stitch with the follow super chat. Last thing I'm going to say, Sony fire a bunch of people, close studios, and have no games this year, and nobody is playing PlayStation is dying. Hold the line. You in the front line. You in the front line. I see what you're doing. But yes, Sony London did close, and yes, there are a lot of layoffs in the industry. It is industry-wide as well. R&B, shout out, $5 super chat. I will always bleed Gleam and will always hold the line. Xbox future is now guaranteed at the cost of the fan base. The only loser is the hardcore. Well, be careful, though. You lose the hardcore, you lose your base sometimes. You lose your, you got to be careful.
They're the ones that keep the conversation
going. That's the thing
people don't realize.
Yeah. Inform the casual.
People don't realize the reason like PlayStation says the first one to 10 million wins. Who do you think that 10 million is? Like, who do you think does the word of mouth to sell consoles in that first 10 million?
Yeah, that's a good point. And influencers as well. Geesh, $5 super chat. Phil Sweet talks a couple of suckers. Too bad. He switched up last second. Too bad. That's on the studios for blindly believing that money grows on trees. Damn, Geesh. You blaming the studios? Oh, man. All right. That's where you at with it. Your baby father. $10 super chat. One thing that changed the financial projections is the fact that much of the ability to leverage ABK was neutered by the different regulators in order to get the deal passed. I think there's some truth to that. I do think there's some truth to that. I don't know if they anticipated being in litigation for 2+ years with that acquisition. Trey Bone, $2 super chat. We should play games, not play business, man. Okay, all right. Sagging nutsack, £5 super chat. I just hope they don't mess up and discontinue Game Pass because that's all I care about. If they do it, it will be the end of Xbox for me. I will say I was surprised at the business meeting that we still said they still iterated Game Pass day and date, what it means to be Xbox, and this is their pivot. So technically, they got to support the pivot. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. How could anyone want acquisitions now? Me, if it means your studio gets to exist. I'm still going to be on that. And because, again, people forget it's not a hostile takeover. Someone has to offer themselves up to be sold. And then the last thing I say is I always tell people, what would you rather a timeline? You want a timeline where they're not acquired by Microsoft. ZeniMax flounders. We don't get no Hi-Fi Rush. We don't get any of the stuff that we got to this point. I don't like the result that it ended it, but I'm not going to sit there and say, like, it's all bad. I'm never going to be in it. I know I'm the minority with that. But anyway, second that's at $5 super chat, £5 super chat. They could do more acquisition and put the whole slate on PlayStation. I just don't care as long as I have them day one on Game Pass. All right, we see where you at. Second that's at £2 super chat. Exactly, Cog. It's all about the games. All right, I'm with you. Sagging that said again, $5 super chat. That's exactly what the problem is with Xbox. The mixed messaging and very inconsistent. It's either Game Pass or sale. It can't be both. Yeah, they got to give us what the vision really is. Jovar Ingi, shout out to Iceland in the building, $10 super chat. More than the PlayStation haters, the Xbox flip-flops bother me much more. Not talking about you guys. One day, Xbox can do no wrong. And the next day, Xbox is doomed. And then again, Xbox is perfect. I get it. Look, you got to do what's best for you on your platform. If it ain't for you, you got to go. And if you find, don't let nobody move you off your square. Last one, Nate State Games, £5 super chat. I wonder if Mina Sato was involved with shutting Tango. Oh, that's the Japanese. Interesting. I don't think so. Yeah. I don't know. All right, almost there. All right, I'm going to need a solid 1 second because we got to pay the bills that we did not pay. Give me 1 second, y'all. I appreciate y'all in the chat holding us down. Another marathon of a day. And I'm going to just ask you kindly to mute your mics for a second because we got to pay the bills. So...
Bills paid.
Yes, mute your mic, please. Thank you. What is PrizePicks? PrizePicks is American #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun, exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. For my gaming lords, the month of May is huge for esports, and all of it is on PrizePicks. Cash in on all the esports action this spring, including Counter-Strike's IIM Dallas, League of Legends Midseason Invitational and Toronto's Ultra Call of Duty Major. PrizePicks offers exciting action with several titles across the esports landscape, including Apex Legends, Valorant, League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and of course, Xbox own Call of Duty. PrizePicks offers all maps for every match and key stats like kills, headshots, first bloods, and many more. Testing my skills on PrizePicks this season is the most exciting way to play fantasy esports. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. This NBA playoff season, the star players mean more on PrizePicks. Keep an eye out for star players on the board, and you could receive a 10% payout boost if they're in your winning lineup. This week on the PrizePicks app, I've been having a lot of fun running with those New York Knicks red hot. We'll see about tonight. Today, Jalen Brunson for more than 48 points. That's total points, rebounds, and assists combined. Also on the PrizePicks app for Call of Duty esports, I'm selecting Hugh for more than 25.5 map 1 kills, and I'm also taking out the breakout rookie Lens for more than 22.5 map 3 kills. So my fantasy sports and esports lords, what are you waiting for? Download the PrizePicks apps today and use code IronLords for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, download the PrizePicks app today and use code IronLords for a first deposit match up to $100. PrizePicks, pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Salute the PrizePick on the episode today, showing love. And again, the link is in the description. You already know what it is. We're going to combine. Forte holding me down. I appreciate. Oh, is that the PrizePick app, Forte? Hold on. Okay. Oh, he on it. He official. PrizePicks, my man is outside. Okay. No doubt we're gonna talk about the picks later.
we've been messing with PrizePicks for a minute now.
Ooh, salute. DPS podcast approved. You already
I
know.
had to pay the bills when y'all got that sponsorship.
I appreciate y'all. Much love. You already know. So we're gonna do a little combination thing. Actually, we're gonna have to drop Hades because unfortunately, I'm sorry, Lords. That was Addict's topic, and I didn't get a chance to play Hades unless you did, because I didn't get a chance to play Hades. Did you play all Hades too, Forte, or no?
No, I didn't get a chance to play it.
Okay.
Slow Mo, definitely, he got a chance to play it, and we talked about it on DPS a little bit. He said that thing's hard, bro.
Yeah.
He is like, yo, he was one of those people that ran through Hades 2 like water through a person. Or Hades 1. Now this one, he said it's hard, bro. It's way better. A lot of the quality of life changes overall they fixed. So the overall grind isn't as hard, but I mean it's severe. But the game itself is kind of up there when it comes to difficulty. How long have you played so far?
Yeah, bro, I'm not. That's why I was going to skip the time, because I was like, bro, I haven't played. It was Addict's time. I wanted to ask him a whole bunch of questions, but it's Mother's Day and everybody's going. So apologies, Realm, on this one, but we'll make the Ragnarok joint the final topic for today. And I appreciate you, Forte, for holding me down. Yeah. Salute. All right, no doubt. So this is some news that dropped, man. Shout out to Insider Gaming. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's Tom Henderson and them. God of War Ragnarok PC announcement coming soon, it's claimed, and according to a new report by Deal Labs, kind of reliable leaker claimed that God of War Ragnarok is getting a PC announcement soon. The report estimates that the PC version will be announced sometime in May 2024, which is loosely translated. It could be arriving at a new PlayStation showcase, which is also possibly coming this month. He said D Labs also mentions that it could not confirm a release date for God of War Ragnarok's PC version, though it points out the original 2022's launch date. So obviously, you see more stuff come over. We saw about Ghost of Tsushima, and then obviously with the PlayStation overlay and all that stuff. So your thoughts on God of War Ragnarok PC, coming to PC, and then also the potential PlayStation showcase?
Yeah, the showcase is much needed. We know nothing about the future of PlayStation right now. All we know is they have nothing from their main first-party studios when it comes to their big tentpole franchises coming this year. So we're really looking forward to whatever the showcase is going to have, so we can see what it at least is on the horizon for going into next year and beyond. Which we also should be getting more information around that PlayStation 4 Pro. That is slated supposedly for the end of this year. So that's probably the biggest thing around PlayStation. But when it comes to Ragnarok, I ain't gonna lie, Cog. If you checked out DPS last week, me and Slow-Mo literally had a 15-minute conversation about me upgrade. Like there was literally a 15-minute moment where we were looking at graphics cards, and I almost upgraded to a 4090 live on.
Oh,
live
about to
on
get that
DPS.
4090.
So, listen, we were sitting there. We were talking about the GPU launch of the 5090 leaks and stuff that came out. And Slow-Mo just happened to go to Best Buy and looked up the 4090 prices, and they had one sitting there. And I clicked on it, and it let me get in line. And I swear to God, it was literally a 15-minute conversation with the chat. It was Slow-Mo trying to convince me that I should spend this $2,000 right now. Because
that PC Master Race build.
Listen, because God of War, man, I as soon as I heard about that, I was like, yeah, I might have to upgrade this. And I've been on the fence for a while, so and I never finished it on PS5 because it was during the holidays. And it's like one of those games. It's like once you get so far into it, I kind of want to start over. And why not start over on PC where you can tinker and do anything you want and not have to worry about performance. So yeah, I'm definitely excited for that. It almost made me buy a 4090, which I ended up not doing. But if you go check out DPS, it was literally a 30-minute conversation. Oh, a 15-minute conversation live with screenshots and literally me sitting on a Best Buy website about to buy a graphics card for that game.
I love it. Yo, I know.
So you know how serious it was.
I already know it was serious. Is Slow-Mo putting the pressure on?
Slow-Mo was up there, dog. I swear that he was bench pressing 1,000 that day trying to get me to do it.
No doubt. No, I feel you, man. Look, for me, this is actually important because it's not just that the games are coming to PC, because the games were coming to PC already. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to be real with you, Forte. The difference for me now is that overlay and the PlayStation account that allows me to link in, because I don't like playing the PC games what I consider for free. No disrespect to Steam achievements. I know PC Master Race are going to come at me that cog. They got achievements already. I get that. But I want credit from the PlayStation ecosystem that I beat it. Because there's games that I beat and I beat them all on PC. I'm like, you don't get no trophy. You don't get no, you know what I'm saying? Like I like that synergy. So that part for me with Ghost of Tsushima, my game, which set it off, you know what I'm saying, as far as putting that in there. So yeah, this is something that I will check out. And then the fact that they still don't have a dedicated PlayStation Portal because I travel so much. The thing about Xbox that I love is I get to travel with them. You know what I'm saying? I get to take my ROG Ally, whatever, and then I get you log into the Xbox Game Pass app, and then you download, and you can do everything there for the most part. With most games, will play anywhere. But with them, it's like, damn, you get the Steam version, but it's just a completely separate thing. And no disrespect to Steam. The Steam versions are dope and all that. Shout out to Nixus and all that. Most of the time they do a good job. All I want now is this. So now that that's in place, now the PlayStation PC ports are very enticing to me. Now I'm like, okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, you.
Okay, just making sure. I saw there's only 2 people. I was like, let me jump back.
I appreciate you, man. Nah, for telling me that, I appreciate you, man. It's a rough day. I've been trying to hold it down my best I can. If I miss off, I miss you, if it's Mother's Day, though. It's one of them days. But no, not good. I mean, where you at with the PC port, Addict?
I don't care. I already played it this game.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh,
to be
man.
honest with you, like I don't think I've ever replayed something on PC and beat it. Like I don't even really buy those games unless it's something like Game Pass or something.
Yeah.
Like the fact now, if their games came out day and date, that'd be a different story.
Right.
I don't really care about trophies like that either. So their overlay, and I think it's going to be interesting how they handle Ghost of Tsushima because they're doing the same thing they did with the Helldivers. And if they bend the knee again on that, do they scrap the whole overlay in general because they can't do what they wanted to from the start? Because the whole point of doing the whole point of doing this is they want you to sign into PlayStation. But if the Steam community says we don't care what you want, do they continue to pour resources into that app?
It's a good point because I think what saves Ragnarok is there's no multiplayer component, right? So, but
I'm seeing people on forums saying they're boycotting everything Sony. It doesn't matter if it's a single player or not, because they feel because of Ghost of Tsushima,
right?
They feel they're just going to do what they did with Helldivers, but not on Helldivers, and they might reverse that shit, that stuff on Helldivers eventually anyway. Because it's like, notice that they reversed the decision on Helldivers, but for some reason it's still banned in all those countries, and they're adding countries to it. So it's like, if they reverse the decision, why haven't you reversed that? Unless they didn't reverse the decision, we're holding this until you guys bend the knee and accept your fate. Like,
I don't think the ban has something to do with. So the ban, I think, is an unfortunate consequence of the fact that Steam knows the workaround now, because a lot of those people were still able to purchase the game due to the fact that, since they turned off that feature at the beginning, Steam didn't go through and manually still tell those regions that they couldn't get the game. Now Steam is effectively basically doing what they're supposed to do when it comes to like restricting access to those games, even knowing thing.
There was an article saying that that's Sony telling Steam. That's not Steam doing it.
No. That's what I'm saying. Sony gave Steam a list of regions and countries that doesn't have support for PlayStation Plus or PlayStation Online and stuff. Steam didn't so when it first came out, they were supposed to like manually still make sure that was in place when they decided to not go forward at launch with the whole online thing, because the server infrastructure was so bad at the first day, so they kind of discontinued that. But when Steam turned it on, all that stuff got turned on at the same time. Now, Steam is basically doing what Sony wanted them to do at the very beginning, but the problem was when Steam didn't do that at the beginning, it opened up a wormhole where everybody was still able to buy the game, and that's the problem. So Steam is doing what Sony wanted them to do in the first place. It's just backfired because of the whole situation that they didn't have this in place. I do think that I don't think Sony's going to go back on this. I think, the whole thing with her, like, think about Horizon when that came out and they had the whole upgrade thing and they were trying to charge people for the upgrade. They said, yeah, guess what? We're gonna honor what we said last time, but this is the last time you're getting this. Everything going forward, you got to pay for. You ain't gonna get free upgrades no more. I think Helldivers, the people that have the game, are going to be able to play the game outside of those regions. They already got their refunds and stuff. So it goes to Tsushima going forward. If you want to play Legends, you're going to have to log in online, and they have metrics to show that for other games. People will play. If people want to play those games, they will go to those platforms, because guess what? Fortnite, the most people play it is on a completely different platform. It's not Steam.
So do you think that it's pretty much like, okay, we didn't put our foot down with Helldivers. We're going to go ahead and let you guys rock because we did kind of do some miscommunication, and that's not on you. But here going forward, we don't care how much you cry. This is just how it is.
Because guess what? It was a whole bunch of miscommunication around how Helldivers launched. It was on the Steam page, but it wasn't communicated. There were people that were able to buy the game due to the fact that Steam didn't update the page the right way, but we're not going to fault Steam for that. We're going to take the hit for that. So people that want to get refunds because that is not available in the region no more, they gave refunds, and Steam gave extended refunds for that. So now everybody is where they should be. So, hey, we're not going to do this for this game, but like when Insomniac came out and talked about, not Insomniac, when Sucker Punch came out and said it, they said, whoa, you will not be required to have a login to play the single player version of Ghost of Tsushima, but the multiplayer Legends mode, you will. And I think that is going to be what it's going to be going forward. But that's also going to be something that's going to happen later on, because all of this is leading to Sony having their own launcher at some point. And that's the main reason, because ultimately monthly active users is what they're tracking. And they want to see all of those things under one umbrella instead of it being scattered like it is right now.
Well, it's easier to talk to, investors and stuff. Like, people might not understand certain metrics in gaming, but they're like, look how many people, logged into our network this month. Like that, you could sell that to like
advertisement. Sell to advertisers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I agree. I think they still have that long-term vision with the, their storefront. I will admit though, like this whole controversy with the Helldivers, the PSN account, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate. You know what I'm saying? Because like the PC community, let's be honest, they stood strong on that. They
stood on principle, bro.
Yeah,
it was
I
beautiful to see.
actually felt like they let up too soon. Like the moment they reversed it, they didn't even check to see if they were gonna like put the stuff back in those certain regions. They all started upvoting again, and I'm like, nah. Like I feel like you guys, handed them all the power. You should have kept those mostly negative, until you saw the company doing something. Because I truly believe if the PC community stays strong and they downvote everything, don't matter if it's got a single player, don't matter if it's got a multiplayer, and they do what they do best, I think they'll reverse it.
Yeah, it is something to monitor, but that's all I got. Attic, I was gonna, if you don't mind, I was gonna call it because with Hades too, because you ain't here and we ain't playing.
Hades is a good game. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. It's a good game.
Thank you for your thing, yo. Still 500 of y'all still rocking. This is a crazy joint.
Did we hit 1,000?
I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to check that joint.
Chat, did we hit 1,000? I can't see the
I know we had like 970 at one point, but I don't know if we hit the joint. But yeah, just gonna wrap up with the poll with the latest studio closures by Xbox Bethesda. What has you most concerned about the future of the brand? The choices are A, complete miscommunication and mismanagement of studios. B, smaller Xbox game studios potentially being closed. C, Game Pass going away. Or D, I don't care. As long as consistent quality games release on the platform, they will be fine. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to try my best to get the poll up on time. My apologies. But again, shout out to Gaming Forte, the homie holding me down in the 11th hour. Where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Nah, man, it's been great to be here. Like, I'm just happy that actually I took this day off from work because I got with the wife earlier. And then I was like, oh, they ain't got that many people in it. I'm actually at home today. So, I appreciate the invite. I always love being here with you and chilling out with you guys. But for me, Gaming Forte.
I missed all the spicy stuff, man. I'm annoyed.
Yeah. Hey, well, listen, man. Well, guess what? You got every week after this leading all the way up to Xbox, because guess what? Xbox might hit a rake again. You never know what's going to happen.
We'll be right back here again.
We'll be right back. Tune in next week for more information.
For more foolishness.
Hopefully
the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball X. What will they do next?
Xbox finally was on top, but then they hit a rake.
My
PlayStation's been charging the Big Bang Attack for 2 whole minutes.
For 2 whole minutes. Yo, shout out to Dip Down Games and Anime. We're going to get your question next week, brother.
PlayStation out here like dropping bombs and telling people that they can't play games. The best game is on their system. And the Xbox said, wait a minute, we haven't done anything lately. Here we are.
Yeah, that was the people in the chat. That was me that made the call to not do the Patreon thing because we only had King for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we do the Patreon, and King says 2 sentences and he's out. Well, at the time, I thought we only had him for 30 minutes.
No, you're right.
We will get that stuff next week.
Dip Down, Don, all y'all had good ratings, so we get in. I'm sorry, go ahead, Forte.
No, that was
and hopefully Saul will be back next week.
Yes.
Yeah. Appreciate all of this stuff. But yeah, for myself, like I said, Gaming Forte, on Twitter. Check us out on DPS Podcast every Thursday, 9 p.m. with the homie Slow Backslap. You know, he's always being spicy in the chat and always dropping great pieces of knowledge on Twitter, or X is what you call it. And it's really, really good to see the homie succeeding there. But with that, man, like I said, once again, I appreciate being here. Enjoy the games that you are playing. If you have a preferred platform, don't let nobody take you off your square. That's all that really matters. Just know that you bought what you bought because you wanted to buy it, and you are enjoying it. That's all that matters, and all this other stuff is anecdotal. So appreciate you guys. Enjoy your Mother's Day. Tell your moms I said hi, and we love her, and you guys have a great week.
No doubt. Well said, brother. Well said. Always a pleasure. Been way too long, Forte. It was good to hear you talk from you. I miss when we do the show when you in work. I like that. Like sometimes I like at work. Once I get the live reaction, I feel like you in the street. Like, this is what's going on outside.
or like he's he's in the battle area.
Yeah, like it's like live reported from Gaming Central.
Yeah, I still remember when I was sitting at work one day and I had, what was it, PlayStation behind me, and King was like, "Oh, get that off your screen! Don't stand next to that."
He made you move to the Xbox section of the GameStop. I was dying. Yo, King is out of pocket with that. Yo, salute.
That
and
so
again,
funny,
Lord Addict, appreciate you diving back in to save your brother. You know what I'm saying? Just checked on me, make sure I was all right. It's a long day. Where can the people find you? What you got going on besides driving all over West Virginia?
I do have a video that's going to go live after the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's the playthrough I had on Chronicle this week. I kid you not, in this episode I almost quit the whole place. Like I was so tight. I was so upset. I was like, they didn't just put 4 bosses back to back. And like it's like real time. Like I beat one boss finally, and I get to the second, and then I'm like, okay, we good. And then the second boss shows up. What? What do you mean? Beat the second boss, the third boss shows up.
No doubt. Salute. No doubt. Oh, shit, let me shout out my man Robert Kelly. He said, disagree with you guys today, but good show, brothers. It was Glizzy free too. Now, salute to you. And again, I love it. It was, Glizzy got to get those in, and let them cook. But now, Robert Kelly, again, much love, because again, we were able to agree to disagree respectfully, and I always respect that when people do that. So it's all good, bro. And of course, make sure you shout out to the King, send some love to Solve. And again, one more time, it's at the top, pinned to the chat. If you could do the realm a favor for some up and coming developers from New York putting out a game, looks like Vampire Survivors meets Cuphead, you know what I'm saying, meets Brotato had a baby. It's called LetHimCook. Go check that out. If it does catch and fancy your interest, hit the wish list, and they drop a demo tomorrow in Steam Store, and LordCognito might be in the game. Okay, they're working on Lord Beefy. They making him like a beefy character.
The thing, like, we can't say stuff about whether or not we support something or not support something, and you guys won't even go there and click a wish list.
Yeah,
something that costs you nothing, that actually helps them dramatically.
Yeah.
So I would go over there, and like I said, man, I'm gonna really push for it. If we could sell a decent amount of their games, I mean, it's $8, man. I literally just spent more than that at McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
Like we get us a Lord Beefy boss fight in there, man. I think that alone is worth the push, man.
You don't want to see Lord Beefy and let him cook. You got to support the death. No doubt, and that's all I got on that. Shout out to Rand Outdoor, the man, the million that came through, of course. Everborn, the crew, everybody, the Course Forte, everybody. Look, enjoy your Sunday. I'm gonna give you, for the people who missed, let them cook the devs early. We'll hit you with the trailer, and then Attic, we're gonna send them over to you. You said you got something you're gonna send them over to? Yeah. No doubt. Everybody, enjoy your Sunday. We're gonna give y'all that Let Him Cook from HFStudios. Peace.